गुप्ता सर के साथ, सुजॉय घोष जी के साथ में, उसके अलावा शम्स ताहिर खान, अशोक कुमार सर और आलोक लाल सर के साथ में सेशंस हुए थे। कल के पहले दिन के 3 सेशंस थे और आज के पहले दिन की शुरुआत यानी कि सेकंड डे का जो फर्स्ट सेशन है उसकी शुरुआत होने जा रही है नीरज कुमार सर के साथ में। मैं जोरदार तालियों के साथ में उनका स्वागत करना चाहूंगा इस मंच पे। सर, आपसे रिक्वेस्ट है थोड़ा सा और जोर से बच्चों तालियां बजाइए। और मॉडरेट करने जा रहे हैं मानस लाल, जो कि देखिए बहुत ही कमाल के राइटर हैं, बेस्ट सेलर राइटर हैं। उन्होंने जो बुक लिखी हैं, जो ऑथर रहे हैं, और साथ के साथ कल के जो सेशंस थे बड़े दिलचस्प, उसमें से संजय गुप्ता वाले सेशन को उन्होंने मॉडरेट किया था, बहुत कमाल का वो रहा था। और हमारा ये जो पूरा क्राइम लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल ऑफ इंडिया जिसको आप देख पा रहे हैं, बैकएंड पे जो स्ट्रॉन्ग काम है उसमें बड़ी अहम भूमिका उनकी रही है। तो आगे उनके काम और सर को लेके जो ये सेशन होने वाला है कि इनसाइड द वर्ल्ड ऑफ बुकीज, मैच फिक्सिंग को लेके, जी हाँ, जिसके बारे में आप बीच बीच में मीडिया के माध्यम से बहुत बार सुनते रहते हैं, उसको लेके ये सेशन है। तो एक बार फिर से जोरदार तालियों के साथ में स्वागत कीजिए। चेक। तो मानस, इस सेशन की शुरुआत आपके साथ में मैं चाहूंगा कि आप नीरज कुमार सर के बारे में थोड़ा सा, वैसे तो बहुत सारे लोग जानते हैं, बट एक ब्रीफ इंट्रोडक्शन के साथ ही, और थोड़ा सा क्राइम लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल जो ये डे 2 है, क्योंकि ये बहुत सारे बच्चे जिन्होंने आज पहली दफा ये ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं, थोड़ा सा इसके बारे में, क्योंकि आप वन ऑफ द आर्किटेक्ट रहे हैं इस पूरे फेस्टिवल को लेके, तो उसके बारे में बताते हुए शुरुआत कीजिए इस सेशन की।
Hello, hello. Team of Beat, can you hear me there? Great. Good morning, everybody. Sorry for the delay in starting. I think it's very fitting that Mr. Neeraj Kumar is sitting next to me when I introduce Day 2 of the Crime Literature Festival. We couldn't have had a better session to start off, sir, because of your exemplary work in the Indian Police Service. Of course, we all know that he's the former Commissioner of Police Delhi, and today we'll touch upon his book, A Cop in Cricket, which talks about his work in the anti-corruption unit when he was investigating corruption in cricket in the Board of Control for Cricket in India, BCCI. But before I get to that, a little bit about the Crime Literature Festival. This is an initiative to spread awareness about crime, about how to combat crime, and it involves writers, it involves filmmakers, it involves cops, and all those people, even reformed criminals. So it's a very interesting concept, brings a lot of people together and creates awareness in society about how to deal with different types of crime. I'm very glad that we are opening this day with Neeraj Kumarji. And so before I come to A Cop in Cricket, I would love to know about your first book, which was Dial D for Dawn, your experiences in the CBI as a CBI officer, and how you dealt with some very high-profile cases, including cases of very well-known dons, and also serial blasts and other things. Please tell us.
Manas, before I answer your question, first of all, a very good morning to everybody. I must thank the Dehradun Crime Literature Festival for inviting me, for giving me this honor, and most so to my senior colleague, Mr. Alok Lalji, whose brainchild this festival is, and who thought of me. As soon as he called me up, I had no hesitation in accepting the invite, and thank God I'm here. Yesterday, I saw a bigger crowd and a bigger attendance, probably because there were people from the Bollywood. Today, I thought there'll be equally good crowd because cricket is uh, equally popular, in fact, if not more. But anyhow, I have a sizable audience. My fond respects to my senior colleagues who are here, my other friends. So to answer your question, after 9 years of deputation in the CBI, I had lots of stories to tell, but I had no background of writing, and I never thought I'll write a book. But things so transpired that I was forced to write a book. It is a very interesting story and how I got into writing. Yesterday there was a gentleman here called S. Hussain Zaidi. So he wrote a book called Baikula to Bangkok. I got a call from his publishers that his book is being launched and I should come to the book launch as a chief guest and I should also be in conversation with him. So I asked them that why me? So they said that it's the author's wish. He has said that we should invite you. I had heard of Hussain Zaidi because of Black Friday and also because I had investigated the Mumbai blast cases on behalf of the CBI. So I also remember he used to come to our office, but I never got to meet him. He later told me that he used to try very hard to get my audience, but my junior staff never allowed him to meet me. So I went, I asked for the book from the publishers. They sent the book. I quickly read the book. And I found the book full of inaccuracies. As I'm sorry to say, many of the journalists, when they write, they are not so particular about facts as they should be. So it was full of factual mistakes. So I held back no punches and pointed out all those, inaccuracies in the book, factual inaccuracies. And so much so that I even criticized the publishers for so many typos and this and that. And at the end of the function, I thought that I had annoyed them sufficiently. And I left thinking that S. Hussain Zaidi will never like to speak to me again. Anyhow, next day I get a call from him. He says, sir, I'm sitting in Penguin office and Chiki Sarkar, who was then the editor-in-chief, would like to speak to you. So she came on the line and she said, Hussain tells me that you have lots of stories to tell. You know a lot about the underworld. And in fact, you know more about the underworld than he does. So we are very keen that you write a book. Why don't you write your memoirs? I said, memoirs I will never write because I have known that many police officers have written their memoirs. Nobody reads them. Who is interested in knowing, which cadre you got allotted to and your SPs in which place and range, DIG where and all that. So most of the memoirs of police officers, I'm sorry to say, they end up in police libraries and on the bookshelves of the author himself. Nobody reads them. So I said, I won't write my memoir. No, you have to write something. So then I said, okay, I'll write about my cases, which I did in the CBI, which are interesting cases. She said, fine. And next day, there was a contract on my table at my residence. And that's how I was sort of compelled into writing. It was around the same time that I joined the BCCI. So, and there was very, shall I say, tight deadline. So, as I would travel with the Indian team, I would carry my laptop and keep typing. And somehow, with great difficulty, I finished that book and it came out in 2015, November. So that is how I got into writing, and that is how the first book, which is about the operations I carried out while in the CBI, 11 such operations. So that book, Dial D for Dawn, is an account of 11 investigations stroke operations that I did while I was in the CBI, mostly against the underworld. There is one operation against uh, the assassin of um, what was his name? Sardar Behan Singh, Chief Minister, late Chief Minister of Punjab. There is another story about a kidnapping case, a live kidnapping case, and so on and so forth.
I'm glad you briefly touched upon traveling with the Indian team there, because I think it's a good way to shift your love for cricket. Before I get to the corruption in cricket, I see that you write very fondly about the game in the 66-67 series between West Indies and India, when Wes Hall and Griffith were bowling, and the likes of Rohan Kanai were in the West Indian team, and India with Pataudi and the likes was facing them. You write so fondly about the finer aspects of the game. So is it fair to call you a cricket addict still?
A cricket buff, like all of us are. So I would call myself more a cricket buff rather than a cricket addict. But yes, I like watching cricket.
Why I use the word addict is because I found it in one place in your book. So I found it very interesting. So, sir, for a fan of cricket and all these cricketers, you've been very honest about how corrupt the game is. And at one place in the book, you say that our team does well despite the administration. Please, could you touch upon that? Because I know there is a lot to uncover, but tell us briefly about this.
If you look at the rise of any cricketer in India, whether it is Virat Kohli, whether it is Rohit Sharma, or whether it is, in today's day and time, say, someone like Mohammad Shiraz or Mohammad Shami, has the BCCI in any way contributed to their growth? Has it come to their aid when they were struggling? Has it helped them when they were playing barefoot? Like Mohammad Shiraz used to bowl barefoot in the gullies of, Hyderabad. His father, as some of you would know, is a three-wheeler driver. And his mother is a house help. And that is the kind of background he comes from. Somebody saw him bowling in a gully cricket match, and he was so impressed with his bowling action that he invited him to Charminar Cricket Club, and there also he bowled barefoot. No help comes to our cricketers when they are coming up. They all come up the very hard way. They don't have proper kits, they don't have proper help. And then they come through a highly corrupt system. I've talked in the book about a story which Virat Kohli never tires of speaking. When he was to be selected for the under-14 team of Delhi, his father was asked by the selectors for 20 lakhs of rupees in Delhi. And his father said, sorry, I can't pay. Because he couldn't pay, he was not selected. And Virat says in an interview that I cried for 10 days. That why couldn't my father pay? Because he was a youngster, he didn't know that his father was a struggling lawyer and he couldn't have collected that kind of money. Again, when he was being selected for under 15, again the same kind of request came. So, across the board, there is no system by which BCCI contributes to the growth of grassroots cricket. What it does is that once you have reached a fairly high level, it provides a platform, it provides a platform for you to compete and then prove your worth. So that is why I have written that Indian cricket is Indian cricket despite the board and not because of the board.
So, another thing which struck me in the book is that you hold back nothing. You name everybody. A lot of cop memoirs I've read, and one of the reasons I think they don't sell well, like you said, is because there is a Mr. X and there is a Mr. Y. But in your book, there is an Azharuddin, and there is an Ajay Jadeja, and there is a bookie, and you have named the bookie. So tell me where this courage comes from, and also tell the audience a little bit about, as a layperson, how do we understand when a bookie wants to surrender, when he wants to come and tell you a story about how something was fixed?
So the first question you said was, how have I named people? Say Azharuddin, naming Azharuddin or Ajay Jadeja or say Hansi Cronier, etc. was no problem because their names and their linkages with corrupt practices in cricket are in the public domain and are common knowledge. In fact, if any one of you goes on the net and types on Google CBI match fixing inquiry report, you will get the CBI inquiry which was conducted in the year 2000, in which you will find the names of Azharuddin, you will find the names of Ajay Jadeja, Ajay Sharma, and Manoj Prabhakar, and quite a few others. Every big name in the cricket of those days was mixed up. Whether it was Mark Waugh, whether it was Steve Waugh, whether it was Shane Warne, whether it was Brian Lara, Arvinda De Silva, Arjuna Ranatunga, you name a player, they were all mixed up with bookies. And all these names are there on the net in the inquiry report, which was made public. So there was no difficulty. But where I did hesitate a bit while naming was the naming Mr. Vinod Rai, who is a very senior, very well respected IAS officer who was our controller and auditor general of India. He was the chairman of the committee of administrators of the BCCI. And I have also named Rahul Johri, who was the CEO. So I must confess, I thought twice before naming them because they could have taken me to the court, taken me to court for defamation and so on. But I was writing, whatever I wrote, I was writing on the basis of facts. So, well, I had nothing to fear. I said, if the publishers are willing to publish it, I am willing to write it. Let them take me to court. I'll fight. And luckily, I had kept records. I had kept various details with me. I would have fought them in court. There was no problem. So, naming cricketers was no problem. But naming these bigwigs of the board, I did think over it. But yet, I thought if I want to make the book readable and authentic, I must name them.
So there's a section, I'm very glad the audience is filling up. So there is a section in the book where you talk about the history of fixing, which goes back to toss fixing and those acquisitions which were never properly investigated. Just for the knowledge of the audience, please can you draw a timeline from there to the modern version of fixing in today's times?
So, you see, we as human beings, we are there's a gambler in all of us. We all like to bet whether this thing will happen or that thing will happen. Whether you will get a heads or tails, we bet. So, we all know that there is huge betting in cricket. Right from the event of who will win the match and who will lose the match, to who will bat first if he wins the toss, or he'll bat second. So there is betting on almost every event of the game. So much so, there was a time when people used to bet, and perhaps they bet even now, which of the two captains will step into the field first while going into toss. Or the two openers who go to open the innings, who amongst them will step into the field first. That is also a matter of betting. When the captains go to for toss, who will wear a cap and who will not wear a cap? There is betting on that, and so on and so forth. There is today the situation is that there are bets on every ball of a game. What is going to happen on that ball? Whether it's going to be no runs, whether it's going to be 1 run, 2 runs, 3 runs, whether it's going to be a boundary, whether it's going to be a 6, whether it's going to be a no ball or a wide ball. So there are bets on and there's something called spread betting. So now if I am betting, I need not bet on only one event. I'll put my money on several events, and depending upon what happens, you win or lose. Now imagine if you or I know what is going to be happening in that ball, how much money can you make? If you have proper prior information that there's going to be a no ball, you bet on no ball and you will rake in money. But how do you know that there is going to be a no ball? If you can tie up with the bowler that on the 5th ball of your 6th over, you throw a no ball. He says, how much will you pay? You say, well, I'll pay you 10 lakhs. Now, throwing a no ball is no big deal. Nobody would ever suspect that he threw a no ball on purpose after accepting money. Do you understand? So, if you can somehow reach the player and, compromise him, that on so-and-so, in so-and-so over, you give away 14 runs. You give 5, you give in your 10 over, you throw 4 wides or 5 no balls, and on so-and-so, in so-and-so overs, on so-and-so, you can rake in the mullah. So today, what is happening is, A, spread betting, and 2, spot fixing. Spot fixing is you bet and you fix one particular event. Because today it is impossible to fix the entire team like it used to be. That you could fix the entire South African team led by Hansie Cronje and they would throw away their match against India. And they will do it in such a way that they will score very well in the beginning, say they are chasing, and the odds of their losing will go on decreasing. They are just about, say, 60 or 70 runs away from winning the match, and that is when they will throw away wickets and lose. So if the bookie or if the fixer has tied up with them, and this is exactly what used to happen with Hansie Cronje. He threw away matches after matches. He would fix 4 or 5 players in his team and he will do this. But today it is impossible. It is impossible because there is fear of God in the players, that if they get caught, their careers will be over. Just like the career of Srishant got over, or for that matter, Jadeja or Azharuddin or Ajay Sharma or Manoj Prabhakar and several others across the globe. Their careers got over once they got caught. So what you can do, what you can fix is individual players, and that also they will get compromised to do certain insignificant events during their performance. And you win your bets. Mostly it is the bowlers who get compromised.
So, for a huge fan of cricket like me, reading this book and now listening to you is a little bit of a sinking feeling because I am such a big fan that I almost idolize these people and see them as demigods. And they suddenly become so human, and you start feeling like uh, they are not just human but also extremely corrupt in many cases. So, your love for the game shines through in the book. How is it that your love for the game stays in spite of all that you have seen in terms of corruption in cricket?
See, the game per se is a very beautiful game. It's a lovely game, and I know for a fact that you are not only, a lover of the game, but you are also quite an accomplished batsman and an accomplished cricketer. So, we love the game for the sheer beauty of the game. But there's 2-3 aspects of this whole problem. First problem is how cricketers reach the top level. They go through this grind, and they rise through a very, very corrupt system in which they have seen corruption at every level, of their career. Their parents have had to bribe somebody to get selected. They have had to pay huge amounts of money to coaches. All those descriptions are there in the book. They have struggled without cricket kits and so on. They have taken loans from people. So someone who comes through that system, it's not necessary that 100% will become corrupt. But even if 1% gets corrupted because of the system, when he reaches the top, he wants to recover all the losses. He wants to recover the monies that his parents have had to pay to various people. And he wants to do it quickly, and pay all the dues and so on and so forth. So my theory is, and that is the main thesis of the book, that if we do not bother, because in the BCCI the attitude used to be, आप कुछ मत कीजिए, आप ये टॉप लेवल को ठीक रखिए, नीचे जो होता है होने दीजिए. I said, no, that is not the correct approach. The approach is that we have to send a message at every level that if there is corruption going on openly, it will be disrupted, and people will come to grief. That is why I busted several private leagues which were being held only for match fixing purposes. I busted gangs who were taking cricketers abroad for kabutarbazi, for human trafficking. They would take teams, leave half the team in Australia or in England or someplace as illegal immigrants. I busted training camps which were fake. Somebody holds a training camp, say in Dehradun, that I have been given a contract by so-and-so franchisee to select and identify talent from Uttarakhand for IPL, for a certain franchise, say Delhi Capitals. And, he will say that, okay, I am very impressed with Manas Lal. You're a very good cricketer. You have the potential to play in IPL. But you will have to pay me 20 lakhs. Now, if you have struggled all your life and it is your dream to be a cricketer, if it is your dream to play in the IPL, you would perhaps go to your father and say, can you arrange 20 lakhs? Now, imagine if a cricketer's father is a poor farmer, like those case studies that I have mentioned. People sell land, mortgage their houses, their jewelry, and so on and so forth to mobilize that kind of money and to fund their sons' careers. They pay the money, and then the fellow runs away. He disappears, and there's no relief given to that man. So we busted several of those gangs also. And those people, and mind you, in all these cases which I have mentioned, I made sure that people were arrested. It was not only that the private league was disrupted, they were arrested. The fellow who was indulging in kabutarbazi, fellow called Rabindra Dandiwal, he was arrested. Vijay Barhate, who was organizing fake camps, he was arrested. So the police action, I used to carry out these operations while in the BCCI with the help of the local police. And in all these cases, there were criminal cases registered and people were put behind bars. And that sent a message down the line that you cannot get away with murder, you cannot get away with corrupt practices in cricket. There's somebody, the anti-corruption unit of the BCCI will come and they will catch us. That was the message. Why I say this is that because of our disrupting the Rajputana Premier League in Jaipur, there's so many private leagues that were lined up. They were all abandoned. People, carried some of the leagues overseas, but otherwise they were all abandoned. The same year that we did this, there were 10, 12 private leagues lined up in different parts of the country. Now I notice that slowly they are all coming up again. And every private league, I can tell you with certainty, is a fixed deal. It is a fixed league only for the purpose of fixing and betting. Even prestigious leagues like the Tamil Nadu Premier League, the Karnataka Premier League, they have all come to grief from time to time because it's only for fixing.
So there is a chapter in the book about bittersweet memories. So obviously there were a lot of triumphs while you were in the anti-corruption unit. But tell us something about the bitter memories and why you feel like more could have been done and more needs to be done in terms of reform.
So it is by sheer providence that I have been associated in the past while I was still in service with every major investigation and inquiry into corruption in cricket in the country. Whether it was the Hansi Cronje case, whether it was the Azharuddin matter, whether it was an inquiry by the Scotland Yard against Oshim Khetrapal, and most directly in the 2013 spot fixing case of against Srishant, Ajit Chandila and Ankit Chavan of RR, Rajasthan Royals. So every such case I have been directly or indirectly associated. And it so happened that I played fairly critical roles in all of them. So when I was taken into the BCCI to head their anti-corruption unit, I was told that we are taking you because of your experience and expertise and to set the house in order. So I was very thrilled that, well, I have been finally recognized and I'm being taken in for this job, and I loved cricket, so I was very, very excited. But once I joined the board, I realized that nobody was really interested in fighting corruption. Nobody would even kind of look at me, and nobody would.
Could you please speak a little softer? Thank you.
Nobody will bother to ask me what is the corruption scenario in the country. Do you need any resources? What should we do to fight corruption, etc. Nobody ever in my 3 years, including most tragically, even when a senior IAS officer like Mr. Vinod Rai, he became the chairman of the committee of administrators. Even he never, sat with me and wanted to ask me about these things. So for 3 years, I was virtually on my own. I had just 2 people with me in my team. So whatever we did, we were, 3-man army, and all that I have just mentioned to you. We also busted a pitch doctoring racket in Kanpur IPL. So with these limited resources, we managed to pull through and do whatever we can. So that in brief was my experience. And so this is the most bitterest part of and I was given a very raw deal while in serving the board, and even the manner in which I had to leave. So that is why it is bitter. Sweet because the cricket team, it was a sheer pleasure traveling with them, being on tour with them, eating with them, traveling in buses with them, knowing them personally. Some of them are very close friends even till today. And, so the sweet memories are because of the players, and the bitter memories are because of the administrators.
So this might be a little bit of a controversial question, so take it if you want to answer it. When you see somebody like a Shrikant today presenting the biggest cricket shows in the country, or commentating on matches in World Cups, how do you feel?
Why only that? Azharuddin became a member of parliament, and today he is the president of the Andhra Pradesh Cricket Association. So Ajay Jadeja is the coach of the resurgent Afghanistan team. So there are two ways of looking at it. One way of looking at it is that, how bad it is that these people did such corrupt things in the past. The system still tolerates them, and still. The other way of looking at it is that we are a very, large-hearted people, and our society is very forgiving. Maaf kar do, give them another chance, and let them come, let them contribute to the game in whatever way. So it is the way you look at it. In the beginning, I used to get very upset. How is it happening? And like I remember Ajit Chandila, even after all this, he was still on the payrolls of Air India. Air India, he was an employee of the Air India, and he continues to be so. So I used to feel very upset. So I even kind of wrote to Air India that how can you keep him and all. But they were not bothered. Now in hindsight, I said, "Theek hai yaar, they have all been forgiven and life must go on. We are a very forgiving people. So be it."
Difficult for me to be that large-hearted, sir. But I think we should open it to the audience on that note. And any questions? Yes, Pooja. Please get her a mic.
A great conversation. Really loved it. Actually broke my heart in certain spaces because, like Manas says, you idolize these people. But when you actually know the truth, it's like, really? I mean, they're not even human anymore. You know, they just come up on that same plane. So what I want to say is, somewhere is the only way to rise to fraud the system and fraud yourself. Because despite doing criminal activities or taking money or bribes or whatever, we still kind of look up and revere those people.
I think you will have to repeat the question.
Is the only way to rise or grow in life, you have to kind of fraud or deceit the system. Is that the only way? Like, you want to get published, pay the publisher. You want to play cricket, give a bookie or an agent the money. Is that the, because it seems, even in the movies, you want to get into the movie, if you don't know anybody, koi na koi rasta nikal jata hai, is, keep kind of paying your way through. So is that a kind of society that we are building? Just pay your way through and get where you want.
Don't think we should be that pessimistic. People become big and people become successful despite all the corruption there is in the system. If you are a good writer, your writing will find its way. If you can write like J.W. Rowling,
JK, yeah.
yeah, or anybody, if your basic writing is good, it will show someday. There'll be hiccups, there'll be delay, it will not be smooth sailing, but talent cannot go unrewarded. So that's my belief. And if today, if there are 11 players playing in our team or in any team, nobody can say that this person is not fit to be there. I remember in one match, Shreyas Iyer didn't do well. Everybody went after him. He should be removed, he should be removed. And look what he did in the next match. He is there because of his sheer talent. Sheer talent. Look at Mohammad Shami. There is a chapter on Shami also. It is, there were very serious allegations against him made by his wife because she discovered that he was having some illicit relations with a Pakistani girl. So she reported that my husband has received money for fixing a match. And that became such a news that the BCCI had to order an inquiry. And that inquiry came to me. And I was in the last few weeks of my stint in the BCCI. Now I had two choices. One choice was that this is the time I can twist the arms of the BCCI because they had ignored me throughout. And at that point of time, they wanted a report post haste either to cancel the contract with Shami or to retain the contract. And they expected me to examine somebody based in England, somebody based in Pakistan, prove money trail, prove that the money was taken or not taken, and was it taken for spot fixing. So I wanted, under normal circumstances, I could have really twisted the arm. I would have said, I have to travel to London, I want to go here, to get this girl from Pakistan, so much, so on and so forth. But I realized that in the bargain, who will suffer? It's Shami. Shami's contract will not be renewed. He will not play in the IPL. And for all time to come, that stain will stick on him. And I had to prove conclusively that he was not involved. So I thought that I should not spoil if he is not guilty, I must submit my inquiry report quickly so that he is able to rejoin his IPL team. His contract is renewed and so on. So whatever had to be done, I had to speak to Mohammad Bhai in Manchester. I spoke to him on phone, on video call. I spoke that girl, the Pakistani girl, again on telephone and through a video call. And whatever had to be done, we did. And within a week, I gave the inquiry. And Shami's contract was renewed. He could join the team, and he's playing today. And look at the way he's performing. They dropped him in the first few matches. But then he came back, and almost every match he's taking 5 wickets. And he's from a very, very poor family of Amroha. He started playing in his village. And look, his talent, I mean, he has not had to pay anybody money to reach where he has reached. His talent has just, all these difficulties, all these shenanigans of these selectors and this one and that one and boards, his talent has risen. So the short point I'm trying to make is that if somebody is talented, his talent will show, and nobody can stop that person.
Thank you, sir. I agree with you on the talent. Of course, it will show eventually. But to get that break, sometimes I guess you do have to make decisions that you may not want to.
That is true.
That is true, right?
That
You'll
is
agree
true.
to that.
Yeah, it is
Thank
difficult.
you.
Sometimes maybe there are people
Yeah.
who are left behind. For instance, say if Shami had not got out of this trouble, if the people who handled it in the traditional way कि हम तो नहीं पहले इंग्लैंड आएंगे चेस्टर में ढूंढेंगे उनको मोहम्मद भाई को उनसे मिलेंगे उनका रिकॉर्ड करेंगे तब रिपोर्ट देंगे the inquiry would have gone on for months and months, if not years, and his career would have been over.
Right.
So to that extent, it is good luck also. But sheer talent, nobody can stop you.
So to a degree, we can thank you for still seeing that beautiful upright seam position of Shami. And 14 wickets in 3 matches now, and I think 45 in 14 World Cup matches, which is a record. So thank you for keeping him for us in the Indian cricket team. Yes, AB.
Hi.
By the way, Shami is very, very grateful to me. After every match, I mean, I have my phone, I can show you the messages. He will always message me. Because he knows that but for dealing with his case quickly, his career was over. And if anyone saved it, it was because we took prompt action.
That's a service to the nation, truly, sir. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, sir. Anirban here. Yes. Kuch saal pehle, sir, if you remember, there was foreign currency found in Sunil Gavaskar's locker in the Gymkhana. It made it to Times of India एक दिन का headline और फिर दूसरे दिन गायब ही हो गया वो news. तो पहला question जो है कि was Sunil Gavaskar and Kapil Dev ever involved in match fixing? एक और दूसरी was there any day during your investigation with the BCCI that broke your heart जब कुछ आपको पता चला और वो आपको literally तोड़ दिया?
See, after I'm answering your second question first. After the 2000 spot fixing case, I virtually stopped watching IPL matches because we arrested 3 people because there was enough evidence for them, against them. Their careers got over and so on and so forth. But we got to know a lot other things that goes on in the IPL. And some of it I also got to know when I joined the board. So I virtually got totally disillusioned with IPL. And it really broke my heart. But coming to your first question, if you recall, earlier in my interaction with you, I said that there was a point of time where almost everybody was involved. Whether it was support staff, whether it was umpires, whether it was, physios, coaches, and the level of connivance in corruption, or shall we say, their being steeped in corruption in the game, it was very, very high. And I've given you names, but I will leave it at that. I wouldn't like to make any specific comment on the cricketing great you mentioned. He is a very dear friend of mine.
One final question, I guess. Oh, yeah, I'll just continue.
Very good morning, sir. Sir, actually, I wanted to ask you in present context that how do you see Dream 11 and apps like that regarding betting and promoting betting and things like that, particularly in context of youngsters, as it has reached every household.
So Dream 11 app just आया है. So what do you think of these betting apps in the context of reaching every household?
So I must confess that all this has come up in recent years, and I don't have much knowledge on them. But now everything going online and becoming virtual has made it that much more difficult for people who are charged with fighting corruption to get to the bottom. And the biggest tragedy is that Dream 11 is one of the sponsors of our team, So they all need to be looked into, and a lot of corruption is going on in cricket because of everything going online, And even if a player has to be approached, they would be approached using, the internet and so on. And it is that much more difficult for anybody to, catch them. But what I have said in my book is that the biggest hurdle in fighting corruption in our country is that there is no law which defines match fixing, spot fixing, people getting compromised, spread betting, and this and that. And that is why all the cases that I have talked about, they all fail when they go because there's no specific law. So if we want to stop corruption in cricket or in sports, there should be a law in the country. There are laws in Zimbabwe, there are laws in Australia, New Zealand. Everywhere there is a very strong anti-corruption law against corruption in cricket, in sports, but not in India. A bill was introduced after the 2013 spot fixing case, but it was never made into a law. So even if the police now we are talking about something happening on the net. Even if somebody gets caught in the absence of a law, nothing will happen.
Yes, Arita.
Arita. Bookies. Oh, lots can be done. But because there is no legal regime in the country, the law enforcement, today, for instance, my guess would be that there would be at least 100 big bookies in Dehradun. At least. And all 100 would be known to the police. Without fail. Because the police comes to know much before anyone else comes to know that there are these guys who are taking bets or who are bookkeeping and so on and so forth. Now, it is a very cool relationship. You carry on your धंधा, वैसे भी कोई कानून नहीं है, मैं तो कुछ कर नहीं सकता हूँ. That fellow, gives him whatever money he has to give, and it's all cool. Everybody is happy. And why are there 100 bookies in Dehradun? Because everybody bets. If 10 of us are watching a game, I've seen it very often. Even privately, we say, अच्छा भाई लगाओ. 100 रुपए के बेट लगाते हैं. कौन जीतेगा, कौन नहीं होगा. And 50 रन बनेंगे कि नहीं इस बैट्समैन के. So everybody is into, and that's why there are bookies. And because there's so much of demand, and supply is also endless. So that's how, no agency in the world can put a finger on the volume of betting. People have extrapolated and come up with ballpark figures. It goes into billions and billions of dollars. US dollars. And the maximum betting, they say, is in cricket, much more than in football and so on. And by the way, fixing is there in other sports also. It is there in tennis. It is even there in golf. It is there in football. So corruption is there in almost.
Basketball, sir.
Sorry?
Basketball.
Yes. Any game. Kabaddi. I have some of my colleagues who are looking into anti-corruption in Kabaddi. They said that almost every Kabaddi match is fixed, and they are fixed through the coaches. That is the best way to fix a match.
So when I was reading the foreword, a very quick one, sir, very quick one.
Thanks, sir. You said that there is no specific law for tackling corruption. That's a sad part of it. Would a law like RICO, which is there in USA, Racketeering Influence Corrupt Organization Act, through RICO law, they brought down all the mafia families, the 5 big mafia families, and virtually put a stop to the mafia. And the mafia had their fingers into betting, into inside trading, into petrol, into tickets, you name it, and they were there into filmmaking. And they could put a stop to it. And Rudy Giuliani, who was the governor of New York, he was the attorney going after the New York family. And with RICO, the mafia decided, okay, it's time to give up because there's no way they can beat the law. So they better cooperate and stop that business. So something like that, would it help?
So just for your information, in the 2013 spot fixing case, the Delhi police applied sections of the Maharashtra Control of Organized Crime Act, MACOCA it is called. We applied that, and we proved that it was a well-organized racket. And at the top of that ring, that organized ring, was none other than Dawood Ibrahim. It is a matter of record. We have him on tape. We intercepted calls in which Dawood Ibrahim is telling, aise karo, waise karo, and the instructions are coming through a chain of command. And imagine what Dawood says reaches Srishant. And we proved it. I mean, we thought that we had proved it, but it all failed. Because they say that the crime that is being committed, as alleged by you, the court said, this crime of fixing, it is no crime. The law, there is no law which deals with fixing. We said people are being cheated. So they said, who has been cheated? Please produce him. बताइए तो सही कौन cheat हुआ है? Now which spectator will come forward and say that I went to see a match in Jaipur on so-and-so date and I bought a ticket, expecting a fair match where all players will play to their potential, but Mr. Srishant didn't play to his potential. Who will say? Once you have gone and seen the match and then you prove that he had gone to he had bought a ticket, he had gone to see the match, and he is aggrieved. It is impossible. So, Makoka was applied, Makoka was accepted. The court accepted that this is organized crime. But they said that no crime was, what you are saying, organized crime, was not crime at all. So that is where the matter finished.
Sir, in his forward to the book, Sohail Seth says that you're a man of great integrity and immense character. And I think those are two words which do sum you up. So thank you so much for that, your service to the nation, and also exposing so much in terms of corruption in the BCCI. It was a pleasure talking to you. Thank you.
Pleasure was all mine, Manas, to meet you, to interact with you, and to be in conversation with you. I thank your dad, Mr. Alok Lal, for inviting me, and I thank you for being in conversation with me this morning.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you
for
so
the
much, sir.
lovely audience. Lovely audience.
यस और जो थोड़े से एक्चुअली सर इसलिए भी नहीं आ पाए, हमसे 1.5-2 किलोमीटर की दूरी पे एक बहुत बड़ा प्रोग्राम इस वक्त पे ऑर्गेनाइज हो रहा है, तो उसकी वजह से डाइवर्जन किए गए हैं बहुत सारी जगहों पे, तो शायद उस वजह से कुछ लोग ज्वाइन नहीं कर पाए होंगे. बट हम हमारे सोशल मीडिया के माध्यम से और रेडियो के थ्रू आपकी बातों को डेफिनेटली और लार्जर ऑडियंस तक पहुंचाएंगे. आप लोगों को मजा आया तो जोर से तालियां बजाइए. थैंक यू. और अब मैं मोमेंटो के लिए बुलाने जा रहा हूं अनिर्बान भट्टाचार्य जी. प्लीज वेलकम. क्रिएटर हैं सावधान इंडिया और क्राइम पेट्रोल के. देखते हैं आप लोग तो सर का भी सेशन है और आज भी है, कल भी उनके सेशंस हैं, आप जरूर से अटेंड कीजिएगा प्लीज. थैंक यू सर. बहुत सारे इंसाइट्स आपने देने की कोशिश करी मैच फिक्सिंग को लेके, और आई एम श्योर बहुत सारे लोगों के को मज़ा आया होगा ये सब देख के, सुन के. आप ज़रूर से उनकी लिखी बुक को पढ़िएगा भी. और मानस, आपको भी बहुत बहुत थैंक यू जिस तरह से आपने इस पूरे सेशन को कंडक्ट किया है. बहुत मज़ा आया और आगे सेशंस में भी हम आपको सुनते रहेंगे. और मानस ने 2 कमाल की बुक्स लिखी हैं, आप उनको पढ़ भी सकते हैं, और इंटरनेशनली रिनाउंड विजुअल आर्टिस्ट तो वो हैं ही. उसके अलावा जैसा कि मैंने कहा, हमारी टीम के बहुत ही अहम सदस्य हैं जिनकी वजह से ये संभव हो पा रहा है. सो थैंक यू सो मच आपको भी, एंड थैंक यू सो मच सर. तो अब अगले सेशन के लिए हम लोग बढ़ रहे हैं, तो आगे बढ़ें नेक्स्ट सेशन के लिए. तो मैं इनवाइट करने जा रहा हूं ऋचा एस मुखर्जी और सलिल देसाई को, और इसको मॉडरेट करने जा रही हैं पूजा मारवा. तो पूजा जो है, उनके बॉडी ऑफ वर्क की बात करें तो ऑब्वियसली राइटर तो हैं ही, पीआर, टेक्नोलॉजी, गेमिंग, कंस्ट्रक्शन, लॉ, फाइनेंस, वेलनेस, पता नहीं यार, ये तो बहुत कुछ करती हैं एक्चुअली, है ना. मैं इनसे कह रहा था कि और क्या है, कह रही ये छोटा वाला इंट्रो है, बड़ा वाला बाद में दूंगी. लेकिन इनके बारे में एक और ख़ास बात है कि यहाँ पे कोई भी सेशन हो, कोई भी डिस्कशन हो, कोई और सवाल पूछे न पूछे, पूजा ज़रूर सवाल पूछती हैं. हाँ, तो ये भी इनके बारे में ख़ास बात है. तो ये इंटरेस्टिंग सेशन होने वाला है आगे. रेगुलर कॉलमिस्ट हैं, बहुत सारे लोकल और जो नेशनल हमारे पब्लिकेशंस हैं उनके लिए वो लिखते रहती हैं. तो पूजा, ओवर टू यू हमारे आज के सेकंड सेशन के लिए.
Thank you. This is Kavya, Uttar ka Puttar, whom we lovingly refer him to as. Thank you for such a fabulous introduction. Thank you, Richa and Salil, for being here. And for all of you, a very good morning. I hope you are awake, because especially for our young kids, our session is on the making of a great detective. How many of you sitting here have watched detective movies, read detective stories? Great. Happy to have you all here. So, ever since I was a little girl, we had these books, Nancy Drew, Hardy Boys, Famous Five. I'm sure you'll remember, not this generation, but ours will. And I grew up wanting to be like a Sherlock Holmes. It was something very exciting, you want to solve clues. And then this game called Cluedo came about. Anybody plays Cluedo here? You do? Yeah, one of my favorite games. Mrs. White, Spanner, Billiard Room. I always end up getting that trio. But yeah, a fun thing to do. So I'm going to be a little biased, Salil, and start with ladies first. Richa, you started writing with online portals, Momspresso, Women's Web, She the People, Blog Chatter. How did you know you wanted to write? Mike?
Good morning. Thank you for making it here. Congratulations to the organizers first. And Pooja, I mean, you've been doing a marvelous job flitting around everywhere. What brings me great joy is it's so refreshing that we can sit on this stage when it's bright and sunny outside and talk about murder and gore and crime. And you know, we can do that all out in the open and not slinking around in the darkness. When I told my daughter, my 9-year-old daughter, that I was coming here to discuss crime and murder, and she was like, "Mama, what's going on?" So it's a long time coming, and thank you for putting this together. As far as writing journeys is concerned, I would like to tell you something absolutely inspirational and fantastical and tell you that I wanted to write since the day I was in diapers. But unfortunately, no such eloquent story for me. As cliched as it sounds, I think I was an accidental writer, but I've always been a reader and a lover of the spoken and the written word. And I think that was as a consequence of me being a bit of a nomad. I'm so happy to see so many people here from the services because my father was, in it as well. And my earliest memories were sitting in the back of an ambassador car, just shaking all the time with my books, with severe vertigo, but just shaking and reading because I was constantly moving. And I think what that does at a very young age, at a foundational age, it makes you observe, listen, cogitate. And I think humor for me, I think was also a coping mechanism because, I took a step back and I was seeing a lot of change happen around me. So I didn't know this at the time, but I think the writer and me was marinating all of this in some sort of a, pickle making factory in my head. And,
So you've always been an observer.
Yes,
Yeah.
a keen observer. Sometimes I observe and listen too much, and people call me an eavesdropper. But that is, there's so much happening around us that if we just take a moment to just pause and listen and absorb, I mean, life unfolds around you. So I was always writing. I was reading a lot, and I used to write very unfortunate sounding poetry as well. 4-liners for my dad when he would travel all around.
Please read
And-
something, or if you can remember.
Gosh, I don't want, that would be a crime for sure. So I started writing poetry, and then of course life took over. You guys know this. There's friends, there's studies, there's Netflix for you guys now, which we didn't have as a distraction. Life took over and I stopped writing till the point that even as a journalist, I was covering very specific stories, right? It's not about expressing, your innermost thoughts or any kind of fiction. But then during my maternity break is when I actually took a pause.
Accidental writer
Accidental.
to accidental book on accidental pregnancies.
Just not accidental pregnancy, just short of that. So at the most chaotic time in my life, when we don't really have time, and you know this, and a lot of people here would know that, that is when I just decided to write a book. And I should have started with writing crime at that point in time, because I had murder on my mind. I mean, there were
you had a baby inside. You could not have had murder in your mind.
I did, because there were people irritating me, giving me advice. I didn't know what to do with my career. I wanted to get back to work and I couldn't do that. So I should have started writing crime then, but I chose to write something that was close to my heart at that point in time. And for writers, it's always contextual.
Yeah.
And especially when you're starting out. I wrote a book about accidental pregnancy, and that's how the entire journey started. And as far as crime is concerned, I think I've always been a big consumer of, a lover of the genre. And I
had crime in your head when you had a baby in your little tummy.
Yeah,
So come on, crime.
you would
crime
identify with this basis of our conversation last night. But yeah, I honestly think that it's not just about crime. It's about, there are so many things unfolding around us, and I tend to do it with a little bit of humor. So I think that is the lens with which I look at the world. And Kanpur was something that was very familiar to me. I'm from Kanpur. And
I'm going to come back to you on Kanpur because I have a lot to ask you on Kanpur.
Sure.
But before that, I have a quick question for Salil. You are a writer of crime, right? But primarily you're a writer. And I feel that as writers, we are creative people. You cannot be boxed into a niche, right? today you want to write on crime, maybe tomorrow you want to write on young adults. What your thoughts on boxing yourself in a niche and just writing crime? Or is it something that gives you happiness? Is that your space?
Basically, I want to first thank that this literature fest was organized. I mean, a crime lit fest is a dream come true. This is the second crime lit fest. The first one was in 2015 in Delhi, and after that, this is the first one. So great. Thank you, and thank you for inviting me.
Thank you for being here.
Thanks. Now, do I want to be boxed into crime? Well, no. First of all, crime, is a genre which has several subgenres. And crime is something which can go with almost any other genre. You have a love story, there can be a murder. You have a historical story, there can be a murder. You have a social, a book or something like that, you still can have murder and crime. So basically, I think crime as a genre is so wide that one doesn't get boxed in. The other thing, what I've done is one, I started with police procedurals.
Right.
Okay. I've got 5 police procedural books and they're doing really well. But what I've done is that after every 2 or 3 crime procedural books, I've come up with a different kind of a book in crime, but not as a part of the series.
Okay.
So my book, Sane Psychopath, the Sane Psychopath, was based on a real life incident.
Which is really sad, because when you know something as gory is based on a real life incident, it pricks you to the bone, like, oh my God, that really happened.
Absolutely. And
So crime, do you think, for example, if you were to talk of Sane Psychopath, do you think it was preempted or was it just this one insane moment कि बस मुझे करना है ये?
It happened in my city. There was this bus driver who suddenly got into a bus and drove all over the city, killing people. Anybody who came in his way, vehicles, human beings, whatever.
But just
Just
like that,
crushed.
he just did it.
He just did it. And what struck me is that how can somebody go around doing this for 1 full hour? I mean, was he insane? Or was there something more to it? And that is what basically attracted me to that particular subject. This was in 2012. And I decided to start writing immediately. And I just couldn't. Because I just wasn't getting the flow right or the structure right. So it was not until 2017 that I actually wrote it. The book was commissioned in 2012.
Oh,
And I
okay.
got down to actually writing and completing it in 2017.
Was it because of the research involved or you just
Not
couldn't
because
get
of-
yourself?
Not because of the research involved. The thing is, I just changed my approach. I wrote the screenplay first.
You wrote
I
a
wrote it
screenplay
as a
before the
screenplay.
book. Okay.
I wrote it as a screenplay.
Okay.
And then turned it into a novel.
Which is very different because speaking of Kanpur Khufia, so Richa has this very exciting book which is already commissioned to being a movie called Kanpur Khufia. And I want to first ask you before I get to your detective, how do you mix or intertwine comedy with thrill or comedy with crime? Because Salil rightly said that crime fits in everywhere, whether it's romance, whether it's horror, whether it's thriller, whether it's emotion, some aspect of crime is there. So how do you put comedy with crime and thrill?
As I was mentioning earlier, that I gravitate towards humorous writing because I think that is that was a coping mechanism for me, and that is just the way I look at the world. Kiran and I were on the flight for Dehradun, and there was this gentleman who we were navigating around because he chose to just come towards us every single time he wanted to spit. There was spittle everywhere, and here was Kiran and I, we were trying to have these intelligent conversations, and we were just trying to avoid this guy who just wanted to spit on us, right?
Two
So we just-
beautiful ladies in a flight, what do you expect? Stuck for 2 hours.
No, so we were just sitting and laughing about the fact that life is funny.
Yeah.
If you just sit and observe, there's comedy of manner, there is, comedy of life unfolding around you. And that is just the way I look at the world. There's always a parallel track running in my head. But when it comes to writing crime, I was petrified because we're talking about 2 absolutely contrasting genres. One is one which invokes fear. It's supposed to create unease, right? It's supposed to chill and thrill you. And as opposed to that, comedy is a relief. And an amalgamation of both is very hard to do, and you have to strike the right balance. And we live in a society which is very easily offended and triggered as well. So when you're talking about murder, you can't be funny. So I cogitated and I thought about this a lot, and I just realized that there is a story in me, and I just need to express it through the perfect character. And as long as I am honest about the story, and as far as I balance the elements, and I am being and I'm just being honest and telling a true story. I'm a storyteller more than any kind of genre. I think all of us authors would agree that we're storytellers, and the genre comes later. So,
But Case of Kuldhara is a fiction, right?
sorry,
Case of Kuldhara.
the curse of
Curse.
Kuldhara, yes.
Sorry, I'm sorry. The Curse of
So
Kuldhara.
that was the interesting part, because I already knew that there was this legend in Kuldhara, in Jaisalmer, and just before the pandemic, I'd always been fascinated with Jaisalmer and Kuldhara, and I thought we'd make a trip and I'd get my material for my book. It never happened. So I did all my research for Kuldhara on Google Maps, and just sit and Google Earth and did all of that. But I just wanted to take this entire world that I had created about Prachand Tripathi and his, solving acumen and his being a detective, and take it and marry it to a legend that's already existing. So the paranormal aspect was just a backdrop, and then somehow it all came together.
So a bit of fiction
fictionalized.
and a bit of
Yes,
non.
it's fictionalized.
Okay, that's nice. Thank you. Salil, you were speaking of procedural activities, or a kind of a procedural norm that your, for example, character Inspector Saralkar. Now, you have this one character through your books, right? How does this character grow? And through all your books, because when you're writing at different kind of time zones, your character is also going through a lot. So how does that one character evolve? And what is a specific trait you feel that your Inspector Saralkar has? For the audience who hasn't read Salil's book, Inspector Saralkar is someone that you need to read and understand as to who he is and what he does. So if you can tell us a little bit.
Sure. Basically, I think it's Inspector Saralkar, and this L is something that only Maharashtrians probably are able to pronounce.
इसलिए सरलकर कहा, because यहाँ पे हम बोल नहीं सकते सरल.
Anyway, so Inspector Saralkar, Senior Inspector Saralkar, and his assistant, PSI Motkar. These are my main characters. Okay. Now, Inspector Saralkar is basically, I started off what I knew best, that he's a typical Punekar in a particular way.
Please tell our children what a typical
In the
Punekar
sense
is.
that in Pune, there is no straight answer. So let's say you ask somebody, where are you going? The answer generally is, why? Are you going to come with me? There's no straight answer. It's always teda. So there's this offensive kind of, a slightly contemptuous humor that is always going on. And I think I basically picked up on that and made my Inspector Saralkar into this extremely snidey kind of a person, full of integrity. And he is extremely passionate about solving crimes. He's also extremely intuitive. He also is a bit of a maverick. But the thing is that he has this acid tongue. He can't get things straight. Now, you were asking about how did they evolve. I think basically Inspector Saralkar really became popular not only because of the kind of crimes that I wrote about, but the interaction between Senior Inspector Saralkar and PSI Motkar. I mean, people used to crack up on the kind of humor that was there. And it really became quite popular because of that. Now, I realized that this 2 and 4, which was always going on between Saralkar and Motkar, was getting a little too much for me also. I mean, it was going into
They were
territories
overpowering you as a writer.
No, it was becoming, I think, a little, how should I say, a little repetitive in my mind.
In your own
it
head,
might
okay.
not actually sound that. So in The Kid Killer, the fifth book, Inspector Saralkar has sobered down a great deal. Okay, and Motkar has come into his own. This meek character, Motkar, has come into his own. And I didn't flip the roles, but I actually sort of changed that relationship.
To a
And
more
that-
serious one, you mean?
to,
No.
to Motkar giving Sarakar a lot more, snide remarks than
Okay,
the other way
than the
around.
other
In
way
the sense
around.
that he does it with, respectfully.
Right.
But he does that. So I think this is the kind of evolution that I have done. Secondly, it is also an, age thing. I basically didn't want Inspector Saralkar to have the typical problems that, many of these serial characters have. Somebody has a divorce, somebody drinks too much, that kind of a thing. That I thought was, it doesn't work. At least
Also
in my
too
mind,
done,
it's very
I think. Those
cliched.
basic,
It's very
cliches are
cliched.
done.
So what I've done is basically I give a problem to Saralkar and Motkar in every book.
Yeah.
A personal problem, which they need to get over. Okay, and that is how it has helped me, have a storyline about them, a life beyond
A life
the
beyond what they
investigation.
do.
And I think that's helped,
Okay.
them grow, so to say.
What about you, Richa? Thank you. How does your Prachand Tripathi, ek to when she says Prachand Tripathi, I imagine this tall, little plump man with little hair, not too much, oiled, a simple kurta pajama type of pant shirt, not really kurta pajama because Kanpur. So how does your character Prachand Tripathi and his relationship with his wife Vidya, who's also part of, I'm talking about her book called Kanpur Khufia, which is also commissioned as a film, right?
As a web series.
As a web series. So it's a story about this detective husband and wife duo. So how does your detective evolve? What are the challenges they face as a couple? Because it's a couple working together. And today, if someone tells me, work with your husband, one of us will live. I can guarantee that. Both cannot work in the same field. So how does your husband-wife duo evolve in your books?
So when I talk about inspiration, I very lovingly and openly doff my hat to Arthur Conan Doyle. I think any person who's ever written a detective, would look that way. But in particular, Byomkesh Bakshi.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure you guys have heard of him. Some of you must have read about him. He was written by this wonderful author called Sharadinda Bandyopadhyay. And these are the antecedents to Prachand, that's why I'm referring to him, is because I was fascinated by the fact that here was an iconoclast. He was a dhoti wearing, bong gentleman who loved his food, had all these, particular interesting traits. He was anti-authority, anti-establishment, and this was post-colonial setup at that point in time, where, Britishers, there was still a lot of things going on, political upheaval, and he chose to do things his own way. All he knew was that he was good at doing something, and he went about doing it in a very unapologetic way. And that somehow stuck with me. Whenever we talk about detectives, we conjure these images of, a foggy London, cobbled streets, some carriage going
We
somewhere.
grew up with that.
It's always,
Nas-
we tend to go that way. And I was just thinking that what if it came very naturally to me. What if I, think of a detective who is absolutely the most uncanny detective ever.
Very unassuming character.
Very unassuming, who has, that imagery is perfect.
It's
Can I
perfect.
please call you for a reading whenever this happens for screen?
As long as I
Oily
can create
hair,
that detective.
Yeah, no city slicker, no trench coats, no cigars, what we were talking about yesterday. Oily hair, bata chappals. He's got this typical Indian setup, right? Where his the mother makes achars at home. It's a very traditional setup. When I was pitching to my publisher, they kept asking me, why do you keep talking about the main protagonist as Prachand Tripathi and Vidya Tripathi? Because I said, he absolutely has no qualms in admitting that his life stops when it comes to his wife.
Yeah.
He can do nothing. So this is not this cool guy, who has this keen sense of observation, wears a hat, sits in his, clients come in and he says, okay, I've figured out everything through my observation and I'll solve this case for you. This guy runs to his wife for everything. And he has a cow called Hirva who pretends to be a dog sitting in his courtyard. He's got this typical big fat Indian family. So there's a lot of this unfolding around him. And what I love about Prachand, while I was writing about him, was that he is very okay with the fact that he doesn't come across as this cool, dependable, credible guy. He is full of flaws, But what he does do really well is he's empathetic, he understands his clients, he's got big dreams, and he's driven. Everything else is, happens around that.
I
So-
like the characters in both your books because they are not perfect. They are human, they're real, they're flawed. And they get angry, they get happy. I mean, they go through normal emotions, like we do, which is what makes it so exciting. So if I were to ask you, Salil, when you're writing about your characters, do you get to a borderline obsession with them that, you just have to sit and finish this particular scene or story? Or do you take it as it comes and write as and when?
Actually, I try my best to be disciplined about my writing. But then writing doesn't happen like that. Sometimes the thing is that you write something and it's so terrible, on your second reading that you scratch it off. And then for days together, you might be doing stuff which is below par. And then suddenly one fine day, you start writing continuously for about 15, 20 days.
So it's not really being specific, discipline on writing. You because again, creativity.
I'm quite disciplined about my writing.
You are, okay.
I think bad writing is important. In the sense that, you don't want this. This is trash. I don't want to write this. I want to go further.
But you still want to write
Yeah,
at
I
that
still
specific
need to
time.
write because if I don't write, I feel rusty.
Okay.
Okay, that is one thing. At the same time, what I've started doing in recent times is to take 10 days off and sort of lock myself up somewhere at a damn good place, and I write throughout the day, and in the evenings I sort of walk around the place. I've done this and it's working because I think it gives us it's called binge writing. I call it binge writing.
I'm happy we are using the word binge for something positive over binge drinking. Binge this.
I can put in about 15, 20,000 words, which is impossible sometimes to put
I feel
together.
very jealous when I hear you've got your writing time.
Yeah, it's very tough, but I'm
don't know
so
what that
happy to hear
means.
disciplined. Yeah.
No, so this is what I've been trying. We were talking about detective. One thing what I think the making of a good detective is
What are the 5 qualities that a detective should have?
I think the most important thing is that you have to give your detective an outlook. Okay, and that is what distinguishes him from Sherlock Holmes or any other different kind of this thing.
When you say
You have to
outlook,
give
I don't understand. What do you
a
mean?
particular worldview, a particular perspective about life. What does he think? How does he approach things? How does he put 2 and 2 together? He or she.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's fine.
That kind of a thing. That is what you need to give.
A lot of logic and intuition then, no?
It's not that. The thing is that earlier you used to have detectives who were much more stylized. Okay, Sherlock Holmes is nothing if not stylized.
Yeah, that's what
Hercule
Richard rightly
Poirot is
said.
nothing if not stylized.
Yeah.
That kind of a thing. Over the years, audiences have been exposed to so many different kinds of detectives, and different people with different kind of eccentricities, etc., etc. That I think that has lost its fervor. Then we have this phase where we have these police procedurals. Okay, so we have got excellent detectives. So we have got police work. Okay, not private detectives, but police work,
yeah.
that kind of thing. So that also started falling into a slot. So what is the only thing that can distinguish your detective or your main protagonist from others is basically bringing this particular outlook, a particular worldview, okay, about how things are going on in front of him and what does he make of it, apart from all the clues. If you look at most good novels, there are clues, but clues don't create a novel.
Yeah, but not everybody can kind of find that clue. Like, what would your detective, what kind of outlook when we speak of? Like Salil says, what do you think Prachand looks at when he has to solve something? What do you think, what is the attributes that you would give that, okay, if he has this, that is why he's such a great detective, because he's so unassuming in his character. So what makes him special?
So I try and not over-intellectualize the tropes or the prototypes,
Okay.
in my head when I'm writing him. I think there are certain, hygiene factors that have to be, when you're talking about a detective, keen observer, astute observations, a good listener. I think this whole aspect of him being unassuming and empathetic, I think is very important as well. Being resourceful, because it's not as if, I mean, detectives are the one who walk away with all the adulation when the police is doing the actual work. But, I think there is
Police
something-
comes in the end with reference.
Yeah, the bumbling. which
Alok
is why-
uncle is going to throw me out, but I
which is why
always
I'm
think-
actually putting some police procedure. I mean, putting the police officer right in the middle of my books in the next couple of books, because it's not as if there is any formal training, right? So you're relying on a lot of your sense of observation and your resourcefulness to get all that information out. But I think genuinely, I don't over intellectualize. It's in the situation and in the moment. There is a new trend that's evolving of late that I've observed about citizen detectives. And I think that, bumbling detectives, accidental detectives, and I think that is something that has caught the imagination of the people, because if you look historically, even before the term detective came about,
Right.
I think the earliest Edgar Allan Poe had written about Anthony Dupin before the term detective was even coined.
Right.
And then then the official designation of detectives came, then the police procedurals. Basically, detectives were people who had some experience in the police, ex-officers. But then there came a wave of detectives who were, that could be the next person, who just based on a certain kind of inclination and observation and skill sets could solve crimes, see things where, it doesn't normally occur to other people. And I think there's something very empowering about knowing that somebody just like you or me,
Any of us can
if you're
actually
keen,
be one,
anybody
yeah,
can actually
yeah.
be that if you have, the right intent and the right power of observation. So I think that is also a new wave of detectives, and that is where I think Prachand does fit in a certain way. It's just that he's honed his skills over a period of time. But I think he also is part of that entire brigade, which sparks a lot of curiosity amongst people.
I can't
that
wait to
relatability.
see the Prachand Tripathi on screen. And I don't think we can complete a session on detectives without the word forensic. So, Salil, since you write about a lot of procedural kind of activities, where does forensics fit in? What really is forensic? This question is specifically for our young audience. What is forensic science and how does one understand or learn about it?
Basically, I think everybody knows what exactly forensics is. The thing is that because of so many shows and web series and films, etc.
It's all over, yeah.
It's
Forensic,
all over.
forensic, yeah.
And the thing is, it's like this. Let's take the basic fingerprint. अच्छा, अरे उसका fingerprint रह गया होगा, so he'll be caught. अरे he'll be caught means क्या? Where are you going to match that fingerprint with?
Yeah.
Okay, unless you have a database, a fingerprint database in which this particular criminal's fingerprints are already there. He's a history sheeter of some sort, etc., etc. How are you going to match it? So it's that audience has gone into this, that we should focus a lot on forensics. And true, in real life, there is a lot of forensics that needs to be looked into. But in India, at least, I still feel a lot of policing, a lot of detection is still done, keeping in mind witnesses.
You really
what
believe
do
in the witness aspect? Because sometimes I feel
am saying
witnesses
that policing does not happen only with
on
the
forensics.
aid of
Okay.
forensics. Okay, a lot more needs to be done. Facts need to be gathered. You still need to speak to people. Somebody is murdered. You still need to speak with his family, trying to find out who
Some
could
clue or
possibly-
something.
What is it? Did he have an enmity with someone? Was he doing something which could have led to something like? Did he owe money to someone? Was he having an extramarital affair? Is it possible that he's not told you about everything? Did somebody threaten him? All these things have to be asked,
Right.
right? So, forensics is just one part of that larger picture that emerges, that kind of thing. So yes, you should focus on forensics, but you should also look at what is it about crime fiction that really appeals to readers. What appeals to readers is possibilities. The fact that there are multiple suspects, and from that, you're going to find out who did it.
That's
And
why it's
more
exciting. You
importantly-
keep turning the pages. What happens next?
And more importantly, why was it done?
Yeah.
That's why most of my books are why done it's.
Yeah.
The why done it's finally reveal the who behind it. That is how it is. Police procedurals also, I use forensics as a device. as devices.
It's a tool, basically, not really the main
Basically,
thing. Right.
devices to, calibrate information.
Correct.
To sort of release information in such a way which sort of says, oh,
Makes you sit up and be like, "Arey, I didn't think of that." huh?"
that means okay, it's
Yeah, yeah.
pointing towards that. So this is how I use, because this is fiction.
Correct.
Okay, and I'm sure that a lot of policemen also use forensics, but that's not all. They look at all.
You
these
rely
other
on
aspects.
witnesses.
Sometimes it's just like a lot of people who I've spoken with, even in, when I was writing about this particular police officer and I was in discussion with a lot of people from the services, they were just saying that sometimes it's pure and simple logic and good police work. Like he was saying, just reconstructions,
Yeah.
covering the whole,
Crime scene, yeah.
gamut of possibilities, finance trails, calls, all of that. Once you're done with the basics, that actually presents a certain picture to you, and forensics plays a part in that. And that is how you start piecing it together. But your basics, your hygiene, which is why I think it's such a popular genre, even online, and so many based on books, is because they take you through that entire journey. And sometimes it's pure logic. You look back at it and you're like, wow, if you look at it this way and you're methodical
actually
about
makes a lot
yeah,
of sense.
You can actually, it's pure and simple logic. You just have to be methodical
Right.
about it. And I must mention something about forensics. In Curse of Kuldhara was the first time I was doing my foray in, there was a morgue and there was the forensic scene
A lot of
happening.
paranormal activity also, right?
Yes.
So have you experienced any ghost, or do you think ghosts exist? This one's for both of you. It's something I really want to know, because some people say, yes, we've seen, or we feel that there's something. But do you think that they are, or have you experienced ghosts?
This is something I was mentioning to your husband yesterday, that I read somewhere that if we think we are the only ones who inhabit this planet, firstly, it's a great waste of space, and it's utter arrogance on our part.
It is.
So you cannot be somebody who's in a creative field and not allow for possibilities.
Right.
Anything and everything is possible. You just have to, allow, for yourself to even explore that possibility. I'm a believer. I have been brought up on a steady diet of, my dadi ma stories and ulte pair and shadi mein pata nahi kya hua tha, and
Right.
khidki khuli, came and sat on my chest, and a chudel started,
Oh my
suffocating
God,
me.
let's not get
so
to
there have been
chudel.
extremes of that as well. But I know up close a lot of people who've experienced it. The people who have seen people who have passed away. So I'm absolutely a firm believer, and I
Yeah.
was channelizing all of that when I
Into
was
the book.
writing
What about you? Have you experienced?
No, I've never experienced. I don't want to experience.
No, I
either.
don't think it's a fun
I-
sight to experience.
I prefer not to believe.
Yeah.
But the thing is that, first of all, in crime fiction, I think, again, ghostly or supernatural things can be used as a device. But, the crime has to be detected, or it has to be solved, has to be given a logical solution.
You need to go
Not
from
something
beginning
which-
to end,
and not
so that the
something
readers...
which, relies on the supernatural factor. This is something that I think is very important, because then, it's like cheating with that particular genre.
Right.
This is
So
what I
you're
think.
writing what you want to kind of read as a reader, basically.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
This is absolutely important. I write crime fiction because I love crime fiction.
Right.
And whenever I'm reading somebody else's crime fiction book or anybody else's crime fiction film that I'm watching, I first do it as a reader or a watcher. I don't go into nahi, ye logical nahi hai, ye theek nahi hai, that kind of a thing. I don't do. I just like to soak in that experience. Let me
ये
first
अच्छा था.
read it.
So what is up now in the future? What are you currently working on?
Well, as I said, I've done 5 Inspector Saralkar books.
Right.
The 6th one is going to come up next year. But the point that I was making, that after every 2 or 3 police procedural books, I come up with a sort of different kind of crime book. So my next crime novel, which is almost ready, it will take another maybe 2 months, is called The Grudges of Gajanan Gudbole. So it is basically...
How do you think of this name? The
Lovely
name,
alliteration.
yeah. The name is very interesting.
So this basically is a very wacky kind of crime book. Plenty of murders, but complete black humor.
For our audience, you're hearing this for the first time from Salil on his upcoming work.
So this is something which is coming up, and I think I've got the tone kind of right, and which is why I'm a lot more careful. So I don't like to be put into a slot. In fact, I wrote a collection of short stories called Lost Libido and Other Gulp Fiction, which has 17 stories. And yeah, though there are a lot of crime stories, there are a lot of other stories from other genres too. So
That's great. Thank you. Richa, what about you? What can we expect in the future? Are you working on something?
So I like mixing it up as well because I get easily bored as a reader and writer, so I need to keep changing.
You've done
it
a
up.
lot of work with Ravinder Singh. Did you not want to explore crime with him, or because he writes on romance?
He insists I can't write. We can't collaborate on what I write is because on his I told him there is an idea there because he ends up killing everybody in his book. I naturally end up killing
People
my
in
book,
your
but
book.
he says, yeah, you're trying to find crime everywhere, and I look for love. So we did write some bit of romance during the pandemic. We wrote 3 I think romance stories together. But as far as my projects are concerned, my next is also a dark comedic thriller, and I tend to situate all my books in small towns all across India and different
hope we
social
see Dehradun.
milieux. Yeah, and social milieux because I think it's so interesting and charming, and there's so much to project as a setting and those idiosyncrasies in that kind of life. And it's a story about friendship and 5 women and accidental murders and humor. So it was interesting to write, and I hope it's.
Is there a name to that book yet?
It is, but I've been told by my publisher to keep
You
my mouth
can't
shut.
keep it. Okay, but we do know something is upcoming. While we get to the end, I have a quick...
Just
Sorry.
one small thing. I'd like to also inform the audience that the web series based on my books, or rather Murder Milestone, which is my 4th book, which has been produced by Geo Studios. Season 1 and Season 2 are ready, and they are actually, they can be released at any point in time.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah.
Can we have a round of applause, please?
Thank you.
One last question for both of you to inspire our young audience. A quote that you swear by. Salil.
Sorry?
A quote that you swear by.
A quote.
Yeah.
Difficult to think of a quote, but I think the quote which has always remained in my mind with relation to crime is the axe forgets, but the tree remembers.
Oh, nice one. Can we have a round of applause, please? Richa, a quote that you swear by.
Brevity and quotes are never my strong suit, but I'll try.
You have to try.
So I think, again, like I said, brevity is not my strong suit. There were the 2 that quickly come to mind. One is, I think it's something that everybody has always heard, but I've applied it to my life in all situations, good or bad. This too shall pass. So not to dwell in one situation for too long, but the good times, the bad times, they'll all pass. So being in the moment is important. And I think the second one would be, it's something I was reading of a conversation of the Dead Poets Society, where it's one of my favorite movies. And Robin Williams tells the student tells him that, I don't know what tomorrow will bring. And Robin Williams says, why? Isn't that wonderful?
Okay, that's a great one.
So that's very interesting.
Yeah,
That's
I
a
always
very
say,
fresh way of looking.
yeah, it is, because don't take life too seriously, because none of us are getting out of here alive. So just enjoy it. Yeah. Thank you so much. And I definitely want our audience to know that both Richa and Salil will be at the bookstore. So if you do want to meet them, take your selfies, get your book signed, please do so. We're open for questions. Anybody?
Yeah. You said something about forensics, that was the last.
Yeah, right.
Now, in our country, I mean, we have 2 great police officers here. Neeraj ji has just left and Alok bhai here. In forensics, in our country is the weakest. And the medical jurisprudence is almost antique. Let me tell you by one example. I've been doing postmortems, autopsies for 20 years. And in 1996, when I got posted to Lucknow, I did an autopsy. And uske baad the pharmacist who was, helping me, कि डॉक्टर साहब इसको मारोगे कैसे? I said, मैंने तो डेड बॉडी के ऊपर ऑटोप्सी की है कि नहीं साहब इसको मारोगे कैसे? इसको गोली भी लगी है, इसको बल्लम भी लगा है, इसको लाठी भी लगी है, इसके पेट में बच्चा है वो भी मरा है, तो इसको 5-6 लोगों ने इसको मारा है, तो एक इंजरी बताओ जिससे कि sufficiently on its own it is
Fatal.
sufficient to cause death. So उससे आप इसको मारोगे. It is after 18 years of serving that I came to know कि भाई मरे हुए को मारना कैसे. वो हमें
That's very interesting.
हमें नहीं सिखाया जाता है. And if Sushant Singh Rajput ko, they can't differentiate between strangulation, hanging, throttling, smothering in half an hour. A panel of doctors are going to do it when he's been cut open right from top to bottom. Nobody can. So, why it is weak, I'm just taking a little time. We are taught jurisprudence in the 3rd year of MBBS. That's 45 minutes class. 52 classes में 48 classes होती हैं. उसके बाद हम jurist नहीं पढ़ते.
Right.
And then when we come into service, we are asked to go and do a postmortem. And after you have done a postmortem, you have written a report, the body is consigned to flames, so the evidence is gone.
Right.
So what I have written is final. And that depends on my competence, my integrity, and the whole box full of it.
Thank you, sir.
So it is a mess, let me tell you.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Absolute mess.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have one time for another question. Yes, please. Okay, last question.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Ma'am, I am a student of journalism, and we have a concept of citizen journalism, which is when we see an event and we report it. And you have talked about citizen detective. Ma'am, is it that easy that every citizen can perform citizen detective? Please throw lights on this.
It's a very interesting question. So I was actually referring to this whole genre in literature, which is about reluctant and accidental detectives. But you're right. People who understand their responsibility and take the onus and report to the powers that be about things that are happening around them which shouldn't, it's a great service, but it tends to get out of hand and it tends to become a nuisance as well. So I think I was talking more of literature, but yes, I mean, the responsibility as a citizen is yours. You might not have the requisites for it. As long as you're reporting it and not becoming a nuisance, I think there is a fine line between them. So that's the difference.
Thank you, ma'am.
I hope that answers your question.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Cha and Salil, for being here. Can we please have a huge round of applause? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
थैंक यू रिचा एंड सलिल और पूजा इस कमाल के सेशन के लिए। और अब इस सेशन के बाद में अगले सेशन की तरफ बढ़ेंगे हम, लेकिन उससे पहले क्योंकि आप यहाँ पे आए हैं, आपने इतनी बढ़िया बातें अपनी शेयर करी हैं, तो आपको हम इस क्राइम लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल को लेके एक मोमेंटो भेंट करना चाहते हैं। मैं आलोक लाल सर, हमारे फेस्टिवल डायरेक्टर यहाँ पे हैं, मैं आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करूँगा सर कि आप आके दोनों ही लोगों को ये मोमेंटो यहाँ पे भेंट करें। और बाकी जो हमारी ऑडियंस यहाँ पे है, आप लोग इसी ऑडी में रहिएगा। अगला सेशन भी आप लोगों के लिए बहुत ज़बरदस्त हमने लाइन अप किया हुआ है। और जैसा कि आपको पहले भी बताया गया है कि भाई बुक वर्ल्ड बुक शॉप बाहर आपके लिए है, आप वहाँ से बुक खरीद सकते हैं। और आपके आसपास बहुत सारे ऑथर्स घूम रहे हैं, राइटर्स घूम रहे हैं, तो आप उनसे उन कॉपीज को साइन भी करवा सकते हैं। दून कल्चर एंड लिटरेचर सोसाइटी प्रेजेंट्स ये पूरा का पूरा फेस्टिवल आप लोगों को समर्पित है। क्राइम को लेके, उसकी अवेयरनेस को लेके, कैसे हम बच सकते हैं, दूसरे लोगों को भी बचा सकते हैं, उसको लेके ये पूरा मोमेंट एक तरह से आप लोगों के लिए। थैंक यू वेरी मच, थैंक यू सो मच। और पूजा आपको हम जाते हुए देंगे हैं शगुन। तो चलिए अगले सेशन के लिए तैयार हैं आप लोग? आवाज आई नहीं ठीक से, वैसे एक कोशिश और कर लेते हैं। क्या आप अगले सेशन के लिए तैयार हैं? नहीं यार, मजा सा नहीं आ रहा है। चलो वो वाला करके देखते हैं, उसमें सबको आ जाता है। हाउस द जोश, हाउस द जोश। अरे तुमसे ज्यादा मेरी अकेले की आ रही है आवाज। एक बार फिर से कोशिश करो। हाँ, हाउस द जोश। ओके, बढ़ गया। तो चलिए वेलकम किया जाए अगले सेशन के लिए। यहाँ पे डीजीपी अशोक कुमार सर और ओपी मनोचा सर, जोरदार तालियों के साथ में स्वागत कीजिए। साइबर एनकाउंटर्स उस दौर में जहां पे अब वैसे भी कह रहे हैं कि भाई जमीन पे कितनी लड़ाइयां युद्ध लड़े जाएंगे हमको नहीं मालूम, लेकिन अटैक रोज के रोज होंगे। आप क्या बोल रहे हैं, क्या कह रहे हैं, क्या खा रहे हैं, क्या सुन रहे हैं, क्या रिकॉर्ड कर रहे हैं, उन सारी चीजों पे नजर किसकी है? किसी न किसी की तो है। तो यही साइबर एनकाउंटर्स क्या कहती है, ये बुक आप तक पहुंची है ओपी सर और अशोक सर की, और इसको मॉडरेट कर रही हैं अनुपमा खन्ना। तो अब ये खुद में बड़ी कमाल की हैं भाई, इंटरनेशनली अवार्डेड जर्नलिस्ट हैं, पब्लिक स्पीकर हैं, वॉइस और एक्सेंट एक्सपर्ट हैं, बहुत सारी एयरलाइंस के लिए वो उनको ट्रेनिंग देते हैं, जिनकी आवाज आप जहाज में सुनते हो ना, वो कुर्सी की पेटियां बादलों वाली, तो वो यही ट्रेन करती हैं उनको। हाँ, तो ये वो हैं और बहुत सारे अवार्ड्स उनके नाम हैं। मैं अनुपमा आपका स्वागत करता हूं आज के इस सेशन के लिए। तो चलिए शुरुआत करी जाए इस सेशन की।
शुक्रिया काव्या। बस अशोक जी अपना फोन कॉल कर लें, फिर हम शुरू करते हैं। वंस अगेन,
हाँ, आप लोग भी अपने अपने सेल फोन्स को थोड़ा सा स्विच ऑफ कर लीजिएगा या साइलेंट मोड पे डाल लीजिएगा, है ना? थैंक यू।
वंस अगेन बहुत अच्छा इंट्रोडक्शन आपने हम सबका दिया, उसके लिए शुक्रिया काव्या। एंड अगेन आई वुड से थैंक यू सो मच ऑल ऑफ यू फॉर बीइंग हियर। We really value your presence, and this comes straight from our heart. And it's a very interesting topic, so I will really want that we dive straight into it. Cyber crime. Manoja ji, Ashok ji, it will be a pleasure आपसे बात करना. Thank you. And शुरुआत करते हैं
जी।
साइबर क्राइम,
साइबर एनकाउंटर्स।
हाँ, साइबर इनकाउंटर्स बुक का नाम है, बट मैंने सोचा कि इस बुक की अहमियत के बारे में अगर बात करी जाए। सो आज का जो सेशन है वो साइबर इनकाउंटर्स, जो एक बहुत ही ज़्यादा रेलेवेंट, इम्पॉर्टेंट और सक्सेसफुल बुक है, उसके ऊपर एक डिस्कशन है। एंड जैसा कि आप सबको मालूम है, उसके ऑथर्स हैं श्री ओपी मनोचा एंड श्री अशोक कुमार जी। एंड आई थिंक काव्या ऑल्सो इंट्रोड्यूस कि ये बुक अमेजोन के नंबर 1 स्पॉट पे गई है इन द हॉटेस्ट न्यू सेलिंग बुक इन द ट्रू अकाउंट्स कैटेगरी, ट्रू क्राइम अकाउंट्स कैटेगरी। एंड बिफोर वी मूव ऑन, मैं एक चीज़ डेफिनेटली शेयर करना चाहूँगी कि मैंने जब ये किताब पढ़ी, और मैं सीरियसली इसलिए नहीं बोल रही क्योंकि आज मैं इस सेशन को मॉडरेट कर रही हूँ, एज अ रीडर एंड एज अ कॉमन पर्सन, एज अ सिटीजन, मैं आपको ये बात बोल रही हूँ कि जब मैंने किताब पढ़ी तो मुझे सच में लगा कि इस किताब को मैक्सिमम लोगों को पढ़ना चाहिए, ऑफ ऑल एजेस, बिकॉज इतनी ज़्यादा इंफॉर्मेशनल बुक है वो, और इतनी एजुकेशनल बुक है अबाउट साइबर एनकाउंटर्स। साइबर एनकाउंटर्स का मतलब क्या है? साइबर स्पेस में, डिजिटल स्पेस में जो क्राइम हो रहा है, राइट? एंड एनकाउंटर्स किसके बीच में? एनकाउंटर्स क्रिमिनल के एनकाउंटर्स पब्लिक के साथ, एंड दूसरे लेवल पे क्रिमिनल का एनकाउंटर पुलिस के साथ। सो बिफोर वी बिगिन, आई रियली वांट टू से, अपनी एजुकेशन के लिए और अपने आप को प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए प्लीज़ इन एनी फॉर्म रीड दिस बुक, एंड आई ट्रूली मीन इट। एंड मूविंग ऑन, मैं ये कहना चाहूँगी कि क्यों आज हमें ये बात करनी चाहिए। सी, आप इमेजिन करो, रात का अंधेरा, सुनसान रास्ता, हम वहाँ पे जा रहे हैं, डाकू आ गए और हमें पैसा लूट लिया हमारा, राइट? दैट वाज द ओल्ड वे ऑफ क्राइम। अब आप अपने रूम में हो, अपने घर में, फीलिंग दैट यू आर सेफ, और आपको पता भी नहीं चला, और आपके कंप्यूटर और आपके फ़ोन के थ्रू साइबर क्रिमिनल ने हैक किया और आपकी ज़िंदगी भर की सेविंग चली गई, राइट? सो दिस इज़ वाई साइबर क्राइम, जो साइबर इनकाउंटर्स की बुक का थीम है, बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है समझना, क्योंकि इतना इंट्रूसिव है, इतना ज़्यादा इन्वेजिव है। और दूसरा, इसके बारे में अवेयरनेस कम है। आजकल की बहुत ही यंग जनरेशन को फिर भी थोड़ा बहुत पता है, बट मोस्टली कॉमन मैन में बहुत कम अवेयरनेस है अबाउट कैसे खुद को प्रोटेक्ट करें एंड कैसे ये सब होता है। सो आई रियली फील इसलिए बहुत ही अहम डिस्कशन है। एंड सो माई फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन सर इज़, आपके बुक में एंड आज जो क्वेश्चंस हैं वो मैं एड्रेस आप में से शायद किसी एक को करूं, बट आंसर्स ऐसे हैं कि आप दोनों ही उसमें पिच इन करना, आई वुड से दैट।
ठीक है।
सो आई वुड से जो बुक है साइबर एनकाउंटर, उसका फॉरवर्ड अमिताभ बच्चन जी ने लिखा है, एंड मैं किताब पढ़ रही थी तो उन्होंने फॉरवर्ड में लिखा है, प्रिवेंशन इज़ द फर्स्ट स्टेप इन साइबर सिक्योरिटी एंड majority of cyber threats are a result of our shortcomings. तो मुझे ये लाइन काफ़ी हिट करी, दैट majority of cyber threats are a result of our shortcomings. और जैसे कि मैंने कहा अवेयरनेस भी नहीं है, तो मैं चाहूँगी कि मैं अशोक जी से शुरुआत करूँगी, फिर मनोजा जी ज्वाइन करें, इसके बारे में हमें बताएं.
देखिए, जो पहले तो ये क्लियर कर दूं, अमिताभ जी क्यों एग्री कर गए, क्योंकि उनके साथ भी साइबर क्राइम हो चुका है. इट इज सो नेसेसरी टू मेक पीपल अवेयर. दूसरा, जैसा उन्होंने एक लाइन लिखी कि मेजॉरिटी ऑफ साइबर क्राइम इज ड्यू टू आवर शॉर्ट कमिंग्स. मेरे ख्याल में मेजॉरिटी नहीं, शायद 100%, एक्सेप्ट 1% और सो, कहीं ना कहीं कोई ना कोई हमारी गलती ज़रूर होती है, तभी साइबर क्रिमिनल जो है हमको पकड़ पाता है. अब वो गलती जाने अनजाने में भी हो जाती है. आजकल एक लेटेस्ट साइबर क्राइम चला है, अननोन वीडियो कॉल, सेक्सटोर्शन. उससे आपको कॉल आ रही है और आप अनजाने में उठा लेते हैं. वो गलती कहाँ हुई? क्योंकि जैसे फ़ोन आया, हम आमतौर पे हम फ़ोन उठाते हैं, हमने देखा ही नहीं ये वीडियो कॉल है, वो भी अननोन नंबर से है. और दूसरी तरफ कोई जो है अश्लील मूवी चल रही होगी, वीडियो चल रहा होगा या फोटो लगी होगी, और उसके साथ आपका स्क्रीनशॉट ले लेंगे और फिर ब्लैकमेलिंग शुरू, सेक्सटोर्शन. तो पर कहीं ना कहीं, चाहे वो ओटीपी शेयरिंग है, चाहे हम किसी दूसरे लालच में फंसे हैं कि हमारा पैसा डबल हो जाएगा, कि मेरी लॉटरी लग गई, तो कहीं ना कहीं हमारी गलती ज़रूर है, तब जाके साइबर क्राइम में फंसते हैं. This is what I would say. Yes.
मनोजा सर, आपसे मैं इसी क्वेश्चन में एक एक्सटेंशन चाहूँगी. अशोक जी ने डिस्क्राइब करा कि ये क्यों हो रहा है, किस तरह से हो रहा है, हमारी गलती. हम जानबूझ के तो गलती करते नहीं, जानबूझ के कोई सेक्सटॉर्शन में पड़ना नहीं चाहेगा, राइट? तो कहीं ना कहीं पता नहीं है कैसे बचो. तो मैं चाहूँगी अगर आप हम लोगों को एजुकेट करें कि ठीक है बचे कैसे, सम टिप्स.
देखिए, अभी तो वी हैव जस्ट स्टार्टेड द टॉक. मेरे ख्याल से टिप्स अभी से हम साथ साथ देते रहेंगे. बट थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर लाइक प्रेजिंग द बुक. ये बुक मैं आपको और लोगों की जानकारी के लिए बता दूं कि इंग्लिश में भी है, हिंदी में भी है, इसका ऑडियो वर्जन भी अवेलेबल है ऑडिबल्स पे. यू कैन लिसन टू द बुक ऑल्सो. और ये अब पंजाबी में भी ट्रांसलेट हो रही है और भी रीजनल लैंग्वेजेस में जा रही है. तो उसके अंदर जो बुक्स में, इसमें 12 स्टोरीज़ हैं. तो वैसे स्ट्रक्चर्ड हैं कि जो भी साइबर क्राइम्स हुए हैं अभी तक या जितने भी सुने जा चुके हैं, ऑलमोस्ट उसमें सारे कवर्ड हैं. और हर चैप्टर में हम लोगों ने उसमें टिप्स दिए हैं कि आप कैसे इन साइबर क्राइम से बच सकते हैं. तो जैसे अशोक जी, आपने बोला कि बच्चन जी ने लिखा है कि प्रिवेंशन इज़ बेटर देन क्योर, आई वुड से. क्योंकि अगर कुछ हो जाता है तो उसके बाद हम भागते हैं, दौड़ते हैं और अपना पैसा रिकवर करें. मेनली फाइनेंशियल, ठीक है, 75% ऑफ द साइबर क्राइम्स जो भी हैं वो फाइनेंशियल फ्रॉड्स होते हैं, इंसान का पैसा जाता है. बट खाली ये नहीं है कि केवल फाइनेंशियल टाइप के ही क्राइम्स होते हैं, बाकी और भी क्राइम्स होते हैं. अब स्टूडेंट्स इतने बैठे हैं यहाँ पे, तो आई एम श्योर कि दे मस्ट बी फेसिंग सर्टन क्राइम्स जिसको हम कहते हैं साइबर बुलिंग. तो साइबर बुलिंग एक ऐसी चीज़ है जिसमें स्टॉकिंग होती है, आपको अनवांटेड मैसेजेस आते हैं, डॉक्सिंग होती है जिसमें कि आपके डॉक्यूमेंट्स को, आपकी फ़ोटोग्राफ्स को, आपके कोई कुछ भी आपके रिजल्ट्स हैं उनको जो आपसे लाइक नहीं करते आपको, वो सोशल मीडिया पे शेयर कर देते हैं. तो सबसे पहली टिप मेरी ये है कि सोशल मीडिया पे आप उतना ही रिस्पॉन्सिबली इंटरैक्ट करें जितनी आपको ज़रूरत है. डोंट पुट ईच एंड एवरीथिंग ऑन सोशल मीडिया. हम लोग कुछ भी करने जा रहे हैं सोशल मीडिया पे. अभी इस समय मैं बैठा था वर्क, जब मैं सुन रहा था ये सेमिनार, तो ऑलमोस्ट 60% लोग सोशल मीडिया पे थे. सो ठीक है, ज़रूरी है, आप यू हैव टू बी इन टच विद योर पेरेंट्स, विद योर फ्रेंड्स एंड एवरीथिंग, बट ट्राई टू यूज़ मिनिमम सोशल मीडिया. अपनी जो इन्फॉर्मेशन, जितनी पर्सनल इन्फॉर्मेशन आप उससे मत डालिए, जो ज़रूरी है उसी को डालिए. एंड एज यू मूव ऑन आई विल गिव यू मोर टिप्स.
हाँ जी, दिस वाज वेरी रेलिवेंट सर. ठीक है, शुक्रिया सर. आई हैव अ मिक्स ऑफ क्वेश्चंस टू एड्रेस डिफरेंट थीम्स. मनोजा सर, आप टेक्नोलॉजी एक्सपर्ट हैं, तो मुझे लगा ये सवाल.
अशोक जी भी हैं, ही इज एमटेक फ्रॉम आईटी.
आई नो, अभी मेरा स्टेटमेंट पूरा नहीं हुआ. सो आई थॉट कि ये जो क्वेश्चन है मैं पहले आपसे पूछूं, एंड देन ऑफ कोर्स अशोक जी इज एन एक्सपर्ट ऑन एवरीथिंग फ्रॉम crime to technology to writing. So what I'm saying is कि artificial intelligence, because मुझे लगता है कि AI एक ऐसा थीम है जो हम सबको काफ़ी इंट्रीग करता है, right? And बहुत ज़्यादा rapidly हमारी lives को बदल रहा है. So artificial intelligence और उसमें for example आप deep fake ले लो, right? So how is artificial intelligence being utilized cyber crime कमिट करने के लिए भी, जिसमें मेरे को आपका इनपुट चाहिए और जिसमें मैं अशोक जी के पास आऊँगी साइबर क्रिमिनल्स को कैच करने में भी.
आई एम वेरी हैप्पी कि आप आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस को आपने बहुत जल्दी इंट्रोड्यूस कर दिया हमारे सेशन में, बिकॉज नॉर्मली इट कम्स इन द एंड कि ये सब हो गया, अब नए फ्रॉड में यही क्या है. इट्स गुड दैट वी स्टार्ट विद एआई. तो एआई तो हैज़ कम इन अ बिग वे, एंड आई थिंक बाय 2050 वील अचीव सिंगुलैरिटी ऑल्सो, वेयर एआई इज गोइंग टू टेक ओवर एवरीथिंग, है ना. तो अभी क्या है कि जो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस है उसमें इतना ज़्यादा एक्चुअली हैक करने के लिए बहुत काम करना पड़ता है. आपको सोशल मीडिया बहुत स्टडी करना पड़ता है, वल्नरेबिलिटीज़ ढूंढनी पड़ती हैं साइबर क्रिमिनल को. जितने भी हमारे ब्लैक हैट हैकर्स होते हैं उनको देखना पड़ता है कि कहाँ पे सिस्टम वीक है, कहाँ पर नेटवर्क वीक है. देखिए जो साइबर सिक्योरिटी है वो किस लिए होती है? वो 3 चीज़ों के लिए होती है. आपके डेटा के लिए, आपकी एप्लीकेशंस के लिए और आपके हार्डवेयर के लिए, जो हमारा नेटवर्क हार्डवेयर है. तो वो अगर अटैक हो गए तो मतलब साइबर अटैक हो गया. तो इन सब चीज़ों को वल्नरेबिलिटी ढूंढने के लिए कि कहाँ पे ये सिस्टम वीक है, उसके लिए आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस यूज़ की जा रही है. तो बॉटनेट्स हैं या जो भी हम कहते हैं कि स्मॉल रोबोट्स हैं, सॉफ्टवेयर्स हैं, बेसिकली सॉफ्टवेयर्स. वो सब सॉफ्टवेयर्स जो हैं दे आर वर्किंग इन अ बिग वे. आपकी मशीन पे भी हो सकता है, किसी लैपटॉप पे या टैब पे चल रहा हो, वी नेवर नो. दे आर वर्किंग इन यूनिजन और वो मिलके अटैक करता है. तो AI इज प्लेइंग अ वेरी बिग रोल इन डूइंग साइबर क्राइम. और प्रिवेंशन के लिए तो अशोक जी बताएंगे. और जैसे आपने डीप फेक बोला, तो एक लेटेस्ट अभी क्राइम हुआ था जिसमें कि किसी ने बोला कि मैं आपका भाई बोल रहा हूँ, इसका भाई बोल रहा हूँ, मुझे पैसे दे दीजिए. और उसका पूरा फेस एक्सप्रेशंस और उसकी जो लिप मूवमेंट है और उसका जो वॉइस है, वो वॉइस ट्रेनिंग सैम्पल्स लेके उन्होंने सब कुछ रिकन्स्ट्रक्ट करके एज इफ आई एम स्पीकिंग इन अशोक जी वॉइस पूरा. तो ऐसा हो गया. डीप फेक टेक्नोलॉजी इतनी डेंजरस हो गई है. और भी एग्जांपल्स आपने देखे होंगे, शाहरुख खान 10 चीज़ों की ऐड कर रहे हैं, कोई किसी लाइक डिफरेंट लैंग्वेजेस में. एक्चुअली ये शुरू हुआ था जब हमने ट्रांसलेशन शुरू की थी, तो वहाँ से ये डीप फेक शुरू हुआ था. बट नाउ इट हैज़ टेकन अ वेरी लाइक अगली शेप. तो प्रिवेंशन है तो
अशोक जी प्रिवेंशन. और एक चीज़ आपसे और जानना चाहूँगी, जब हम AI और डीप फेक की बात करें, डीप फेक की 2 बहुत ही ज़्यादा डेंजरस इसके मुझे लगते हैं इफेक्ट्स. डीप फेक यूज़ करना राइट्स कराने के लिए, अगर आप मैक्रो लेवल पे देखो तो डीप फेक्स के थ्रू आप पब्लिक राइट्स भी तो करा सकते हो. आप ओपिनियन लीडर्स का डीप फेक बनाओ और पब्लिक राइट्स करा दो, एक वो. और दूसरा, अगर किसी लड़की का डीप फेक के थ्रू मॉर्फ करके आप सेक्स टेप बना दो और उसे ऑनलाइन कर दो, शी विल बी ऑन एट द ब्रिंक ऑफ सुसाइड ऑल्सो मे बी. सो इफ यू कैन टॉक अबाउट दैट.
देखिए, फेक न्यूज़ तो पहले ही थी, पर विद AI डीप फेक आ गया है. डीप फेक में और फेक में फ़र्क क्या है कि डीप फेक को पहचानना मुश्किल है. मतलब वो बिल्कुल रियल जैसा लगता है कि वो फेक है. जैसे ऑस्ट्रेलिया के जंगल्स की फायर थी, वो उठा करके 2-1 साल पहले उत्तराखंड फॉरेस्ट फायर के रूप में पब्लिसाइज की जा रही थी, तो सब लोग एकदम से टेंशन में. बट इट वाज क्लियर कि ये यहाँ की है नहीं, तो वो फेक था. किंतु जब वो डीप फेक बनाएंगे तो उसको यहाँ की सेटिंग में हर तरह से सेट कर देंगे. यहाँ के मतलब उसको गूगल मैप से भी यूज कर लेंगे, तो पता ही नहीं चलेगा ये उत्तराखंड नहीं है, ये ऑस्ट्रेलिया नहीं है, ये उत्तराखंड है. तो ये जो डीप फेक आ रहा है, डीप फेक के साथ सर्टेनली प्रॉब्लम तो होने वाली है. और प्रॉब्लम का लेवल जो डीप फेक से जनरेटेड, AI से जनरेटेड जो ऑडियोज हैं, जो वीडियोज हैं, वो बहुत बड़ी प्रॉब्लम हमारे लिए एज एन इंडिविजुअल, एज ए सोसाइटी और एज ए पुलिस डिपार्टमेंट होने वाले हैं. बिकॉज जैसा अनुपमा जी ने कहा कि उससे तो डीप फेक से कल को राइट्स क्रिएट हो जाएंगे. हमें पता ही है कि ट्यूटर्ड वीडियो ऑडियो चलते हैं, वीडियो चलते हैं, फोटोग्राफ्स चलते हैं, कहीं और के राइट्स हैं उनको यहाँ दिखाया जा रहा है, फिर उसको कहीं गुजरात राइट्स, कहीं मुजफ्फरनगर राइट्स, इस नाम से भी बहुत चला. तो वो ये सारे के सारे लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को बहुत हैवीली इम्पैक्ट करते हैं और बहुत गलत है. एक ये इसमें वो है. दूसरा, डीप फेक से जो वॉइस क्लोनिंग, जो मनोजा जी जिसके बारे में बात कर रहे थे, वो बहुत तेज़ी से बढ़ता जा रहा है. कि अब हमारी वॉइस को इतनी ज़्यादा क्लोन हो जा रही है कि मैं खुद नहीं पहचान पा रहा हूँ ये मेरे बच्चे बेटे की आवाज़ है, मेरी वाइफ की आवाज़ है, नहीं है ना। मतलब तो उस डीप फेक से आप बोलेंगे कि मेरा एक्सीडेंट हो गया और 2 लाख रुपए जमा करने इमीडिएट भेजो, और हस्बैंड सोचता है कि नहीं मेरी वाइफ की आवाज़ है तो डर के घबरा के डाल देता है। कोई बच्चे से आवाज़ में बोलेंगे हमें किडनैप कर लिया मुझे पापा इन लोगों ने और मेरे गले में चाकू लगा रखा है, हमें मार देंगे नहीं तो पैसे डाल दो। सो ये जो चीज़ें हैं सोसाइटी में सर्टनली बहुत ही एक हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है। एआई के साथ बहुत कुछ बढ़ता जा रहा है, टेक्नोलॉजी बढ़ रही है और पूरा दुनिया चेंज हो रही है, बट उसके जो नेगेटिव फ्लिप साइड है वो भी जो है बहुत ही हमें उसके लिए केयरफुल रहना है। और जैसा आपने कहा जो जब डीप फेक जनरेटेड एआई जनरेटेड वीडियो जाएंगे तो बहुत मुश्किल हो जाएगा बच्चों के लिए, लड़कियों के लिए, लेडीज के लिए, बट वो इसी तरह से ब्लैकमेल के में शुरू हो जाएगा, इलेक्शंस में यूज होना शुरू हो जाएगा। दिस व्हाट आई कैन फोरसी। बट मैं कहीं ना कहीं इसको दूसरे एंगल से देखूं तो ये भी पॉसिबल है कि जो रियल वीडियो भी है उसको भी आप कह सकते हो तो डीप फेक। नहीं समझे?
समझ गई।
तो आप उससे बच सकते हो क्या क्या अरे बस ऐसे तो 1000 वीडियो आते रहते, दिस नॉट माइंड, मेरा नहीं है।
सिल्वर लाइनिंग इन एवरीथिंग।
डीप फेक में एक चीज़ बताना चाहूँगा कि इसमें टेक्नोलॉजी जो यूज़ होती है वो ये होता है कि एक होता है जनरेटर, जैसे अभी हम चैट जीपीटी की बात करें तो वो जनरेटिव टेक्नोलॉजी है, वो जनरेट करता है, इट्स बेसिकली नेचुरल लैंग्वेज प्रोसेसर है ना। तो जैसे हम बात कर रहे हैं, आप एक्सप्रेशंस हैं, आप मेरी बात समझ रही हैं, मेरी इंटेंशन समझ रहे हैं, तो एआई भी समझ रहा है, वो सारी चीज़ें हो रही हैं अभी, है ना। बट ये है कि उसकी अपनी इंटेलिजेंस नहीं है। तो एक होता है जनरेटर, एक होता है डिस्क्रिमिनेटर। तो वो क्या करता है, डीप फेक पहले प्रोड्यूस करता है, जैसे उन्होंने अशोक जी की वॉइस प्रोड्यूस करनी है, इनकी वीडियो प्रोड्यूस करनी है, तो वो प्रोड्यूस करेगा। फिर डिस्क्रिमिनेटर देखेगा मैच करके इनके ओरिजिनल से और उस वाली फेक को कि वो मैच हो रहा है कि नहीं हो रहा, तो वो दोबारा वापस भेज देता है कि फिर इसको इम्प्रूव करो। तो एक साइकिल में इम्प्रूव करते करते वो, जैसे अशोक जी ने कहा, इतना वो हो जाता है कि आप डिफरेंशिएट नहीं कर सकते। तो लेकिन एक टिप इसमें यह है कि अगर कोई आप ऐसी वीडियो देखते हैं या आप गलती से किसी ऐसी साइट पे चले गए जहाँ पर आपको कोई एक वीडियो मिला विच इज़ नॉट मतलब वो ठीक नहीं है वीडियो, तो आप उसको स्लो मोशन में चला के देखिए और लिप मूवमेंट को मैच कीजिए साउंड के साथ, है ना। यूट्यूब में ऑप्शन होता है कि आप हाफ स्पीड पे भी चला सकते हैं, तो उससे आपको आइडिया मिल जाएगा कि ये जनरेटेड है या ये मॉडिफाइड है या क्या है। तो ऐसे करके हम थोड़ी चीज़ों से बच सकते हैं।
बहुत अच्छा टिप दिया मनोज जी ने, वीडियो की उसकी जो स्पीड बदल करके चलाइए।
हाँ जी, और ये भी हम कर सकते हैं कि हम ऐसी साइट से जो कि अननोन साइट्स हैं, जो कि थोड़ी सी हमें शेडी लगती हैं, उन पे जाकर एप्लीकेशंस डाउनलोड ना करें। खासकर स्टूडेंट्स के लिए है ये टिप कि आपको अगर जो भी एप्लीकेशन करनी है, एपीके होता है एप्लीकेशन, एपीके फाइल को आप कहीं से भी डाउनलोड मत कीजिए, प्ले स्टोर से कीजिए, एप्पल स्टोर से कीजिए या माइक्रोसॉफ्ट विंडोज़ के स्टोर से कीजिए, क्योंकि वो लोग वेरीफाई करके वहाँ पर ऐप्स डालते हैं सारी। आप अगर कहीं भी किसी क्लिक करके कर देंगे कि ये मुझे फ्री मिल रही है कुछ है, तो आप प्ले स्टोर से करेंगे, वो वेरीफाइड ऐप है, उसमें आपका लोगो आएगा उसका वेरीफाइड का। तो ये कुछ चीज़ें साथ साथ हम आपको बताएंगे, ध्यान रखने जो योग्य हैं।
Thank you so much, Manoj ji, for those tips, and thank you, Ashok ji. I think it was within the time constraint, काफी immersive discussion हो गई AI और deepfake पे.
It's a long process.
No, yeah. So moving on to another area of साइबर क्राइम, और ये भी जितने भी मैं उठा रही हूँ इश्यूज, ये सब आपकी बुक से ही हैं। साइबर एनकाउंटर्स के जो चैप्टर्स मैंने बताया, हर चैप्टर इस एक एक क्राइम के बारे में एक अमेजिंग इन्फॉर्मेशन मैनुअल है, जिसके एंड में टिप भी है, राइट। तो ये हमने कवर कर लिया। अनदर थिंग, जस्ट फॉर सम हार्ड हिटिंग डेटा, पूरे वर्ल्ड में इंडिया रैंक्स 5th व्हेन इट कम्स टू बीइंग अ विक्टिम ऑफ साइबर क्राइम्स। दैट्स हाउ बैड इट इज़। एंड 2022 के लास्ट 3 महीनों में पूरे वर्ल्ड के 60% साइबर क्राइम्स इंडिया में हुए थे। दैट्स हाउ एट रिस्क वी ऑल आर। और अगर आपको लेटेस्ट डेटा मैं बताऊं तो इंडिया में जितने भी साइबर क्राइम होता है उसका 75% है फाइनेंशियल फ्रॉड। तो अगर आप देखो, सबसे ज़्यादा लाइक्लीहुड है कि हमारा जो मनी है वो किसी ना किसी वे में हमसे डिफ्रॉड हो जाएगा। सो मैं जो ये वाला चैप्टर है आपकी बुक में साइबर इनकाउंटर पे, उससे मैं रिलेट कर रही हूँ बिकॉज आई थिंक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। तो आपने उसमें पावर बैंक ऐप के इसके बारे में भी बात किया है, एंड for all my viewers, it wrote a new chapter in financial frauds across the country. So one, I would like to congratulate for that work done, right? And अगर आप इस मुद्दे पे थोड़ा enlighten करें हमें।
Yes, पावर बैंक ऐप घोटाला 2021 में हुआ था, और मार्च 21 में ये ऐप उस पे आई प्ले स्टोर पे, और उन्होंने प्रॉमिस किया कि हम आपका पैसा 15 दिन में डबल कर देंगे। ठीक है, हम कहीं ना कहीं लालच में फंस जाते हैं। जो क्राइम हो रहा है ना, कहीं डर, कहीं लालच, कहीं अनजाने में, तो उस तरह से फंसते हैं। तो इन्होंने कहा कि 15 दिन में पैसा डबल हो जाएगा, और लोगों को कन्विंस करने के लिए कि 15 दिन में पैसा डबल कैसे हो रहा है भाई, कोई दुनिया में ऐसे तो होता नहीं आसानी से। तो उन्होंने कहा कि ये पैसा हम लगा रहे हैं स्टार्टअप्स में। उन दिनों स्टार्टअप्स का जमाना था, तो थोड़े
ITs
थोड़े,
और IMs के
हाँ, अब
startups।
तो थोड़े थोड़े स्टार्टअप्स का बैलून फटने लगे हैं, आपको पता ही है। बायजू का भी थोड़ा शुरू हो गया। तो वो जो है, उन्होंने कहा ये IITians और IIM वालों के स्टार्टअप्स में पैसा लग रहा है, 15 दिन में डबल। तो ऐसे करके वो मार्च 21 में शुरू किया, लोगों ने डाउनलोड किया, लोगों को अट्रैक्टिव लगा तो शुरू कर दिया। शुरुआती दौर में आदमी 10,000 डाल देगा, 5,000 डाल देगा, 15 दिन में डबल आ गया, बड़ा खुश। उसने 15 दिन बाद 5,000 डाला, 50,000 डाला, ठीक है, तो 1 लाख आ गया। अब 1 लाख होते तो उसने 10 लोगों को बताया, अपने सारे दोस्तों को, परिवार वालों को, सबका डबल हो जाएगा। इससे बढ़िया क्या इन्वेस्टमेंट है। बैंक वाले तो साल भर में 5% दे रहे हैं। तो जो है, खट खट करके 3 महीने में पावर बैंक ऐप को इंडिया में 10 लाख लोगों ने डाउनलोड किया 3 महीने में। और हमने, उत्तराखंड पुलिस वाज द फर्स्ट टू रजिस्टर FIR अगेंस्ट दिस स्कैम। और सबसे पहले हमने इस केस को वर्कआउट किया, हमारे बाद बैंगलोर पुलिस ने, दिल्ली पुलिस ने। पूरे देश में 250 FIR हो चुकी हैं, और 1500 करोड़ का घोटाला निकला है। और पैसा, सारा फ्रॉड का पैसा क्रिप्टो करेंसी के थ्रू देश के बाहर, इसके पीछे चाइनीज क्रिमिनल निकले। तो इतना हमको साइबर क्राइम के प्रति अलर्ट होना है। इतना बड़ा क्राइम इतने उससे हो जाता है, क्योंकि ये ऑनलाइन है ना, रियल में तो आना नहीं, आके मौके पे लूट डकैती चोरी करनी है, मर्डर करना है। उसमें तो टाइम लगता है, एनर्जी लगती है, पकड़ लेके तो पीट पीट देगी जनता, जाने क्या क्या होता है। इसमें तो सब ऑनलाइन बैठे बैठे हो रहा है, और हंड्रेड्स का, थाउजेंड्स का, लाखों के साथ क्राइम हो जा रहा है। द वॉल्यूम इज सो हाई। दैट वाज इट।
Thank you. Financial ही, but moving on, Manoja ji, what do you think are the implications of cryptocurrency on cybercrime in India? Because cryptocurrency भी एक ऐसा टर्म है जो पता, सुनना सबने है, बट बहुतों को प्रॉपर्ली पता भी नहीं है वो क्या चीज़ है। तो आई थिंक हमें अवेयर होना चाहिए।
अनुपमा जी, क्रिप्टो करेंसी जो है वो कभी लीगल नहीं थी ना है, पहली बात तो ये है। अभी उत्तराखंड साइबर पुलिस ने क्रिप्टो करेंसी के केस में ही काफ़ी लोगों को पकड़ा भी है, और ट्रेडिंग जो करते थे, कुछ एक्सचेंजेस होते हैं, ऑनलाइन एक्सचेंजेस जिससे ट्रेडिंग होती है, उन उसमें भी काफ़ी उन्होंने लोगों को पकड़ा है। तो क्रिप्टो करेंसी में क्या होता है कि क्रिप्टो करेंसी को जनरेट करने के लिए एक हम करते हैं माइनिंग, डेटा माइनिंग करनी पड़ती है, जिसमें कि बहुत सारे कंप्यूटर्स यूज़ होते हैं। तो हमें नहीं पता कि हमारे भी कंप्यूटर्स यूज़ हो रहे हैं। तो वो नेटवर्क में क्या करता है कि आप हार्डवेयर और पावर, एक तो CPU पावर यूज़ करते हैं, प्लस जो आपकी पावर है, जो कि AC पावर है, वो यूज़ करने के लिए वो उसको स्प्रेड कर देता है ओवर द नेटवर्क, माइनिंग करने के लिए। तो कई घंटों काम करने के बाद वो माइन होके उसकी ब्लॉकचेन्स बनती हैं, जिससे कि क्रिप्टो करेंसी आपकी बनती है। तो इस क्रिप्टो करेंसी में क्या हो रहा है अभी कि इसको बोलते हैं क्रिप्टो जैकिंग। तो क्रिप्टो जैकिंग एक ऐसा क्राइम है, साइबर क्राइम, जो कि आपका हार्डवेयर रिसोर्स यूज़ करता है, आपके सिस्टम को स्लो कर देता है। आपको पता ही नहीं चलेगा, आप सोचोगे यार क्या हो गया, मैंने अभी ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम लिया है, मैंने सॉलिड स्टेट डिस्क लगाई है, इसमें मेरा सिस्टम क्यों स्लो हो गया। वो बैकग्राउंड में प्रोसेस चल रहा है, और वो प्रोसेस दिखता भी नहीं है, इट इज़ इनविजिबल काइंड ऑफ प्रोसेस। तो उसके लिए टिप ये हमारी कि डोंट ट्राई टू इन्वेस्ट इन क्रिप्टो करेंसीज। फास्ट मनी आप अर्न करने के लिए मत रहिए। बिटकॉइन कभी हुआ था राइज, और उस समय बहुत लोगों ने काफ़ी पैसा कमाया। तो अभी भी लोगों को ये है कि हम क्रिप्टो करेंसी में इन्वेस्ट करके और इसको फास्ट, इट्स ऑनलाइन ट्रेडिंग ओनली बेसिकली। क्रिप्टो करेंसी इज नथिंग बट ट्रेडिंग। तो उसकी टिप ये है कि आप कहीं भी ऐसी किसी लालच में मत पड़िए। अशोक जी ने कहा है पावर बैंक ऐप थी, उसमें 15 दिन में कौन पैसे डबल करेगा। उसी के साथ जुड़ी हुई आ गई हैं लोन ऐप्स आ गई हैं, जिसमें कि आपको ईजी लोन ऑफर करते हैं। बच्चे बहुत फंसते हैं उस स्कैम में कि अरे 2000 चाहिए, 5000 चाहिए, इजी लोन ऐप में, इसको मैं डाउनलोड करके मैं दे के पैसे फिर इसको अगले महीने भर लूँगा। लेकिन वो ऐसे एंडलेस ट्रैप है कि आपके व्हाट्सएप और आपकी जो कॉन्टैक्ट्स लिस्ट पूरी ले लेता है, और उन सबको मैसेजेस करता है आपकी इमेजेस और फोटोग्राफ्स के साथ कि ये पैसे इन्होंने लिए हुए हैं और वापस नहीं करे। आप दे भी देंगे तो भी आप उस लूप में फंस जाएंगे।
ये जो लोन ऐप की बात कर रहे हैं मनोज जी ना, ये चाइनीज है इसके पीछे भी। और वो लोग चाइनीज लोन ऐप में क्या क्या हो गया है कि मेरे पास ऐसे केसेज आ रहे हैं कि बच्चे सुसाइड कर ले रहे। सीरियसली बी अलर्ट। मतलब आपको 5,000 10,000 का लोन देंगे, वो सब वसूलने के बाद भी आपके पीछे पड़े रहेंगे। और जैसे मनोजा जी कह रहे हैं, आपके रिश्तेदारों को, फ्रेंड्स को, माँ बाप को, सबको भेजते रहेंगे कि सोशल मीडिया में तो आजकल सब कुछ है, मतलब सारे प्रोफाइल इजीली सबको मिल जाते, तो सबको भेजते रहेंगे कि इसने मेरे साथ लोन लिया था और इसने ये किया, ये किया।
सोशल इंजीनियरिंग के थ्रू दे हैव ऑल योर
तो ऐसे किसी सस्ते इजी लोन के चक्कर में मत आइए।
थैंक यू, शुक्रिया मनोजा जी एंड शुक्रिया अशोक जी। अशोक जी, कमिंग टू यू नाउ एज the leader of our state's police force and a very distinguished national police officer as well, I mean even at the national scale, आपसे मैं पूछना चाहूँगी, what are the challenges that the police forces are facing in combating cyber crime, क्योंकि ये बहुत ही मायनों में बहुत अलग टाइप का क्राइम है फ्रॉम कन्वेंशनल क्राइम।
साइबर क्राइम के जो चैलेंजेस फेस कर रहे हैं ना हम, उसके 3 एस्पेक्ट हैं, बड़े एस्पेक्ट। पहला एस्पेक्ट है कि उसकी वॉल्यूम बहुत ज़्यादा है, मतलब इतनी ज़्यादा वॉल्यूम है कि हमारी कैपेसिटी नहीं है उसे हैंडल करने की। 2022 में देश भर में 10 लाख साइबर क्राइम हुआ। उत्तराखंड में भी 9 महीने में साइबर कंप्लेंट 15,000 आ चुकी हैं, जबकि जो बाकी सारे क्राइम मिला के 12,000 है। हम तो कंट्री का 100 थे ना पॉपुलेशन में, 1 करोड़ प्लस है, तो वो 140। तो आप सोचिए इतनी बड़ी वॉल्यूम को अचानक से मैं इतने आदमी कहाँ से लाऊंगा। तो फर्स्ट चैलेंज। दूसरा चैलेंज है कि क्रिमिनल हजारों मील दूर बैठा है, ठीक है ना। जो पहला सेंटर वर्ल्ड में हुआ वो था अफ्रीका, नाइजीरियंस। शुरू में साइबर क्राइम को नाइजीरियन क्राइम कहा जाता था। उन्होंने फेक लॉटरी और ये कार्ड क्लोनिंग, वो सब कार्ड स्किमिंग, ये सब शुरू किया था, आपके जो बैंक के कार्ड्स होते हैं। तो वो सारे के बाद अभी जब इंडिया में आया है तो इसका सेंटर बन गया जमताड़ा। जमताड़ा आप लोगों ने सबने देखी होगी सीरीज। तो अब नए नए सेंटर्स आ रहे हैं। मेवात जमताड़ा का बाप हो गया है। मेवात में 3 स्टेट्स में, जमताड़ा इज बिहार एंड झारखंड बेल्ट बॉर्डर। ये मेवात में राजस्थान, हरियाणा एंड यूपी, मथुरा, भरतपुर, नू, जो पलवल, ये बेल्ट में मेवात क्षेत्र। तो वहाँ पे इतना ज़्यादा साइबर क्राइम बढ़ गया है, अनइमेजिनेबल। सो क्रिमिनल हमसे हजारों मील दूर बैठा है, तो उसको पकड़ना आसान नहीं होता। नॉर्मल फिजिकल क्राइम देखेंगे आप, उत्तराखंड में क्रिमिनल होगा मैक्सिमम बॉर्डर डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स का। मेरा 90% फिजिकल क्राइम, 90+ या तो उत्तराखंड के अंदर का है या बॉर्डर का डिस्ट्रिक्ट, यानी हमारा ये बेल्ट है तो सहारनपुर का होगा, मुजफ्फरनगर, मेरठ, बिजनौर, बस 5-4% जा करके पंजाब, हरियाणा, उसी में सब कवर। यहाँ तो 95% जो है वो जाने कहाँ बैठा है। तो उसको ढूंढना, ट्रैक करना, फिर उसको पकड़ के लाना, वो आसान काम नहीं होता। तीसरा चैलेंज है कि जब हम इनको जब दूसरे में बता दूं कि जब हम इनको पकड़ने जाते हैं तो वो लोग को पता चल जाता है मैं 1000 मील दूर जाके ऑपरेट कर रहा हूँ, मैक्सिमम 10-15 आदमी ले जाऊंगा, 20 ले जाऊंगा। वो पूरे गांव में उन्होंने पहले से ही, क्योंकि वो तो दिन भर यही साइबर क्राइम कर रहे हैं, पहले से ही अपने वो लगा के रखते हैं, वो जासूस कह लो, मुखबिर कह लो, कि पुलिस आई तो पहले ही अलर्ट कर देंगे, वो मैसेज भेज देंगे, बस तो सब गायब, तो मिलते ही नहीं है। इनको अरेस्ट करना इज ए वेरी वेरी बिग चैलेंज। इसलिए आपने देखा होगा जनता तो हैरान हो जाती कि इसका तो मोबाइल अभी भी काम कर रहा है, क्योंकि उन्हें पता पुलिस कहाँ है कि हमको पकड़ने इतनी दूर। पहली टिकट फ्रॉड जो है, वैसे मैं 4 गैंग पकड़ चुका हूँ ये केदारनाथ के नाम पे। तो ये एक चैलेंज है। और लास्ट चैलेंज है कि इसके डिजिटल फुटप्रिंट्स आसान नहीं होते। जब उनको ढूंढते हैं तो वो सब आजकल इतनी टेक्नोलॉजी के थ्रू जो नंबर है वो भी फेक निकलेगा, जो बैंक अकाउंट है वो भी फेक निकलेगा, ठीक है ना। तो उन सब को मतलब ट्रैक करना और पकड़ना वो एक हमारे लिए और बड़ी चुनौती है। These are the challenges.
अशोक जी, आपको सुनकर एक नेचुरल फॉलोअप क्वेश्चन माइंड में आया है। आई डू वेरी स्ट्रेट टॉक ओवर हियर। अगर कोई VIP विक्टिम हो तो एक्सपेक्ट कर भी सकते हैं कि पुलिस इंटरनेशनली जाके अक्यूज को लाएगी, बट साइबर क्राइम तो सबके साथ हो रहा है, राइट? और इतनी ज़्यादा वॉल्यूम पे आपने अभी बताया. सो व्हाट आई वांट टू नो इज जो ग्राउंड रियलिटी है, इतनी ज़्यादा वॉल्यूम में साइबर क्राइम हो रहा है. आप इमेजिन करो कि मान लो अफ्रीका में किसी बंदे ने देहरादून में किसी को डिफ्रॉड कर दिया फाइनेंशियली, तो आई मीन प्रोसिक्यूशन की मैं बात कर रही हूँ, तो जो एक्चुअली ग्राउंड रियलिटी है कि क्या how much does the police actually go to nab a criminal who is sitting in a different country, financial cost involved है, इतना effort लगाना, और वहाँ जाके इंटरनेशनल बॉर्डर क्रॉस हो गया है तो क्या आप अरेस्ट कर सकते हो बिकॉज इंटरनेशनल लॉज भी होंगे, असली में क्या हो रहा है? हाउ डू यू नैप देम?
देखिए, अभी तक ये जो किताब है साइबर एनकाउंटर, इसमें भी 2 कहानियों में फॉरेनर क्रिमिनल्स हैं. एक तो हनी ट्रैप है जिसमें एक एजेड आदमी के साथ एक यंग लेडी बन के दूसरी तरफ से वो किया जा रहा है इंटरेक्शन, इमोशनल ब्लैकमेल करके, और 97 लाख का फ्रॉड है. ये भी विदेशी निकलता है. और एक जो है
लकी वो वाला जिनमें लॉटरी वाला
नहीं, वो लॉटरी वाला भी नाइजीरियन है और पपी वाला भी है. 3 हो गए. तो देखिए, इन सब में अभी तक क्या था, ये फ्यूचर का चैलेंज हमारे लिए और बड़ा होना. इन सब में क्रिमिनल्स विदेशी है तो भी वो इंडिया आता है. इंडिया में इनके पॉकेट्स हैं. आप दिल्ली में जाएंगे, नाइजीरियन पॉकेट्स हैं, बेंगलोर में, मुंबई में. तो वो इंडिया में आता है क्रिमिनल और कहीं रहते हैं, क्योंकि उनको फाइनली कहीं ना कहीं से पैसा निकालना होता था. एटीएम से निकाल लेंगे, किसी अकाउंट से निकाल लेंगे, कोई फेक किसी के नाम से अकाउंट, बैंक अकाउंट लेके फिर उससे पैसा निकाल लेंगे. ठीक है ना? तो ये सारे क्रिमिनल हमने जो पकड़े इंडिया से ही पकड़े. पर अब जो नया चैलेंज आ गया कि क्रिप्टो करेंसी के थ्रू पैसा ही बाहर गया. पहले तो पैसा बाहर भेजना मुश्किल था ना. तो ये पैसा जो बाहर गया, ये हमें मुश्किल हो,
जो आ ही नहीं रहे इंडिया क्रिमिनल,
जो इंडिया
वहीं से ऑपरेट कर रहे हैं.
तो इसके लिए लॉज ना है, लॉज है इंटरनेशनल. आधे देशों के साथ तो ट्रीटी नहीं है. आपको फिर वो सब चाहिए ना, जो एक्सट्राडिशन ट्रीटी, ये सब वो सब.
तो वो भी एक चैलेंज,
वो
फिर
बहुत बड़ा
एडिशनल
चैलेंज
चैलेंज
है. और फिर वो ट्रीटी में भी पहले आपको प्रूव करना है, प्रूफ देने हैं कि एविडेंस वगैरह, ये सब. तो जो हमें यहाँ क्रिमिनल को पकड़ना आसान है, उतना वहाँ के लिए एक्स्ट्रा डाइट कराना उतना आसान नहीं है. तो वो एक फर्दर चैलेंज होने वाला है, बड़े वाला.
That can be a big concern, right? In the coming years, it can be a big concern. Yes. Okay, Kavya, before moving on, can I just have an idea about कितने टाइम में wrap up करना है? मैं Q&A accordingly फिर करूँगी. मुझे तो कॉन्वर्जेशन में अच्छा लग रहा है, बट आप लोग बता दो बिकॉज आई
वी कैन पिक क्वेश्चंस फ्रॉम पब्लिक.
एक काम करते हैं, we'll go to
सवाल बहुत.
हाँ, हम Q&A करते हैं, ठीक है? बाद में टाइम हो, देन आई विल कम बैक. ठीक है? सो शुक्रिया, एंड इट्स अ वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग कॉन्वर्जेशन, एंड आई नो क्वेश्चंस होंगे, एंड अगर नहीं है तो ये अलार्मिंग बात है, क्वेश्चंस होने चाहिए ऑनेस्टली, बिकॉज इट मीन्स आप लोग इतना सीरियसली इस टॉपिक के बारे में सोच नहीं रहे हो. मैं पर्सनली खुद अफेक्ट हुई हूँ. फेसबुक पे फ्रेंड रिक्वेस्ट, इंस्टा पे आपको एक गुड लुकिंग पायलट का फ्रेंड रिक्वेस्ट आ जाएगा, especially the girls, maybe the guys are getting it for the, from girls. I'm telling you, very good looking, like wow, इससे तो friendship करनी है मैंने. Be careful, वो सब deep fake है, and they will really lure you into some really really bad things. तो अगर नहीं सोच रहे, अभी सोचो, और जो questions हैं अभी आप लोग पूछ सकते हो. All right, so do we have any questions?
सवाल, एक सवाल मेरा इधर से बोल रहा हूँ सर, इस साइड.
We'll try and cover all of them.
Yes, please.
मेरा सवाल ये है कि जिस तरह से आपने खुद भी देखा है, कानून व्यवस्था की उससे जुड़े हुए हैं आप, यहाँ जो साइबर क्राइम हो रहे हैं उत्तराखंड में और बाकी देश में हो रहे हैं, क्या उनमें कोई फर्क है, या उनकी तादाद में कोई फर्क है, या सेम पैटर्न है? कैसे हम इसको फर्क कर सकते हैं?
नहीं, एकदम सेम पैटर्न है, क्योंकि उसको क्रिमिनल को तो पता नहीं है कि आप कहाँ बैठे हो. पहले मैं आपको बड़ी बात बताऊं, हमारे यहाँ उत्तराखंड के पहाड़ों में क्राइम नहीं था, तो हमारी ज़्यादातर पुलिस नीचे के 4 जिलों में रहती थी, देहरादून, हरिद्वार, नैनीताल, उधम सिंह नगर. किंतु जब से साइबर क्राइम है, उसे तो डीप पहाड़ों में भी बैठे हुए आदमी के साथ हो जा रहा है. तो उसको नहीं पता ना, वो तो नंबर उठाया, उसने डायल कर दिया, कौन कहाँ बैठा है दुनिया में, किस कोने में. तो इट इज ऑल द सेम पैटर्न ऑल ओवर इंडिया.
सर, एक सवाल मेरा है. साइबर एनकाउंटर्स ऑफ कोर्स मैंने पढ़ी है और अलग अलग मंचों पे मैंने आपको सुना भी है, इस पे बातें तमाम आपके बारे में आपको सुना है इस पे. मेरा सवाल ये है कि तमाम जो निचोड़ आता है वो हर मर्तबा ये आता है कि हमको अवेयर करना चाहिए पब्लिक को. अभी इंडिया में लिटरेसी रेट ही, मतलब हम लोग 80 के आसपास हैं, अभी हम लिटरेसी रेट ही हम लोग नहीं अचीव कर पाए हैं. तो अवेयर करने की बात पब्लिक पे मेरे ख्याल से कुछ ज्यादती सी हो जाती है. और फिर ये तो जो साइबर जो क्राइम का मसला है, थोड़ा सा जो पढ़े लिखे लोग भी हैं उनके साथ भी ये हो जाता है. क्या आप इस मंच से, आपका एक्सपीरियंस क्या कहता है कि कोई हम रिकमेंडेशन को रिफॉर्म के लिए कर सकते हैं गवर्नमेंट के लिए, या क्या कुछ होने चाहिए हैं? क्योंकि अंततः बात फिर पब्लिक पे आ जाती है, तो फिर अगर इतनी ही, मतलब मेरा कहना है, मेरा मानना है कि अगर इतने ही अवेयर ये देश होता, ये पब्लिक होती, तो शायद हालात कुछ और होते। तो क्या कुछ हम रिफॉर्म्स की बात कर सकते हैं इस तरह के हालात से निपटने के लिए?
अच्छा सवाल है संजीव जी। इसमें मैं सडनली स्विच हो गया, एक बार सवाल रिपीट करिएगा हल्का सा।
सर आई
पहली बात
थिंक
तो
इस
ये
पे आप
कि
पॉलिसीज और स्ट्रैटेजीज के बारे में फोकस कर सकते हैं। क्या पॉलिसीज और स्ट्रैटेजीज हम अडॉप्ट कर सकते हैं एज अ कंट्री?
पहला पॉइंट तो ये है कि ये सोचना है कि खाली अनपढ़ लोगों के साथ साइबर क्राइम हो रहा हो, ये सही नहीं है। बिल्कुल मोस्ट टेक्निकल लोगों के साथ भी साइबर क्राइम पॉसिबल और हो रहे हैं। दूसरी बात, ये बात पॉइंट आपने बड़ा पॉइंट बोला कि खाली अवेयरनेस के दम पे हम कब तक चलेंगे। अवेयर तो करना ही है, वो हमारा काम है, वो कर भी रहे हैं। बट क्यों रिफॉर्म्स क्या पॉसिबल हैं? यस, मेरा आंसर है कि रिफॉर्म्स पॉसिबल हैं, पहला आंसर। दूसरा, बैंक्स में रिफॉर्म्स शुरू भी हो गए, ठीक है। प्रॉब्लम क्या है, हर किसी को बिजनेस करने की पड़ी है। हमने बैंक्स में अगर सारे बैंक ढंग से अच्छे से सारे रूल्स को फॉलो करें, आरबीआई ने अपनी गाइडलाइंस को और टाइटन किया है, ठीक है, तो आसानी से पैसा नहीं निकलेगा अभी भी। परंतु कुछ प्राइवेट बैंक्स, कुछ गेटवेज, पेमेंट गेटवेज, वहाँ जो है वो सारे के सारे रूल्स को नहीं फॉलो किया जा रहा है। नहीं तो इतनी जल्दी अकाउंट कैसे खुल जाता है? इतनी जल्दी पैसा लेके गायब हो गए, फिर अकाउंट बंद भी हो गए, तो उनको कहीं ना कहीं तो उनको पता होगा। एक आम आदमी को अकाउंट खोलने के लिए इतना परेशान कर दे रहे हैं। तो ये जो बिजनेस करने की जल्दी है। इसी तरह से दूसरा एक तो हुआ बैंकिंग सेक्टर जिसके थ्रू ये फ्रॉड हो रहा है। दूसरा भी एक इंपॉर्टेंट सेक्टर है जहां रिफॉर्म्स पॉसिबल हैं, वो है टेलीकॉम। तो टेलीकॉम कंपनीज को इंडिया में मैक्सिमम 9 सिम कार्ड आप ले सकते हो, मैक्सिमम 9। और हम जब पकड़ते हैं क्रिमिनल को तो उस पर 250 तो एफआईआर मिलती है। जब मैंने कहा ना बड़ा मुश्किल है, जामतड़ा वगैरह से ढूंढ के लाते, और उनके पास से 1,500-2,000 हजार सिम कार्ड मिलते हैं हमको। तो ये जो बेचने की जल्दी है, अदरवाइज सिम कार्ड भेजने के लिए भी आपको आईडी, खरीदने के लिए भी आईडी प्रूफ चाहिए, ये चाहिए, वो चाहिए, कुछ नहीं ऐसी कोई भी जाके खरीद लाता है। तो ये भी एक फैक्टर है। और इन चीज़ों में जितना शिकंजा और कसेगा तो फर्क पड़ेगा। और अभी तीसरा एक प्रॉब्लम और है, आप इंस्टीट्यूशनल रिफॉर्म्स की बात कर रहे हैं, अभी साइबर क्राइम में पनिशमेंट बहुत ही कम है। अभी तो हम जो सजा है 420 के दम पे दे रहे हैं, आईपीसी के दम पे दे रहे हैं, वहाँ ज़्यादा है, 5 साल है, किसी एक आदमी 6-7 साल हो जाती है। तो साइबर क्राइम में तो मोस्टली 3 साल की सजा है, तो वो तो अवेलेबल ही होता है। तो अब जज साहबान को अब धीरे धीरे पता लगने लगा, क्योंकि साइबर क्रिमिनल्स हैं, उनको भी नहीं बख्शा, तब वो हमसे खुद कहते कोई रास्ते ढूंढो, क्योंकि कानून में उसमें तो बेल अवेलेबल हुआ है। तो यहाँ भी एक रिफॉर्म्स का स्कोप है। तो तीनों एरियाज हो गए, बैंकिंग सेक्टर, टेलीकॉम सेक्टर और क्रिमिनल जस्टिस सिस्टम।
सर इसमें मैं ये ऐड करना चाहूँगा, आपने जैसे कहा कि हम पब्लिक पे सब डालते हैं, हर टॉक्स में हम ये कहते हैं अवेयरनेस बुक भी हमने लिखी है कि लोग पढ़ के अवेयर हों। पब्लिक पे डाल नहीं रहे हैं हम। जिस बच्चे के हाथ में मोबाइल है, आप क्या समझते हैं उसको पता नहीं है? 5 साल का बच्चा सब जानता है कि मुझे क्या करना है क्या नहीं करना। 12 साल का बच्चे को सारी साइट्स के बारे में पता है जो हम सोचते हैं कि वो ना देखे, उनको सब मालूम है। तो वो अगर उनको इतनी चीज़ें मालूम हैं और पेरेंट्स के पास इतना विल है उनको फ़ोन देने का, तो ये हम सिखा भी सकते हैं। हम उनको अवेयरनेस के लिए भी कह सकते हैं कि यार आप मोबाइल यूज़ करो। तो अभी हमें स्कूल्स ने क्या करना है, स्कूल्स ने खाली एक अच्छा बच्चा जो कि अच्छे स्पोर्ट्स खेलता है, अच्छी पढ़ाई करता है, अच्छा कंपटीशन में निकलता है, नहीं पैदा करना। हमें डिजिटली रिस्पॉन्सिबल सिटीजन पैदा करने हैं। तो वो उसकी जिम्मेवारी है बच्चे की या पेरेंट्स की जो उसको मोबाइल दे रहे हैं कि आप अवेयर रहिए। तो अवेयरनेस तो है ही है, प्लस रिफॉर्म्स डेफिनेटली वो हेल्प करेंगे जैसा आपने कहा।
I wanted to ask Mr. Manoj, actually most of my question has already been answered by these two gentlemen asked the questions, but anyway, this is two things happened with me and Ashok Kumar ji is aware of that.
Okay.
First of all, I do believe that if you get anything, like you have an instrument like mobile,
Yeah.
You have to be responsible.
Yeah.
It's just like you take a license for a revolver or you start drinking, you have to be equally responsible. So it is the responsibility of every citizen to be aware as to how to use it.
Precisely.
As plain as that. Now, two things happened with me. One is that a mail came that income tax department will be refunding this amount of to me. So I log on and I give my bank details and they will refund the money. I knew that there was something fishy. The other one was that my AI has detected that you figure in some objectionable video which will be uploaded after a week if you do not pay $4,000.
Yeah.
That again looked fishy. Now my question is that if something like this happens, what are the triggers that make me realize that this is fishy, this is something which I should stay away, because sometimes they are very, very convincing. So even as an educated person, I can make an attempt to, I have friends in police and others, so I can say ki bhai ye kya hai, vagara, vagara. But, and any ordinary citizen who's using it and who is attempting to be responsible, how does he or she, make out that this is right or wrong? Some URL, कुछ शायद आप ज़्यादा अच्छे तरह से explain कर पाएं.
देखिए, आपके क्वेश्चन के दो पार्ट हैं. पहला वो है जो अनुपमा ने स्टार्ट किया था, जहाँ से कि what role is AI playing? तो AI क्या कर रहा है? इतने कन्विंसिंग मेल्स और इतने कन्विंसिंग मैसेजेस लिख रहा है आपको फिशिंग के, जो कि पहले नॉर्मली लिखे जाते थे जमतारा में बैठे हुए लड़के जो कि शायद 6 फेल होते होंगे.
इंग्लिश अच्छी नहीं होती थी, इसलिए पता
इंग्लिश अच्छी नहीं होती, तो आप पकड़ लेते थे कि इसमें स्पेलिंग गलत करिए, इसका वो गलत आ रहा है. बट इतने कन्विंसिंग मैसेजेस हैं कि इट हैज़ रियली, आई एग्री विद यू, इट हैज़ रियली बिकम लाइक वेरी डिफिकल्ट. तो उसके लिए है कि सबसे पहले वी हैव टू, एक ग्रीड एक चीज़ होती है जो हमें छोड़नी पड़ेगी. ये पैसा इनकम टैक्स आ रहा है, ठीक है, जब आएगा वो अपने आप आ जाता है. हमें पता है, फॉर ईयर्स वी हैव बीन फाइलिंग दिस IT रिटर्न्स. हमें पता है कि जब उनका डेट होता है, अब तो शायद हफ्ते या 15 दिन में ही आता है. उसके लिए कोई मेल दे के कोई दोबारा इन्फॉर्मेशन देने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. और जो सेकंड आपका जो पॉइंट था कि AI ने कहा है कि आपका कहीं यू आर फिगरिंग इन सम ऑब्सिन वीडियो और समथिंग, तो जैसा अशोक जी कहते हैं, आपने जो क्राइम किया ही नहीं है तो आप उससे क्यों डरते हैं? आप उसके लिए क्यों कहीं क्लिक करेंगे, क्यों उसके लिए जाएंगे? तो ये डिजिटल अवेयरनेस है विच आई थिंक यूथ हैज़ टू बी अवेयर ऑफ दिस. और इनको अपने पेरेंट्स को भी बताना चाहिए कि पापा मम्मा ऐसा कुछ मैसेज आए तो आपको क्लिक नहीं करना है. किसी भी मैसेज, आपको पासवर्ड नहीं बताना, ज़ीरो ट्रस्ट पॉलिसी आपको रखनी है, जैसे ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस में होती है. कुछ भी आपको अपनी वाइफ के साथ भी शेयर नहीं करना है अपने पासवर्ड्स. कहीं आप बताते हुए किसी ने सुन लिया, कोई ऐप ने आपको मोबाइल का एक्सेस लिया हुआ है माइक्रोफोन का, तो वो आपको इन्फॉर्मेशन सारा चला जाएगा. यू आर एडिंग समथिंग.
जो हर चीज का कोई लॉजिक होता है ना, हमें लॉजिकल सोचेंगे तो धीरे धीरे चीजें अपने आप पता चल जाते हैं. मतलब 5 सवाल बोलते हैं ना हमारी पुलिस में, आर्मी में, व्हाट, व्हाई, व्हेन, वेयर, हाउ, 4 W and 1 H. ये सवाल जरूर हमें लगाने चाहिए ना, क्योंकि तो अपने आप लॉजिकलिटी क्लियर हो जाएगी. भाई इस टाइम क्यों आ रहा है ये इसका मेरा इनकम टैक्स रिटर्न का मैसेज. हाँ, मैं इसीलिए इन सबको बता रहा हूँ. जैसे अभी अनुपमा कह रही थी कि एक बड़े हैंडसम से उसका आ रहा है, तो मेरे को ही क्यों इन्होंने चूज किया. जो हमारी पहली कहानी है हनी ट्रैप, उसमें 70 साल का एजेड आदमी है, रिटायर्ड आदमी है, और उसको एक यंग लेडी का फ्रेंड रिक्वेस्ट आ रहा. एक बार तो सोच के देखिए भाई ऐसा स्पेशली उसी को क्यों आ रहा है, कहीं ये फिशिंग तो नहीं है. तो मतलब हम ये सवाल लगाएं कि ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है. तो लॉजिकल उस पर जब 4 उसको लॉजिक के रीजनिंग के उस पर टेस्ट करेंगे तो अपने आप डाउट क्रिएट हो जाएगा.
तो आपको हमेशा यू हैव टू चैलेंज योर बिलीव्स. अभी क्या है कि हम कोई भी इंस्टाग्राम पे रील देखते हैं तो वो वैसे ही भेजनी शुरू कर देता है. प्रो बीजेपी देखोगे, प्रो गवर्नमेंट, तो सारी वही भेजेगा आपको. एंटी गवर्नमेंट देखोगे, एंटी गवर्नमेंट भेजेगा. तो गो टू साइट्स विच चैलेंज योर बिलीव्स. खुद को भी चैलेंज कीजिए, यार मैं ये कर रहा हूँ, क्या इसका दूसरा पहलू क्या है लाइफ का.
बिल्कुल, आई थिंक फिल्टर बबल एक कॉन्सेप्ट है. आप लोग गूगल पे इसके बारे में रिसर्च करो, जो मनोजा जी कह रहे हैं, फिल्टर बबल. सोशल इंजीनियरिंग के बारे में पढ़ना कि क्रिमिनल्स कैसे आपके सोशल मीडिया ऑनलाइन बिहेवियर को ट्रैक करके फिगर आउट करते हैं कि आप वल्नरेबल विक्टिम हो कि नहीं, एंड देन दे अटैक यू. सो रीड सोशल इंजीनियरिंग एंड फिल्टर बबल्स. एंड एंड इंस्टाग्राम पे फ्रेंड रिक्वेस्ट. I'll give you a tip. मैंने पर्सनली मेरे साथ हुआ है, so I'll tell you how you can figure out, okay? Because I was very curious. उस जिससे फ्रेंड रिक्वेस्ट आई है उसकी फॉलोअर लिस्ट पे, और वो किन को फॉलो कर रहे हैं उस पे जाना. सो देयर बी दिस अमेरिका में पायलट, आप देखोगे वो किन को फॉलो कर रहा है, तो देयर बी ऑल इंडियन वुमेन इन डिफरेंट पार्ट्स ऑफ इंडियाज विलेजेस. सो यू कम टू नो कि और कोई है ही नहीं, देयर इज नो अमेरिकन इन द कॉन्टैक्ट लिस्ट. सो यू हैव टू बी इंटेलिजेंट इन हाउ यू यूज इट. एंड इतने रियल होते हैं, सो यूनिफॉर्म में फोटोग्राफ्स होती हैं, सो यू नो एक्सप्लोर देयर थिंग. एंड अशोक जी, आप आई थिंक हमें ये बता सकते हो कि साइबर क्राइम रिपोर्ट करने के लिए पुलिस स्टेशन जाना ज़रूरी नहीं है, ऑनलाइन भी एक फैसिलिटी है, इफ़ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग और एम आई मिस्टेकन हियर?
यस, साइबर क्राइम की कंप्लेंट रिपोर्ट करने के लिए ऑनलाइन पॉसिबल है। एफआईआर और कंप्लेंट में फ़र्क होता है। कितने बच्चों को ये पता है? बहुत कम लोगों को पता है। फिर भी
सच्चे बच्चे हैं।
1/4 नहीं, बड़ों को भी नहीं, बड़ों को तो पता चल जाता है, जिंदगी सिखा देती है क्योंकि कंप्लेंट शिकायत है, ठीक है। एफआईआर है फर्स्ट इंफॉर्मेशन रिपोर्ट ऑफ ए क्राइम। तो हर कंप्लेंट एफआईआर में कन्वर्ट नहीं होती, उसके पीछे बहुत सारे कारण हैं, वो ये टॉपिक नहीं है, किसी और टॉपिक में मैं एक्सप्लेन कर सकता हूँ। क्योंकि एफआईआर इज ए लीगल डॉक्यूमेंट। अगर एक झूठी एफआईआर भी दर्ज हो गई तो उसको खत्म करने के लिए पुलिस को 50 पन्ने कम से कम लिखने पड़ेंगे। इट्स सच ए मतलब बिग जॉब। तो इसलिए आसानी से एफआईआर में वो कन्वर्ट नहीं होती। वैसे दूसरे भी एफआईआर नहीं लिखने के कारण रहते हैं, कहीं आप जानते हैं करप्शन और ये बहुत सारे फैक्टर्स होते हैं, मगर उसको छोड़िए। मतलब ये लीगल एंगल से समझिए कि अगर हम पूरा फेयरली काम भी करें तो एक फेक एफआईआर कोई भी आपके खिलाफ लिखवा दे तो उसको ख़त्म करना हो लीगली तो बहुत टाइम लगता है। तो इट्स ए बिग चैलेंज। तो हर कंप्लेंट एफआईआर में दर्ज नहीं होती। तो ऑनलाइन कंप्लेंट आपकी रजिस्टर करने का गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने एक पोर्टल बना दिया है, एनसीआरपी, नेशनल क्राइम रिपोर्टिंग पोर्टल, और उसकी एक नंबर भी है, साइबर हेल्पलाइन नंबर 1930। जब भी आप किसी के साथ भी होता है तो इमीडिएटली आप उस पर रिपोर्ट कर सकते हैं। उसका फ़ायदा ये होता है वो लॉक हो जाता है, वो बैंक को चला जाता है, पुलिस को चला जाता है। तो वो कोशिश अगर टाइमली चला जाएगा तो पैसा भी फ्रीज होने का चांस रहता है। तो दिस इज द साइबर हेल्पलाइन नंबर।
दैट्स वेरी हेल्पफुल, थैंक यू अशोक जी।
परंतु एफआईआर में कन्वर्ट करना होगा तो फिर आपको थाने जाना पड़ेगा, अपने आसपास के थाने या साइबर थाने में। यस
नहीं सॉरी, जस्ट 1 सेकंड, मुझे पता है शायद कावे उधर से चढ़ रहे हैं, इधर से हमें उतारना चाह रहे हैं। एक मैं टिप प्लीज देना चाहूंगा, जो एक लेटेस्ट फ्रॉड चल रहा है आजकल,
सवाल भी बहुत है ना,
कि आपसे कहा जाता है कि *402* दबा के और आप एक मोबाइल नंबर अपना डाल दीजिए या 10 डिजिट नंबर, तो उससे आपकी कई सारी जो वायरसेस वगैरह वो रिमूव हो जाएंगे। ऐसा कभी मत कीजिएगा, आपका नंबर फॉरवर्ड हो जाता है और आपके मैसेजेस साइबर क्रिमिनल के पास चले जाते हैं। बस जस्ट आई वांटेड टू शेयर।
अच्छा बताया, आप कुछ पूछ रहे थे, इनको माइक दे दीजिए इधर।
The last question for this session.
लास्ट मत करिए, एक बच्चों से तो एक पूछिए ना,
तो
बच्चे हाथ
काव्या,
खड़े-
हमें जरा 1-2 मिनट और आप दे
आप
दीजिए,
एक
1-2
खड़े
सवाल
जाओ।
और कर लेंगे। यस मैम।
चलो 2 बच्चों के लास्ट क्वेश्चन लेंगे, एक इधर एक इधर। यस
Thank you. Very informative session. Thank you for that. Sabhi, recently somebody in my network in Dehradun, she's a principal of a well-known school. उनके साथ क्या हुआ कि एक अननोन नंबर से फ़ोन आया जो उन्होंने रिसीव करा, दैट्स इट, एंड विद इन 2 minutes lakhs of money was gone from her account. किसी ने OTP नहीं मांगा, इन्होंने कोई इन्फॉर्मेशन शेयर नहीं करी. इज इट पॉसिबल सर? दैट इज नंबर 1. हैज़ दिस क्राइम थिंग गॉन टू द एक्सटेंट कि हम सिर्फ कोई अननोन नंबर से फ़ोन उठा रहे हैं विदाउट गिविंग एनी इन्फॉर्मेशन? इज इट पॉसिबल? दैट्स द फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन. And if it is possible, then as general public, what can we do about it? क्योंकि unknown number है तो phone तो उठाएंगे. So
मेरे ख्याल से
is it possible or not is the first question.
सी जो आप कह रहे हैं कि उन्होंने अननोन नंबर से कॉल उठाया, पैसे कट गए, वो उस समय नहीं हुआ फ्रॉड। एक्चुअली वो पहले से ही सोशल इंजीनियरिंग के थ्रू आपके मोबाइल पे या आपके सिस्टम पे कोई ऐप डाउनलोड हो चुकी थी, जो कि कहीं पहले कहीं लिंक क्लिक किया होगा, मे बी द पास्ट फ्यू डेज। तो वो प्लस that combined with this call जो आपने पिक करी है, that led to this fraud.
Okay. Okay.
मतलब जब हम एक अननोन लिंक को डाउनलोड करते हैं तो उससे मेरा पूरा मोबाइल क्लोन हो जाता है, तो मेरा सब कुछ उसके पास चला गया, तो मेरे OTP भी, सब कुछ, सारे मैसेजेस, सारे फोटोज, सारे वीडियोस। तो इट इज पॉसिबल कि ऐसा हुआ।
तो ऐसे अननोन नंबर्स में क्या होता है, नॉर्मली बात नहीं हो पाती, वो कॉल कट जाती है।
No,
वो बेसिकली आपका डेटा ट्रांसफर हो गया उस समय, जो उनको जो भी इंफॉर्मेशन एट दैट पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम चाहिए थी, और बाकी उन्होंने पहले बेस बनाया हुआ था पूरा।
OTP वहां चला गया उसके पास।
2 questions. Thank you so much for the question. Last 2 questions.
2 students only, one this side here. It will be better if the second student is a girl, because उनके साथ भी बहुत क्राइम हो रहा है। अच्छा, ये भी खड़े हो गए, चलिए बताइए प्लीज। अच्छा,
I have a follow-up question on what ma'am has asked. A similar sort of a thing has happened with me also. No OTP was shared, nothing happened, but the money got deducted. So when we file a cyber complaint, they give us a period of time, let's say 60 days, wherein they will inquire at their end, the banks with however the crime has happened, they will investigate into that situation. And within a period of 60 days, they will come back to us with what the result is, whether the case was solved or you are just on your own. So in that case, where they say that maybe you provided the OTP or you provided some kind of information that led to the crime, in that situation, the person जिसके साथ ये crime हुआ है, they are left with basically no choice but to accept what has happened with them, because the bank, the police, the cyber department, everybody says that we've inquired this at our end and it has turned out no external activity was there. This just happened. Then as a person जिनके साथ fraud हुआ है, how do you maintain that trust in the system?
यही चीज हम कह रहे थे ना कि मैंने इनको वही आंसर दिया कि वो आपका उस पॉइंट पे नहीं हुआ है क्राइम. आपने पहले कुछ ऐसा किया है. इट इज योर फोन, इट इज इन योर हैंड. यू हैव बीन विजिटिंग साइट्स विच यू हैव नॉट फॉरगॉटन. ऐसा कुछ जरूर किया है. पुलिस ने नहीं किया, बैंक ने नहीं किया, है ना? तो किसने किया है? साइबर क्रिमिनल ने किया है. बट कहीं आपकी जो हम बात करते हैं अवेयरनेस की, तो यहाँ अवेयरनेस है कि हमने ऐसे किसी पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम में कोई कहीं क्लिक किया होगा या कुछ ऐसी ऐप डाउनलोड कर ली होगी जिसको हमने एक्सेस दे दिया होगा अपनी फोन का, जो लाइक कुछ इसमें अनवांटेड एक्सेस दे दिया होगा. दैट लेड टू दिस क्राइम. दिस व्हाट वी वांट टू से. आपने घर पे ताला ही नहीं लगाया, गेट पर आप सो गए और चोरी हो गई, तो कैसे होगा? वो तो फिर होगा ना. तो यू हैव टू बी वेरी केयरफुल. यू हैव टू कीप अपग्रेडिंग योर सिस्टम. यू हैव टू कीप इंस्टॉलिंग एंटीवायरसेस. You have to stop visiting sites. You have to visit only trusted sites.
I think cyber security
It's all leading to this.
होना चाहिए. एक सेशन सिर्फ साइबर सिक्योरिटी पे अलग.
बैंक से पॉसिबल है फ्रॉड, बट वो बहुत रेयर है. हमारी 13 कहानियों में से एक कहानी में है कि बैंक कर्मी ने ही फ्रॉड कर दिया, बट वो रेयर है.
ऑक्यूपेशनल फ्रॉड कहते हैं वो. बैंक मैनेजर ने खुद ही कर दिया क्राइम.
स्टूडेंट. हाँ जी बोलिए.
सर मेरा क्वेश्चन बेसिकली उस क्राइम से रिलेटेड है जो यूथ में भी सबसे ज़्यादा हो रहा है. रिसेंटली मेरे किसी एक फ्रेंड को एक कॉल आती है, एंड जैसा सर ने बताया कि वो पहले से ही हो रहा था मॉनिटर, तो उसे कॉल आती है, वो पिक करता है एंड कुछ फिर बात होती है, एंड थोड़ी देर में उसका एक वीडियो उसके पास आता है, एंड उसके रिलेटेड उसे कॉल आता है कि अगर आपने ये मतलब ये आपका वीडियो ऐसे हो गया है, एंड हम किसी साइबर क्राइम से बोल रहे हैं, मुंबई साइबर क्राइम से, एंड इसी वीडियो को ये लोग अपलोड करना चाह रहे हैं, और अगर आपने इस मिनट के अंदर आपने इतना अमाउंट ट्रांसफर नहीं किया तो वो वीडियो यूट्यूब पे चला जाएगा. एंड हम इतने फूल है कि हमें ये नहीं पता है कि यूट्यूब पे न्यूडिटी रिलीज नहीं होती है, और हमने बिलीव कर लिया. साइकोलॉजिकल प्रेशर इतना क्रिएट किया गया उसके ऊपर कि हम लोग उसी चीज में थे सोचने में. जब उसने हमें बताया, मतलब हम 4-5 लोगों का भी दिमाग इतना प्रोसेस नहीं कर पाया कि ये चीजें फेक हो सकती हैं, हमें क्या करना चाहिए. उस पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम पे एज अ यूथ, सीनियर जो लोग हैं वो तो फिर भी एक टाइम पे सोचते हैं कि हाँ पुलिस है, साइबर क्राइम है, वहां जा सकते हैं, कम सकते हैं. बट एज अ यूथ हमारे दिमाग में सबसे पहले आता है पेरेंट्स, कि पेरेंट्स क्या बोलेंगे, ये करेंगे, रिस्ट्रिक्शंस आ जाएंगे, ये वो. तो उस पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम पे हमने कुछ नहीं किया, हमने पैसे जोड़े, हमने पैसे भेजे, एंड द मोमेंट वी ट्रांसफर द फर्स्ट अमाउंट, सेकेंड कॉल आता है कि अभी आपको आपकी कंप्लेंट तो रजिस्टर हो गई है, बट इस वीडियो को स्टॉप करने के लिए आपको इतना अमाउंट और पे करना पड़ेगा, जिससे कि वीडियो रुक जाएगा. तो फिर उस पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम तक हम लोग ऐसा हो गया कि हमें पैसे नहीं हुए, तो हमने वो चीज को कह दिया कि आप कर दो करके, मतलब वो वाली बात है.
देखो ओरिजिनल टॉक में नहीं आया, अच्छा हुआ आपने सवाल उठा दिया. इसी को सेक्सटोर्शन कहते हैं आज की भाषा में. और किसी न किसी रूप में आपका कोई ना कोई फोटो वीडियो क्लिक कर लेते हैं. और वही मैंने कहा था कि हमने एक अननोन वीडियो कॉल उठाई, दूसरी तरफ से उसने कोई उसमें ऑब्सीन जो है वीडियो या फोटो लगाई हुई थी, और उसके साथ आपका स्क्रीनशॉट ले लिया. दैट्स ऑल. तो उसके बाद वो उसको ब्लैकमेलिंग शुरू है. बाकी सब उसके वो हथकंडे. कोई सिंपल ब्लैकमेल में आता है, कोई धमकी से आता है कि नहीं तो पुलिस में केस लॉन्च हो जाएगा, है ना. ये सब उसके हथकंडे हैं.
सर तो मेरा क्वेश्चन इसी भी चीज पे था कि 60 to 67% यूथ, हमारी कंट्री की पॉपुलेशन यूथ है, 60 to 67%, एंड यूथ को पता ही नहीं है कि ऐसी सिचुएशन में क्या करना चाहिए.
ये यूथ नहीं भैया, किसी के साथ भी हो रहा है. पिथौरागढ़ का एक आदमी LIC से रिटायर हुआ, अभी 1 महीना पुरानी बात है. 45 लाख रुपए चला गया उसके खाते से. रिटायर्ड चीफ सेक्रेटरी के थ्रू मुझे फोन आया, उसकी तो हिम्मत ही नहीं हो रही थी. 45 लाख देके उसे समझ आया मेरे पास कुछ बचा ही नहीं, तब पुलिस के पास आ रहा है. पहले क्यों नहीं आ गया? इतना क्यों डर रहे हो जब आपने क्राइम नहीं किया? क्या खा लेगा आपको, वीडियो वायरल कर देगा, आपका है ही नहीं. आपने तो खाली खोला था, दुनिया को पता चल गया है कि आपने खाली एक कॉल उठाई, इसलिए उसमें स्क्रीनशॉट बन जाते हैं. व्हाई आर यू सो मच वरीड?
सर
हमारी चिंता से ब्लैकमेल हो रहे, फियर से ब्लैकमेल हो रहे.
सर यही चीज है कि जैसे हम तो इतने
तो
लोग
ये
यहाँ बैठे
सेक्सटोर्शन से बचिए. पहली बात तो अननोन वीडियो कॉल उठाइए मत. दूसरी बात, अगर ऐसी धमकी आ रही है तो उसको इमीडिएटली ब्लॉक कर दीजिए. जाने दीजिए उसको जहां जाना है, कराने दीजिए FIR, कराने दीजिए उसको वीडियो वायरल. क्यों डरे हुए हो? बोलो.
गुड आफ्टरनून सर, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल थैंक यू सर. मेरा क्वेश्चन ये था, जैसे कि मैं ये क्राइम, मैंने फिर आपका पोस्टर देखा साइबर इनकाउंटर्स वाला. मैं साइबर सिक्योरिटी, साइबर इनकाउंटर्स में बहुत ज़्यादा इन्वॉल्व हूँ, मेरे को बहुत अच्छा लगता है. तो पहले मेरे में ये था कि जो हैकर्स होते हैं वो बुरे लोग होते हैं, जब तक मेरे को समझ नहीं थी कंप्यूटर्स की. फिर बाद में पता चला हैकर्स और कोई नहीं होते, बल्कि सम ऑफ द स्मार्ट पीपल्स बिटवीन अस वही होते हैं. तो मेरे को बस यही क्वेश्चन है कि वाई स्मार्ट पीपल्स आर टर्निंग देयर बैक फ्रॉम बीइंग गुड टू बीइंग बैड, लाइक वाई दे आर कमिटिंग क्राइम्स.
देखो, मैंने बताया था 3 टाइप के हैकर्स होते हैं. एक होता है ब्लैक हैट, एक होता है ग्रे हैट, एक होता है वाइट हैट. वाइट हैट वो है जो कि एथिकल हैकर होता है, जो पुलिस की मदद करता है, गवर्नमेंट की मदद करता है, सिस्टम की मदद करता है. एक होता है ब्लैक हैट. कई बार क्या होता है, जो टीन्स हैं वो अपने आप को पुलिस से अच्छा प्रूव करने के लिए अच्छे इंसान हैं. वो टीन, वो जो है, जो भी जो कर रहा है हैकिंग, वो अच्छा इंसान है, अच्छा लड़का है, लेकिन वो अपने आप को एक उसको दिखाना होता है समाज में, अपने फ्रेंड्स को, अपने लोगों में प्रूव करना होता है, देखो मैंने सिस्टम हैक कर दिया. इसरो की कम से कम 10 वेबसाइट्स हैं जिसको वो डिफेस करते रहते हैं रोज. है इसरो की ओरिजिनल साइट है, उसे नहीं कर पाते क्योंकि वो सेफ है. बाकी क्लोन बना के उसको वो डिफेस करते रहते हैं. किसी किसी साइट पे जाके कोई फोटो डाल देते हैं, वो खुद को प्रूव करने के लिए कि मैं इनसे ज़्यादा बेटर टेक्नोलॉजिकली हूँ. केवल यही रीज़न है.
शुक्रिया, थैंक यू सो मच एवरीवन. एंड आई नो अभी और सवाल होंगे, आप बाहर पूछ लीजिए या हम कोशिश करेंगे दोबारा सेशन करने की. एंड इतना एक्टिवली पार्टिसिपेट करने के लिए, सुनने के लिए दिल से आप सबका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. आई वुड रियली से आज हमने डिजिटल शैडोज़ को अनमास्क करने की एक शुरुआत करी है. हम सबका इसमें योगदान ज़रूरी है. वी ऑल हैव टू कॉन्ट्रीब्यूट. बी अवेयर, लेट्स क्रिएट अ सेफर इंडिया. येस, इंडिया इज़ अ कंट्री ऑफ द यूथ. यू आर आर फ्यूचर. अब आप लोगों के हैंड्स में है, व्हाट यू विल मेक इट. ओके, सो stay happy, stay safe everyone. Thank you Manoja ji so much. Thank you so much Ashok ji, and thanks Kavya for the extension of time.
Yes, आप लोग अपनी जगह पे ही बैठे रहें. एक्चुअली ये टॉपिक ही ऐसा है, बहुत सारी लर्निंग, बहुत सारा नॉलेज और अवेयरनेस की जब बात होती है तो उस पर तो जितनी बात करी जाए उतना कम होता है.
सवाल खत्म नहीं हो
सकते.
मैंने कहा सवाल खत्म नहीं हो सकते इस टॉपिक के.
नहीं, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल.
और ऐसे भी सवाल होंगे जो मुझे भी नहीं पता है, क्योंकि बहुत ही कठिन काम है.
नहीं, ये बहुत अच्छी लर्निंग लेके जा रहे हैं, स्पेशली यूथ जो यहाँ से. एक तो पैसे के चक्कर में नहीं फंसना है, दूसरा प्यार के चक्कर में नहीं फंसना है कि रातों रात प्यार मिल जाएगा, और तीसरा वो एक और होता है, पी से शुरू होता है, एन पे खत्म होता है. हाँ, वही जो हर रात को तुम देखते हो, वहीं से फंसते हैं. ये मम्मी के मगरमच्छ है, पापा की परियां ढूंढते रहते हैं ऑनलाइन. उससे बचना है.
चौथा पी भी लगा दो, पिस्टल. जो इस किताब के उस पे कवर पे बना हुआ.
तो ये 4 पी बता दिए. देखो,
पी से बचना है.
पैसा, प्यार और वो पी से एन तक, और पिस्टल. तो ये 4 से हमें बचना है. ये हटा लोगे तो फिर वो सबूत और पैसे भेजने और उसकी जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ेगी, है ना. आइए, साइबर एनकाउंटर्स को लेके एक बहुत अच्छी ये भी हमारे पास में एक वीडियो है, जरा वो हम आप लोगों को दिखाना चाहते हैं.
शुरू में होना चाहिए था यार, अब तो खत्म हो गया सब.
नहीं, ये देखेंगे, बढ़िया है. मतलब ये तो ऐसा लग रहा था, इसके बाद टीजर लग रहा था ये वेब सीरीज का, हैं सर? कुछ बात तो नहीं चल रही अंदर ही अंदर? क्या पता
नहीं,
बता
मैं
नहीं
वही
रहे
बोल रहा हूँ, ये शुरू में होना चाहिए था लास्ट।
हैं? बोले न्यू ईयर पे बताऊंगा, वेब सीरीज आ रही है, हैं ओपी सर? चलिए आइए, मैं लाल सर से रिक्वेस्ट कर रहा हूं, हमारे फेस्टिवल के डायरेक्टर अशोक सर को तो कल मोमेंटो दिया जा चुका है, तो हमारे मनोज सर को फॉर्मर साइंटिस्ट हैं DRDO के, 2 चीजों के लिए आजकल फेमस हो रखे हैं, एक तो साइबर एनकाउंटर्स, दूसरा अपना सॉल्ट एंड पेपर लुक है। क्यों शक्ति मैम, आइए। थैंक यू वेरी मच, बहुत ही इंफॉर्मेटिव, बहुत इंगेजिंग सेशन के लिए अशोक सर और ओपी सर, और थैंक यू अनुपमा। अभी तो बहुत बार थैंक यू कहना हमें एक दूसरे को। हाँ? आइए, तो इसके बाद हम लंच के लिए चल रहे हैं। लंच के लिए कि भात खाने? हाँ? नहीं, उनको बाद में देंगे, वो कह रही एक साथ ही देना मुझे 3-4। ठीक है, तो थैंक यू बच्चों, 30 मिनट्स में। हाँ, तो बाहर जो है आपके लिए ये बुक आप पढ़िए, बहुत अच्छी स्टोरीज इसके अंदर हैं, जैसा सर ने बताया, तो हिंदी और अंग्रेजी दोनों भाषाओं के अंदर बाहर मौजूद है, आप उसको ले सकते हैं, और दोनों सर यहीं पे हैं, आप उनसे ऑटोग्राफ वगैरह भी लीजिए। ठीक है जी, और बाकी 30 मिनट्स में हम लंच के बाद में फिर से यहाँ पे मिल रहे हैं एक और सेशन के लिए। बाहर बाकी जो हमारे ऑथर्स हैं उनकी भी किताबें जो है मौजूद हैं वहां पे, बुक वर्ल्ड का जो है वहां पे शॉप है, एक तरह से वहां पे लगा रखा है, स्टोर है, तो उसमें से आप जो है ले सकते हैं और उनसे साइन करवा सकते हैं। ठीक है जी, थैंक यू वेरी मच। अगले 30 मिनट में, आधे घंटे के बाद में, लंच के बाद एक बार फिर से आप लोगों से मिलते हैं। थैंक यू। या सोते हुए? कितने लोग हैं एनर्जी में? हाथ खड़े करो। आगे वाले तो हैं ही, आप लोगों को तो हाथ उठाने ही पड़ेंगे। पीछे कितने बच्चे, कितने हैं जिनको नींद आ रही है? भैया बाल्टी लाना पीछे से। सिर्फ एक हाथ खड़ा हुआ था। तुम्हारे लिए बाल्टी नहीं लाएंगे, तुम्हें बाल्टी के पास ले जाएंगे हम। हाँ चलिए, तो आज का लंच के बाद का ये जो पहला सेशन है उसके लिए हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। और जैसा कि लंच से पहले मैंने आपको बताया था, आज के सेशन में अनिर्बान भट्टाचार्य हमारे साथ में होने वाले हैं। तो चलिए वेलकम करते हैं, जोरदार तालियों के साथ में उनका स्वागत कीजिए। कल से ही वो यहाँ देहरादून आ चुके हैं और बहुत ही कमाल का काम उन्होंने किया हुआ है। साथ ही जिस टॉपिक के ऊपर आज बात होने वाली है, ट्रू क्राइम ऑन टेलीविजन, जो कि क्राइम पेट्रोल और सावधान इंडिया, जिसके वो प्रोड्यूसर भी हैं। तो ये दोनों ही बड़े कमाल के शोज हैं जिनको आप लोगों ने देखा है, बहुत सारी स्टोरीज को आपने देखा, उनसे इंस्पायर हुए होंगे। एंड आई एम श्योर इंस्पायर होकर कोई गलत काम नहीं किया होगा, बल्कि ये सोचा होगा कि ऐसा न किया जाए, या फिर कहीं पे हो रहा है तो उससे खुद को कैसे बचाया जाए, या कहीं पे कुछ गलत हो रहा है तो उसको कैसे खत्म किया जाए, या उसके बारे में कैसे सूचना दी जाए, कहां पे रिपोर्ट किया जाए। आई एम श्योर आपने ये सब कुछ किया होगा। तो इस सेशन को मॉडरेट करने के लिए आ रही हैं मेरे इस तरफ से, एक बार फिर से जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत कीजिए काली टेल, सॉरी, अनुपमा खन्ना तो अनुपमा आ रही हैं, आपने लंच से पहले भी उनको सुना था और बहुत अच्छे तरीके से जो अशोक सर और ओपी सर वाला सेशन था उन्होंने उसको कंडक्ट किया। और पाइनियर उत्तराखंड आप सब लोग जानते हैं, उसकी फाउंडिंग मेंबर रही हैं। यहाँ पे उसको एस्टेब्लिश करने को लेके नेशनली इंटरनेशनली मेरी मॉर्गन अवार्ड से लेके बहुत सारे उनको अवार्ड, नेशनल यूथ आइकन, एक्सीलेंस इन प्रिंट मीडिया, स्त्री शक्ति सम्मान, बहुत कुछ उनको मिला हुआ है। और जैसा कि मैं पहले भी बता रहा था कि LLB, MBA, BA बहुत कुछ पढ़ा है यार इनने जर्नलिज्म में, और वॉइस एंड एक्शन वो ट्रेनर तो हैं ही। तो चलिए उनके साथ में इस सेशन की शुरुआत करते हैं और मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि शाम तक आप सब लोग यहां पे बैठे रहेंगे। बाकी जो आपके दोस्त हैं अगर बाहर कहीं पे हैं तो उनको आप टेक्स्ट करके बुला सकते हैं। ओवर टू यू अनुपमा।
check.
Working now. Thanks. It's working. Thank you. Thank you, Kavya. Curly tails, you're a witty male. Okay, thanks. It's an absolute honor, genuinely, to be talking to none other than AB on a very interesting subject. And once again, thank you for joining us. And हम पूरी कोशिश करेंगे कि हम questions or conversation को आपसे relatable बनाए. So I have in mind that you all are young people here, and let's try to find a deeper meaning in the conversations. And Anirban ji, before Anirban ji is very formal. I'll
please,
forget the
AB,
B.
AB is
Yeah,
fine.
I'll just remove the G
पहली
from
बात तो
there.
ये है कि I want to thank Crime Lit Fest and of course Alok sir for having me here. Thank you so much. आपके दोस्त सब आ गए कि लंच कर रहे हैं अभी भी? लंच कर रहे हैं अभी भी? हाँ, उनको जरा मैसेज कर दो, अक्षय कुमार आया हुआ है। अच्छा चलो ठीक है, कुछ तो बोल दो यार आने के लिए। टेल देम कि अक्षय कुमार आ रहा है, जल्दी जल्दी आ जाओ। हाँ जी, अब शुरू करते हैं।
For those who've seen your work, AB is nothing lesser. All right, हम शुरू करते हैं सेशन को. I'm very excited. And as you can see, Crime Patrol and Savdhan India, जैसे कि बोलते हैं ना, household names होते हैं in everything. So I genuinely feel that when it comes to true crime shows, तो Crime Patrol और Savdhan India literally like household names. तो introduction देने की about the shows तो कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है, हम सब ने देखा है और बहुत episodes देखे हैं. So one, thank you for making the shows. And before I start asking you questions, मैं बस अपना शायद perspective share करना चाहूँगी on the importance of these shows, because see, in a country like इंडिया जहाँ पे सब लोग पढ़े लिखे नहीं हैं और वो लोग रीड नहीं कर सकते, लेकिन वो फिर भी टीवी देख सकते हैं, राइट? तो हमारी कंट्री में स्पेशली रीच जो है वो बहुत वाइडर है ऑफ टेलीविजन एंड रेडियो. सो वन, इट हैज़ अ ह्यूज रीच, एंड सेकेंड, ह्यूमन बींग्स का एक इनहेरेंट इंटरेस्ट होता है टुवर्ड्स क्राइम, टुवर्ड्स एनीथिंग दैट इज़ डार्क. उस वजह से भी अगर दो चैनल्स हैं और एक पे, not for everyone, but for the common man generally, एक पे कुछ और एक पे crime है, we tend to go more towards crime. उसकी वजह से impact बहुत होता है. So I feel इतना ज़्यादा impact है इन shows का society पे कि उतनी ही responsibility भी है makers पे. That's what I feel, right? And the very fact कि आपके दोनों शोज इतने सक्सेसफुल रहे हैं एंड दे बीन ऑन एयर, आई थिंक बेस्ट टेस्टिमनी टू द फैक्ट दैट यू हैव मोर देन डन जस्टिस टू योर रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी. So before I begin asking you questions, AB, genuinely really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your kind words.
And I will be, बात हम हिंदी और इंग्लिश में मिक्स करेंगे just to make it
क्योंकि
very
अच्छा यहाँ पे कोई
conversational.
बंगाली है क्या? कोई बंगाली नहीं है ना यहाँ पे? देखो बेटा, मैं बंगाली हूँ, मेरा हिंदी में प्रॉब्लम है, ठीक है? खाती हूँ, खाता है, प्रॉब्लम होगा, एडजस्ट कर लेना, समझ में ज़रूर आएगा, लेकिन कभी कभी मैं औरत बन जाऊँगी, कभी कभी मर्द बन जाऊँगा, ठीक है? एडजस्ट कर लेना बस.
हमारी बहुत इंतहा है, आप चिंता मत
करेक्ट.
कीजिए.
इम्तिहान है, इंतजार की. चलो.
इम्तिहा और इंतहा में भी कंफ्यूजन हो सकता है, राइट?
करेक्ट.
So okay, I have to share this before I begin. अभी ये भी ने इतनी इंटरेस्टिंग बात शेयर करी अपनी बंगाली और हिंदी को लेके. आप ही बताओ ना प्लीज.
क्या?
वो इंतहा प्लीज.
हाँ, वो शराबी फिल्म आपने देखी है? कहीं शराबी, अमिताभ बच्चन, जया प्रदा? नहीं, ये बच्चे तो देखते ही नहीं है. आप लोग स्क्विड गेम देखा है? वही देखो, वही देखो, स्क्विड गेम. बम्बई मेरी जान देखा है? आई एम सो सॉरी, इनको पेलना चाहिए. सर चलते हैं यार, चलते हैं. ये क्या खाकी देखी है? हाँ, ये है. The man himself is, you are fabulous in khaki. Super. And we met each other in an elevator last week when you were headed to Bani J, I think in that same building. You were in that same elevator. No, you were in that, the one opposite where NDTV used to be, Balaji ke piche. You were in the same elevator. So anyway. No, so there's a song in Sharabi, which I used to sing, इम्तिहान हो गई इंतज़ार की, पता चला 40 साल बाद वो इम्तिहान नहीं, वो इंतहा है. बट मेरा मीनिंग भी तो सही है. अब चलो ठीक है. किसी को हंसी नहीं आई क्योंकि पिक्चर ही नहीं देखी इन लोगों ने. अब क्या करें? I'll have to think of some Squid Game jokes.
Yes, and हम serious conversations crime पे करने वाले हैं. But before that, I would like to tell you जो कभी काफ़ी evident भी हो गया है कि ये बहुत ही interesting personality है, because एक time पे ये एक तरफ तो crime genre पे बहुत अच्छा काम करते हैं, which is so serious, and at the same time he is also a very talented stand-up comedian. तो वो तो आजकल के लोगों को बहुत पसंद है, and it's a very fine art, so you can definitely check him out. He's good, definitely. And okay, now moving on. AB, जब हम Crime Patrol देखें and सावधान इंडिया देखें, so to us as viewers, both the shows are similar, you know, जब हम देख रहे हैं, they're very similar. But for you, from the lens of the maker, how are the two shows different?
नहीं, viewers के लिए भी बहुत different है, क्योंकि दोनों अलग-अलग format के हैं.
I want you to focus on, you know, like from the film, from the making
जो Crime
aspect.
Patrol है, Crime Patrol बहुत पुरानी शो है और बहुत उम्दा शो है. क्या शब्द निकल रहा है भाई? उम्दा.
Correct है.
तो उम्दा शो है ना? तो और उसको कहते हैं पुलिस प्रोसीड्यूरल. तो इन्वेस्टिगेटिव शो है. इट्स अ हु डन इट, हाउ डन इट. तो 2012 में जब चैनल हमारे पास आए और उन्होंने कहा कि एक क्राइम शो बनाना है हमें, लेकिन इट कांट बी लाइक क्राइम पेट्रोल. तो वी क्रिएटेड द शो कॉल्ड सावधान इंडिया, जो क्राइम ड्रामा है. इट इज़ नॉट अ पुलिस प्रोसीड्यूरल. दे मे बी एलिमेंट्स ऑफ पुलिस प्रोसीड्यूरल की, इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रहा है, पुलिस जा रहा है, देख रहे हैं कैसे हुआ, कौन किया. लेकिन जो हिट फैक्टर रहा शो का वो है इंडिया फाइट्स बैक, जो विक्टिम का कहानी था, है ना? कि वी हैड नेवर शोन विक्टिम का कहानी ऑन क्राइम पेट्रोल. इट वाज ऑलवेज थ्रू द आईज ऑफ द पुलिस, केस कैसे होता है. तो यहाँ पे एक नयापन आया कि विक्टिम के जो एक्सपीरियंस है, उनके फैमिलीज जो है, क्राइम जो होता है सिर्फ विक्टिम्स के नहीं होता है, वो क्राइम अफेक्ट करता है फैमिलीज को, है ना?
Absolutely.
अगर मेरे अंकल के साथ कुछ हो जाता है, आई एम अफेक्टेड, हिज वाइफ इज अफेक्टेड, हिज चिल्ड्रन इज. सो क्राइम इज लाइक, वो ब्लॉटिंग पेपर में इंक डाल दो तो कैसे स्प्रेड होता है, तो क्राइम इज लाइक दैट. तो दे आर वेरी वेरी डिफरेंट. और ऑडियंस को ये पता चल गया, और क्योंकि नयापन था, शो हिट हो गया. क्योंकि ड्रामा था, उसमें इमोशन ज़्यादा था. क्राइम पेट्रोल अगर देखोगे, कौन देखता है क्राइम पेट्रोल यहाँ पे? और सावधान इंडिया कौन देखता है? हाथ ऊपर रखना, मार दूंगा मैं. हाँ, तो आप लोग को पता है क्राइम पेट्रोल पुलिस के थ्रू जाता है ना? इन्वेस्टिगेटिव होता है. लेकिन सावधान इंडिया थोड़ा सा मोर ड्रामा होता है, इमोशंस रहता है. रात को कौन देखता है सावधान इंडिया? हाँ बेटा, तुम ही. हाँ, तुम आओ बाहर मिलो मेरे से. हाँ, क्यों देखते मुझे पता है. So it's very different kind of show, and the audience of course understood that. लेकिन दोनों में जो कॉमन चीज है वो है सीख. वो सीख हम देते हैं कि जैसे क्राइम पेट्रोल में भी अनूप सोनी व्यूअर्स के साथ बोलते हैं ये करो, ये मत करना, सतर्क रहो, ये करो. सुशांत भी कहता है सावधान इंडिया में कि देखो इस मुकाम पे ये करना चाहिए था, लेकिन इस मुकाम पे देखो ही शुड हैव स्पॉटेड कि इसका बिहेवियर में कुछ चेंज है. तो वो हम देते रहते हैं.
Yeah, it's very educational in that sense.
Yeah, we try to.
Great. Definitely not an easy thing to master. What is the most challenging aspect of bringing true crime to the screen for you as a maker of those
True
shows?
crime to the screen, पहले तो रिसर्च है. रिसर्च बहुत थारा होना चाहिए, क्योंकि देखिए हम ये असली लोगों के ऊपर कहानी बना रहे हैं, तो द रिसर्च हैज़ टू बी वेरी टाइट. Also it's legal, so we have to be very careful of the legal aspect of it. जैसे for example, we change the name, we change the location, especially if it's a story about say a rape victim, which you can't take the name of the victim anyways. But for all the cases, what we do is we change the name of the victim, the name of the perpet. जो खूनी है उसका नाम चेंज करते हैं, victim का नाम चेंज करते हैं, शहर चेंज करते हैं. अगर suppose बहन मर गया था असली केस में, हम भाई को कर देते हैं. So at least we take legal aspects की there is no way that somebody can say or can sue us. Yeah. But the case remains the same. We follow the same pattern of the case. क्योंकि वही मज़ा है, कुछ यूनिकनेस मिल जाता है उस केस के थ्रू. जैसे एक केस था केरला में, एक औरत को सांप काटता है कि काटती है?
काटता है.
अगर काटता है ना, अगर फीमेल सांप हो वो भी काटता है. अरे हिंदी ना, I'll never get it. हाँ, ओके. तो सांप एक औरत को काटता है और शी गोज टू द हॉस्पिटल में जाती है और मरती नहीं है, वो वापस आ जाती है. 3 महीने बाद फिर से, या 3 महीने यार कुछ कितने महीने बाद फिर से काटा था आलोक सर? हाँ, no, this is the Kerala story, snake story. So then within I think a month or so फिर से काटता है सांप बीवी को, after 2 months. So then she goes to the hospital and she dies this time. लेकिन पुलिस को लगता है कि ये ऐसे कैसे हो सकता है कि 2 महीने के अंदर एक ही औरत को 2 बार सांप काटे, कुछ तो गड़बड़ है दया, कुछ तो गड़बड़ है. तो उसके बाद पकड़ा जाता है कि हस्बैंड जो है, he had bought a snake, put it under the sheets to kill his wife. The first time he failed, second time he succeeded. हाँ, बट ठीक, अभी वो मरती नहीं है, वो अभी दूसरे गांव अल्मोड़ा में रहती है और हाँ, वो ठीक है, अल्मोड़ा तक. तो these are interesting cases we get, तो वो हम दिखाते हैं, तो मज़ा भी आता है और डिसेंसिटाइज भी हो जाते हैं हम क्राइम से थोड़ा बहुत, तो वो अच्छा नहीं लगता.
But शायद ज़रूरी भी है to survive, while you're still doing so many crime stories, to be a little desensitized.
तो क्या होता है ना कि हाँ, एवरीडे क्राइम बातें करते ना, खुद को जो क्राइम का जो एक इम्पैक्ट है वो चला जाता है. एक बार मैं चश्मे के उधर गया था, चश्मे के डॉक्टर के पास गया था और आई वॉज वेटिंग विद द अदर पीपल इन द कैबिन, जो होता है वेटिंग रूम में वेट कर रहे थे. तो मेरा स्क्रिप्ट राइटर का फोन आ गया, सावधान के स्क्रिप्ट राइटर का फोन आ गया एंड आई वॉज डिस्कसिंग विथ हिम, कंप्लीटली लॉस्ट. अच्छा सुन, हाँ नहीं सुन ना, वो बुढ़िया को नहीं, गोली मत मार, बुढ़िया को गोली मत मार. हाँ नहीं देख बेटा, चाकू भी मत मारना बुढ़िया को, हाँ खून निकलेगा, अच्छा नहीं लगेगा. तू पिलो ले, तू एक कुशन लेके उसके मुंह पे दबा दे एकदम. And then I realized after I had finished the conversation, the entire room was looking up at me, saying, ये ऐसे नहीं भैया, ये सावधान इंडिया का स्क्रिप्ट है, मैं खूनी नहीं हूँ. बिकॉज बट वी गॉट सो डिसेंसिटाइज्ड. मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि बुढ़िया को मार, पिलो दबा के मार, पैर थरथराएगा, मजा आएगा देखने में, एंटरटेन. बट इट्स सो सैड. For the sake of entertainment, we become so desensitized.
Sounds like Jack the Ripper goes to the clinic.
Yeah, like I'm enjoying it.
All right, interesting. So, AB, another question that comes to mind is, unfortunately, like other parts of the world, India में भी इतना crime है, like there's so much of it, right? So, for you, as somebody who kind of leads the team there, how do you choose which real life cases to feature on the show?
वो हम देखते हैं कि कुछ अलग मिल रहा है, क्योंकि एज यू सेड क्राइम तो होता ही रहता है और क्राइम होता रहेगा. लेकिन व्यूअर के पास ले जाने के लिए हम ऐसे स्टोरीज चूज करते हैं जो इंटरेस्टिंग हो, या कैरेक्टर्स में कुछ मिल जाए इंटरेस्टिंग, या फिर मोडस ऑपरेंडी में कुछ मिल जाए, कैसे खून किए, जैसे ये सांप वाला था. तो वी लुक एट इंटरेस्टिंग एस्पेक्ट्स, या कोई लैंडमार्क केस हो, जैसे विशाखा केस का एक सेक्सुअल हैरेसमेंट का केस था. तो वी लुक एट इंटरेस्टिंग थिंग्स टू टेक टू द व्यूअर, क्योंकि आखिरकार वो व्यूअर ही डिसाइड करेगा whether they like the show or not, and for that we have also got to work hard.
Yeah, so finding something new even in the old.
हाँ जी.
Great, that's a fine thing to do. Okay, I don't know if you are able to think of it right now, but because बहुत सारे cases हैं जो आपने feature किए हैं, but right now if I ask you to remember, is there any one particular case that really moved you? What comes to mind?
Moved me, yes. अंजना बाई, सीमा गावित और रेणुका शिंदे, एक माँ और दो, एक माँ जो है वो चोर थी. शी यूज टू पिक पॉकेट्स, मंदिर में जाके वो चोरी करती थी. और शी हैड 2 daughters. तो डॉटर्स को भी उन्होंने सिखाया कैसे चोरी करना होता है, पॉकेट मार. तो इत्तेफाक से एक दिन क्या हुआ कि वन ऑफ द डॉटर्स हैड हर बेबी व्हाइल शी वाज डूइंग द जॉब. तो मंदिर में वो पकड़ी गई. अच्छा, पकड़ी गई तो पुलिस उसको ले जा रहा था. तो उन्होंने कहा कि अरे मैं कैसे चोर हो सकती हूँ, मैं तो माँ हूँ, देखो मेरे पास मेरा बच्चा है, मैं तो माँ हूँ, ऐसे करके. तो पुलिस छोड़ दिया उनको, बोले हाँ चलो ठीक है, माँ है शायद. तो वहां से उनको आइडिया आया कि अभी बच्चा हो तो एक डिकॉय हो सकता है. तो वो लोग क्या करते थे, पुणे का केस है ये, पहले बच्चे को किडनैप करते थे, किसी का बच्चा. जैसे हम कहते हैं ना, अच्छा इधर रुको मैं बलून लेके आ रहा हूं, 30 सेकंड बच्चा गायब. ठीक है, तो वहां पे क्या करते थे, पहले बच्चों को किडनैप करते थे, और छोटे बच्चे जो बात नहीं कर सकते, है ना, कि 1 साल 2 साल के बच्चे को किडनैप करते थे. उसके बाद दूसरे मंदिर में ले जाके वो लोग अपना पॉकेट मार करते थे. अगर पकड़े गए बच्चे को फेंक देते थे. They used to throw the baby, smash the skull, and they used to say कि देखो देखो तुम लोग ने क्या किया, तुम धक्का दिया, ये किया, देखो मेरा बच्चा मर गया, हाय 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 करते थे. तो सब डर जाता था, पब्लिक, पुलिस, सब डर जाता था, छोड़ देते थे. बच्चा मर गया, नेक्स्ट और एक बच्चा को पकड़ते थे. तो ऐसे करके 16 या 14 बच्चे को उन्होंने मारा. तो दैट स्टोरी रियली इम्पैक्टेड मी, क्योंकि एज अ पेरेंट मैं डर गया, मैं बहुत ही डर गया कि ये ऐसे इंसान भी होते हैं. सेम स्टोरी में एक क्या हुआ कि एक बच्चे को किडनैप किया था उन्होंने, जो 4 साल का था लड़का, और दैट बॉय यूज्ड टू स्टे विद देम. और एक दिन ऐसे जो नेबर थे, नेबर पूछा भाई तुम कहाँ से हो. तो ऑफिशियल स्टोरी ये लड़कियों ने बताया था कि ये कोई गांव से मामा का लड़का है, ऐसे करके. तो बच्चा बोला कि ये मेरा घर तो मुंबई में है, और मुझे पिज्ज़ा खाना है, और मेरे बाप के पास गाड़ी है. तो द नेबर्स गॉट अलर्टेड कि अरे यार ये तो बोला गांव का लड़का है, ये सब क्या बोल रहा है. तो ये इन तीनों को पता चल गया कि अगर ये बच्चे को जिंदा रखते हैं तो पकड़े जाएंगे. तो उन्होंने क्या किया, बच्चे को उल्टा लटका के, राफ्टर्स से उल्टा लटका के, पेंडुलम के जैसे उनको स्विंग किया, और स्विंग किया, करते गए करते गए करते गए, जब तक ना उसका head was completely smashed against the wall. Then they packed the body. Then they had dinner, misal pav, बैठ के खाएं. उसके बाद they went to, I think, to watch a movie and left the body in the theater ka bathroom. So that story really impacted me. And ki innocent, the thing is, as an adult, हम protest कर सकते हैं, हम fight कर सकते हैं अपनी जिंदगी के लिए. अगर कोई हो जाए हादसा हमारे साथ, right? बच्चे क्या करते हैं? They don't even stand a chance, and they are wondering what is happening to them. So that story really impacted me. So, yeah.
Yes, AB, I'm a little out of words because of the impact that it's had. And all I can say is, वो बोलते हैं ना, कभी-कभी truth is stranger than fiction. I would say truth can also be darker than fiction. This is unimaginable. And and I think hats off to you and all the people who do this kind of work for still remaining normal after seeing things like these day in and day out. And I think your comedy helps you maybe in staying afloat. But thank you for sharing this close to heart thing with us. And I'm sure all the parents here feel that, chord in their heart. And I think we should all be careful. Moving on now, and I'll try and make it a little lighter. आप balance कैसे manage करते हो between storytelling, ratings, and responsible storytelling, like storytelling from the aspect of ratings and still being responsible, accurate, sensitive, because I think it's a fine rope to walk.
True. Audience क्या पसंद करते हैं किसी को पता नहीं है. और वो Friday to Friday जब हमारे ratings आता है, television ratings, a story which I will believe in, for example, मुझे लगता है कि ये तो super hit story था, इतना emotion है, इतना उम्दा case था, ये था, वो था. Audience has rejected it. And I feel heartbroken, I mean, I'm saying, you idiots, how can you not like this story? And something which is the most inane, एक भाभी देवर का प्यार, that is like, adulterous relationship. That is the highest rated episode. And then you're thinking, मैं क्या कर रहा हूँ? मेरा जिंदगी क्या है?
I totally
I'm
get
trying
that.
to tell responsible stories, but इनको देवर और भाभी का प्यार चाहिए.
Happens in journalism also.
Yeah, so you have to, आजकल clickbait जो होता है ना, वो headline में भी बोलते नहीं पूरा headline. आज ही था कोई something, हार्दिक पांड्या has been replaced by this player. पुराने जमाने में 5 साल पहले बोल देता था कि हार्दिक पांड्या is replaced by so and so. हम फिर भी पढ़ते हैं आर्टिकल. आजकल सबको पता है कि किसी के पास वक्त नहीं है. हार्दिक पांड्या has been replaced by this player. Now you are forced to go inside the damn article and read it. So वो है, अभी देवर भाभी चल रहा है.
I totally agree, cannot deny that. Okay, so it is a tough road for sure. And these shows definitely spread awareness, no doubt about that. लेकिन जब criticism की बात करें तो कुछ criticism ये भी आता है कि true crime shows inspire copycat crimes. So how do you respond to that?
देखिए, अभी crime जिसको करना है वो करेगा. अगर it's not that कि वो देख के करता है.
Ideas मिलते हैं कैसे करना है.
एक बंदे को मिलता है. Suppose I will take that onus कि हाँ चलो एक बंदे को मिलता है. जो लाखों हर दिन कर रहे हैं वो क्या हम थोड़ी ना सिखा रहे हैं. देखिए, जिसका इंटेंशन है पहले से क्राइम करने के लिए वो करेगा. वो आप उसको मंदिर भी ले जाओ या कोई पूजा पाठ भी करवाओ, उसको जब क्राइम करना है वो करेगा. There is no stopping that person. The only thing we can do is to be aware ourselves and guard ourselves against becoming victims of being affected by that crime. Right? तो हम जब दिखाते हैं crime, and it is also, we are not imagining those things, right? Those crimes have already happened. है ना? तो वो तो हो चुका है. तो अभी किसी को देख के हम दिखा रहे हैं तो हमें देख के और कोई और कर रहा है तो हम थोड़ी ना दोषी है. वो दोषी है जब पहली बार किए थे.
बहुत अच्छा एक्सेंट है आपका
है ना?
इसमें.
समझे? तो पहली बार जो किए थे वो दोषी
I
है.
just know one Bengali word, Baba Moshai. I don't even know if it's correct here or not.
So yeah, so I mean, you can't say that that screen will influence.
I think you have a point there. What you're saying is that the benefit by making people aware far outweighs the lesser number of stray minds that might do something after seeing
Yeah, and
it. And I
also
think
the
that point
fact
is
is,
valid.
see, also the fact is, वो 80s में famous हुआ था dialogue, कानून के हाथ लंबे हैं. वो लंबे हैं. वो लंबे हैं. आज नहीं पकड़े जाओगे, 2 साल बाद पकड़े जाओगे. 2 साल नहीं तो 4 साल बाद पकड़े जाओगे. लेकिन पकड़े तुम जाओगे. There is no escaping the fact that the law will catch up on you.
Yeah.
You know, so, and that is what we keep telling people. You want to be a criminal? You will get caught and you will have to pay the price for what you do.
So I think for all the young audience sitting here, there's a message. आप लोग बहुत ही
किसको
vulnerable
क्रिमिनल
stage में
बनना
अभी.
है? किसको क्रिमिनल बनना है? हाथ उठाओ.
और बोलेंगे इंस्पिरेशन तो क्राइम लेट फेस्ट में ही आई थी, है ना? नहीं, remember
अच्छा, बचपन
that.
में
There's a
किसी ने
funny story.
वो पेंसिल चोरी की थी किसी की? रबर पेंसिल किया था ना? क्रिमिनल क्रिमिनल क्रिमिनल. वहां से शुरू होता है.
Okay, now I have a lot of questions, but I'm keeping the time in mind. तो मैं एक सवाल आपसे पूछूंगी,
हाँ
then
जी.
I'll go to the audience. फिर time हुआ, then I'll come back to you because I want them to speak to you.
हाँ जी.
What has been the most unexpected outcome of producing these shows?
जब सावधान इंडिया मैंने क्रिएट किया 2012 में, तो तब मुझे पता नहीं था कि ये हिट शो होगा. मतलब जिंदगी में अगर कोई कुछ करे, इन द एंड वी आर गोइंग टू डाई, है ना? कोई तो यहाँ से जिंदा निकलने वाला है नहीं. बाय द थर्ड जनरेशन, बाय सेकेंड जनरेशन वी विल बी अ फोटोग्राफ ऑन द वॉल. हाँ, वो सूखा हुआ चंदन का माला होगा. By third generation, we are forgotten.
Agreed.
You don't know who your great grandfather is, or do you? You may have.
Great
grandfather.
Honestly, not
I
even the
don't
name.
know my great
Not even the
grandfather. I
name.
know his name, but I don't know him. I don't know, details about him. We are all going to die. So in life, if we get a chance to become immortal through our work, then that's a blessing.
Agreed.
So Savdhan India, thankfully, has been a blessing. For me, that is something I'll leave behind for people. I mean, when you have serving officers, police officers, all of that, landmark cases that they have solved or been part of, that is their legacy that they leave behind. तो बहुत कम मौका मिलता है कुछ छोड़ के जाने के लिए.
जो हमेशा टाइमलेसली
हाँ,
रहेगा.
एटलीस्ट हमेशा तो नहीं, चलो ठीक है, हमारे चंदन सूख जाएगा, लेकिन
But the legacy will carry
हाँ,
on.
तो कोई ना
you
कोई
said.
बोलेगा कि हाँ, सावधान इंडिया करके शो था. तो वो है.
Yeah, absolutely. It was one of its kind. I mean, when it began, it led. Okay, now I'll come to the audience. If you have any questions, otherwise, yes, sir. Can somebody please pass on the mic to him?
It's a question and a comment also.
Yes, sir.
You said don't shoot him, don't stab him with a knife, don't kill him with a knife, or haima, whatever. Pillow rakh ke and
smother, हाँ.
मार दो and पैर चिपकाएगा और ये करेगा वो करेगा. A similar crime happened here about 25 years ago, one road down the line.
It wasn't me.
Obviously, because the guy was never caught. It was Maddie Martin, Doon School ke principal ki wife. It is not possible for one person to smother another adult, male or female, unless the victim is debilitated, stunned, or drugged. So that postmortem was done, and the doctor who did the postmortem is a good friend of mine. He missed it. So a re-postmortem was done. What was missed was, when you smother a person, what happens is you are pressing the lips against the teeth. So when you see the inside of the lips, you find small hemorrhages. You find small hemorrhages in both upper lip and lower lip. And one has to kneel on the chest of the victim to smother him properly. So when you kneel on the chest of the victim, you break a couple of ribs. And then one person can't do it, so there'll be other persons holding the victim down. So legs and hands को pin down करेंगे और एक आदमी chest के ऊपर बैठेगा या knee से बैठेगा and तब pillow से रख के smother करेगा, तो you will get, you know, the eyes, because of the pressure, the eyes, they will be bleeding in the eyes, they'll be bleeding in the lips, inner side of the lips, the tongue may be caught between the teeth. So these are the signs which on autopsy the doctor should have picked up. But unfortunately, I said in the previous session, we only learn jurisprudence 40 minutes in a week, 40 weeks in a year, and we are expected to find this, which we always miss. So that is the sad story of the jurisprudence. And that is how, the way you said, you know, वो करके कर दो तो 3-4 लोग होते तो वो smother कर सकते थे, एक आदमी नहीं कर सकता. Thank you.
Okay. Sir,
And what was the question?
वही मैं कहती थी आप.
It was a comment. I said it's a comment on what you said. कि वो
Right, and I was doing it, and I told the scriptwriter not to use the you know, the weapon, the gun or the knife, because हमारे shooting में क्या होता है कि we call it costume damage. So एक बार गोली लग गई या चाकू घुस गया, we have to show blood. तो retake means नया कपड़ा फिर, you know, that character has to wear. So वो खर्चा होता है. तो जितनी बार मिस्टेक होता है तो कॉस्ट्यूम चेंज होता है. सो नाउ वी सेड कि भैया अभी गला दबा दो या पिलो स्मॉदर कर लो, तो वो कॉस्ट्यूम डैमेज का पैसा जो है बच जाएगा.
You know, but it was not a you know, any sort of exposure on what you said.
No.
It was just trying to say कि आपने कहा कि वो रख के उसका मुंह ऐसे कर दो and पैर चिपकाएगा. Sorry.
ऐसा मत कहिए,
दो तीन लोग करेंगे.
क्राइम करवाएंगे, मैं करवाता नहीं हूँ सर.
Thank you.
Okay, AB, so just to give you the context, he's one of the most well-known cardiologists of the town, so I'm sure he felt the urge to, you know, share his comment.
No, he has incredible insight
But,
into
yeah, I mean,
postmortems.
He can be like the medical expert giving inputs on that. Pradeep ji, can we have do you have a question? Yeah.
सर मैं ईस्टर्न यूपी का रहने वाला हूँ और बचपन से सर बुरी आदत लगी थी सत्य कथा पढ़ने की. सत्य कथा, मनोहर कहानियाँ.
हाँ जी.
साहब बहुत सुताई होती थी उस समय, बड़ी पिटाई होती थी.
हमारे स्टोरीज भी काफी वहाँ से आए.
वहीं से सर. और मैं एक पुलिस ऑफिसर के रूप में मैं थैंकफुल हूँ क्राइम पेट्रोल का, क्योंकि जितनी फिल्में बनती थी उसमें पुलिस लेट से पहुंचती थी. कम से कम क्राइम पेट्रोल ने दिखाया है कि पुलिस काम करती है,
पहले पहुंचता है.
और दूसरी चीज ये कि सर जो कम से कम जो आम जनता थी उसको ये लगता था कि क्राइम हो गया, यार क्राइम बहुत हो रहा है, क्योंकि जब अखबार भी जब निकालते हैं तो क्राइम जब होता है उसमें काफी बड़ी खबर निकलती है, और जब वर्कआउट होता है तो बहुत छोटा सा खबर निकलता है, क्योंकि उसमें मसाला नहीं होता.
करेक्ट.
तो कम से कम क्राइम पेट्रोल ने ये दिखाया कि अगर क्राइम करोगे तो बचोगे नहीं तो पकड़े जाओगे.
एब्सोल्युटली.
तो ये बहुत अच्छा लगा. अब मेरा प्रश्न ये है सर कि जब आप कभी ऐसी सीरीज बनाते हैं तो क्या आप वो जो डाटा कलेक्ट करते हैं तो क्या पुलिस थानों से संपर्क करते हैं या फिर अखबार या मैगजीन वैगजीन से उठाते हैं?
तो FIR हम पढ़ते हैं. अगर कुछ लैंडमार्क केसेस हो लीगली तो वो हम देखते हैं. पुलिस ऑफिसर्स जो IO होता है अगर मिल जाए तो उनके साथ भी बात करते हैं. सो वी ट्राई एंड डू एज मच रिसर्च एज पॉसिबल. ऐसा नहीं होता कि हर केस में हम एकदम डीप डाइव करके रिसर्च कर सकते हैं, वो होता नहीं है. लेकिन एटलीस्ट जो FIR वगैरह होता है वो निकाल के हम उसमें रिसर्च करते हैं. तो FIR वगैरह में तो पूरा मिल जाता है स्टोरी. लेकिन क्राइम पेट्रोल और सावधान में हम जो मोर इंटरेस्टिंग लगता है कि दिमाग में घुस के सीखना कि क्यों किया, वो इम्पोर्टेंट होता है मोर देन कैसे किया. दैट मोटिव इज, एक बाप अपने बेटे को क्यों मारता है या एक मामा भांजी को क्यों. सो दीज आर वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग यू नो स्टडीज ऑफ द ह्यूमन माइंड. तो वो एटलीस्ट मुझे पर्सनली वो बहुत इंटरेस्ट करता है.
ये धन्यवाद सर, क्योंकि पुलिस की इज्जत बढ़ी बाहर भी और घर में भी. कम से कम पत्नियां ये समझने लगी कि पुलिस वाले कुछ करते भी हैं, वरना बाहर ही घूमते रहते हैं. थैंक यू.
पुलिस बहुत करते हैं. और मैं जब कोई पुलिस स्टेशन जाता हूँ या जब मौका मिलता है, जब मेरे साथ कुछ होता है तो मैं जाता हूँ, बोलता है मैं क्राइम पेट्रोल प्रोड्यूसर हूँ, तो वो लोग खुश हो जाते हैं. जैसे आप हैं कि खुश हो गए तो इट्स वो ब्लेसिंग होता है एक।
सर थैंक यू।
लेकिन लास्ट ईयर पैंडेमिक के दौरान एक स्टोरी क्विकली बता देता हूँ। मेरे साथ साइबर क्राइम हो गया था, थे ना, तो साइबर क्राइम हो गया, मेरे पैसे लुट गए और मैं गया पुलिस स्टेशन वो करने, कंप्लेन करने। तो पुलिस वाला बोलता है सर आप करते क्या है? तो मैं बोला मैं सावधान इंडिया का प्रोड्यूसर हूँ। वो हंसने लगा यार, वो इंस्पेक्टर हंसने लगा, बोलते हैं सर आप सिखाते हो लोगों को, आपके साथ कैसे हो गया, आपको चूना कैसे लग गया? तो दैट इज ऑल्सो अनदर यू नो, बिकॉज इट वाज वेरी फनी।
Maybe frankly we had the same reaction. Right?
Yeah, I mean, it just happened in the spur of the moment. Yeah.
सर बताऊं कि सर कि आपके उस क्राइम पेट्रोल के बाद
हाँ जी
एक 3 सीरीज आ रखी है क्रिमिनल जस्टिस की, डिज्नी हॉटस्टार में।
हॉटस्टार में, हाँ जी।
और मैंने, चूंकि मैं बीच में कुछ जेल सुपरिटेंडेंट भी रहा, तो एक पुलिस वाले का क्रिमिनल को देखना और एक जेल के अधिकारी का क्रिमिनल को देखना और एक जज का क्रिमिनल को देखना, तीनों अलग अलग होता है।
बहुत अलग है,
बहुत अंतर पड़ जाता है,
बहुत अलग है।
तो मैंने उसमें जो क्रिमिनल जस्टिस है 3 सीरीज बनी है, एक में जो कहती है पुरुष है, एक महिला है, फिर एक में बच्चा है।
हाँ जी।
मैंने अपने सारे पुलिस वालों को दिखाया कि देख लो भाई कि इसको समझो, क्योंकि वो जो किसी एक आदमी को बंद कर देना बहुत आसान है, लेकिन उसके बाद जो उस पे जो ट्रॉमा होता है, फिर वो नया क्रिमिनल बन के पैदा होता है, नया एडिशन।
करेक्ट।
जी सर। तो
और लोगों को लगता है कि एक बार अरेस्ट हो गया तो हो गया काम, वो है ही नहीं, बिकॉज द पुलिस हैव टू नाउ प्रूव। सो एक वाटर टाइट केस बनवाना पड़ता है, तो वो तो अलग ही बात है।
तो सर अगली भी कोई सीरीज आने वाली है सर आपकी?
अभी एक आएगा जो हाल ही में, लेकिन वो फिक्शन सीरीज है
सर।
वो अभी खत्म किया लिखना, तो वो ऊपर वाले के अभी देखते हैं कब आएगा।
सर थैंक यू सर।
थैंक यू सो
हम
मच।
काफी eagerly वेट कर रहे हैं उसका भी। एंड am I right कि अभी OTT पे भी अवेलेबल सावधान इंडिया is there on Hotstar, is that correct?
Yes, सावधान इंडिया is there on Hotstar.
I think it'll be very useful to know that because OTT पे हम उसको कभी भी अपने convenience and schedule के हिसाब से देख सकते हैं, right? So I think great, it's great. And yeah, do you have a question? Okay, one last question there, and then we'll wrap up. It's usually like one person and one question, so that yeah, please, sorry, don't mind that. Yes, can somebody pass on the mic to the lady, please?
Thank you. So, Anirban, I remember when my dad and I used to watch Crime Patrol together.
हाँ जी।
Papa एक second हिलते नहीं थे. That was how he used to watch. And I used to get so scared that I used to tell him, why do you always watch it? But somewhere, deep down, I also wanted to watch it and be prepared, be more aware. I'm experiencing the same emotion. अभी आपने जो 2 stories मेरे से share करी, I'm a parent, so you know, as a mother, मुझे लगा I need to know what is happening around me.
Right.
However, these things have such an impact that sometimes it becomes very difficult to even be a part of it. So what is your take on it? Because I'm sure there'll be so many viewers like me, maybe who are not prepared to watch something so sensational. And I understand to get that viewership, that is also important. But what is your take? Can we have any format
जब
for us?
जब सावधान इंडिया क्राइम पेट्रोल शुरू हुआ था तब OTT नहीं था। अब देखिए OTT में कितना वायलेंट और कितना डार्क कंटेंट आ रहा है, यानी कि ऑडियंसेस का जो देखने का जो एक लिमिट होता है, इट हैज इम्प्रूव्ड. दे आर विलिंग टू सी डार्कर स्टफ नाउ, बट बिकॉज वी आर टेलीविजन, हम ज़्यादा नहीं दिखा सकते. वी हैव आवर ओन कोड ऑफ कंडक्ट जो every channel will have to, so if it's too violent, they'll cut it off. We cannot show graphic violence, graphic rapes, too much of blood. We can't show all of that. And rightfully so. We are a prime time show. So the government of India has laid down laws that you cannot show anything that violent before the watershed moment. So, but public is willing to see now. तो वो है.
Right. And if I may ask just one last question, how has it transformed you as a person? Because I think then I need to learn from you how to absorb that. Maybe we have to enhance our, absorption skills there. So how has it transformed
How
you
it
as a
has
person?
affected me, it has made me desensitized to crime, which is not a good thing. But also it has made me a little more aware. बट लेकिन मेरे साथ साइबर क्राइम होता है, तो बोलने में तो बहुत कुछ बोल सकता हूँ एज द राइट आंसर to get 5 marks, but it has changed me in ways, but in my daily life I don't know how. But when I'm writing, like when I wrote this book which is called The Deadly Dozen, it's about the serial killers of India, तो मैं बहुत ही I was very badly impacted, क्योंकि इनके दिमाग के अंदर जाके मैं स्टडी कर रहा था कि क्यों इन लोगों ने किया जो किया. So I got impacted, but again one sort of says कि ये profession है, चलो अगला story, then sort of wash clean and then move on.
Thank you, very beautiful.
Thank you very much for all the questions. And I have an eye on the clock because the authors and the panelists for the next session are waiting. And yes, so,
I'll talk to you, sir.
Yeah, maybe after
offline.
the session you can have a one-on-one later. But okay. AB, before we wrap up, very quick question. Okay, ऐसा भी now becoming a little critical. ऐसा भी opinion. Some people feel that there's so much focus on depictions or crime related to sex on the show.
Course.
How do you respond to that?
We are voyeuristic people. The audience is voyeuristic. There is it's the basic crime. Sex-related crimes or infidelity, all of that is very, very basic human crime. Sex is one of the largest, sex and money are the largest causes for crime. Yes, we've been sort of told that हाँ आप लोग बहुत भाभी देवर दिखाते हो. So we try and balance it out as well. But we cannot deny that sex and money are probably the 2 largest causes for crimes.
Thank you so much. I think what you're saying is that you only reflect what exists in the society. Right. Okay. Thank you so much, AB. It was fantastic having this conversation with you, and thank you to all the lovely audience for your very active and genuine participation in the talk. And just to conclude, I would say, आप अपने shows के through, अपनी writing के through भी, you prepare people for what might come. That is one.
I hope so.
You do. When we see that, तो आप डरो मत. I would say आप डरो मत. Just think you're preparing yourself for what might come.
सोना
and that
है
will,
तो जाग जाओ.
वो बदलेगा आपका perspective, you know. Don't be scared. Prepare yourself. And second, I would say, crime patrol जैसे है. You know, in the end, the cases are solved. So it also gives this good comfort feeling कि solve हो गया, right?
सावधान इंडिया के हर एपिसोड के एंड में आप देखोगे कि जो विलन होता है उसको तमाचा मिलता है, पुलिस आके देता है फट. That is your moral slap. That is the audience saying that okay, we are safe. You know, that slap is not just a gesture. It is the society slapping that person and saying, साले क्राइम किया है, अब तू भुगतेगा. So it's a very symbolic gesture.
Absolutely amazing. On that note, I would like to thank you for giving such honest and very, very engaging answers. It's been a pleasure. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Kavya.
Thank you so
Sorry
much for
overshot the
coming
time.
and staying for the session.
Yes, and also one important thing, there's a book stall outside in the ground where all the books are available of the authors here. So if you are strolling around, go take a look, and if you want to pick up any books from there, they are there. And the authors are here, so you can even get a personally signed copy. Yeah?
Yeah, मैं प्यार का भूखा हूँ. प्लीज जाके मेरा किताब खरीदिए.
वाह, थैंक यू. बहुत ही कमाल का ये सेशन यहाँ पे रहा, और वाकई में वो 21 तोपों की सलामी होनी चाहिए. जिसने लिखा था वो चैन से सोना है तो जाग जाओ वाला है. पहले 1-2 साल तो ये समझ में नहीं आया कि अगर जागेंगे तो सोएंगे कैसे, हैं? लेकिन ठीक है, चलिए. तो अब मैं लाल सर से रिक्वेस्ट कर रहा हूँ, आलोक लाल सर, हमारे फेस्टिवल डायरेक्टर, कि अनिर्बान भट्टाचार्य जी जो यहाँ पे पहुँचे हुए हैं, और उन्होंने किस तरह से मेकिंग हुई है इन शोज़ की, और वाकई में टेलीविज़न की बड़ी भूमिका, अगर स्पेशली क्राइम को लेके ये 2 शोज़ जो उन्होंने बनाए हैं उनकी बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंस, बड़ी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका रही है. थैंक यू इतने कमाल के शोज़ को क्रिएट करने के लिए. थैंक यू वेरी मच. और जैसा कि अनुपमा ने कहा कि बाहर आप लोगों के लिए बुक स्टोर है, आप वहां पे जाके किताबों को खरीद सकते हैं और ऑटोग्राफ भी ले सकते हैं। हमारे बहुत सारे ऑथर्स यहीं पे आपको मिल रहे हैं। तो इसके बाद मेरे ख्याल से हम अगले 2-3 मिनट के अंदर अगले सेशन की तरफ बढ़ेंगे, जो कि यहां पे होने वाला है। तो ये रहेगा अमित लोढ़ा सर, हम सब उनको जानते हैं, और आगे बिलाल सिद्दीकी उनके साथ बातचीत करेंगे, यहाँ पे मॉडरेट करेंगे इस सेशन को। और जो लंच करने के लिए बीच में 40-50 लड़के और लड़कियां एक साथ निकले, मैंने कहा रुको कहाँ जा रहे हो, तो कह रहे थे हमारा लंच थोड़ा लेट आया है। तो मेरा ख्याल है कि उन्होंने खाना खा लिया होगा, तो उनको बुला लिया जाए। अगर आपके यार दोस्त हैं तो ज़रा कॉल कीजिए यार उनको। हाँ, और मैं हमारे जो टीम के मेंबर्स, यूपीएस के बहुत सारे बच्चे जो ग्राउंड सपोर्ट में यहाँ पे लगे हुए हैं, बैकएंड पे बहुत सारा काम देख रहे हैं, मैं उनको भी थैंक यू बोलता हूँ। और अगर आप मेरी आवाज़ सुन रहे हैं तो बाहर जितने लोग घूम रहे हैं, लंच अगर कर चुके हैं, तो उनको प्लीज़ आप इस ऑडी के अंदर आइए, और उसके बाद फिर हम अगले सेशन की तरफ बढ़ेंगे। स्क्रीन पे जैसा कि आप देख पा रहे हैं, अगला सेशन जो हमारा होने वाला है, अमित लोढ़ा सर, अविनाश तिवारी जी और एस हुसैन जैदी, जिनको आपने पहले भी यहाँ पे कल सुना था, एंड आई एम श्योर आपको बड़ा अच्छा लगा होगा। तो ये सेशन होने वाला है खाकी द बिहार चैप्टर के ऊपर, और बिलाल सिद्दीकी इसको मॉडरेट करेंगे। तो आपकी जोरदार तालियों के साथ में मैं स्वागत करना चाह रहा हूं अमित लोढ़ा सर, अविनाश तिवारी और एस हुसैन जैदी। आप तीनों का ही जोरदार तालियां थोड़ी सी होनी चाहिए, कम ऑन। आइए, आप तीनों का ही स्वागत। और बिलाल सिद्दीकी इसको मॉडरेट करेंगे। A novelist and screenwriter, along with being an author of The Stardust Affair, The Kiss of Life, co-written with actor इमरान हाशमी। इसके अलावा उनकी एक बहुत कमाल की नेटफ्लिक्स पे सीरीज है बार्ड ऑफ ब्लड। अनुपमा और मैं उसकी बड़ी तारीफें कर रहे थे, मैं 2-3 दफ़ा उसको देख चुका हूँ और बड़ा मज़ा आता है। तो उसको उन्होंने बनाया है, हालांकि जब वो 19 साल के थे तभी वो लिख चुके थे। रेड चिलीज ने उसको अडेप्ट किया और नेटफ्लिक्स के जरिए वो आप तक पहुंची है। तो बिलाल सिद्दीकी उसको लेके मॉडरेटर हैं आज के इस सेशन के। हुसैन जैदी सर आ रहे हैं। तो ये क्राइम लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल ऑफ इंडिया डे 2 और लंच के बाद का ये सेशन आप तक पहुंच रहा है। कल भी बड़े जबरदस्त सेशंस यहां पे हुए हैं। संजय गुप्ता, सुजॉय घोष सर को आपने सुना, साथ के साथ शम्स ताहिर खान, अशोक कुमार सर, आलोक लाल सर को अब तक आप सुन चुके हैं, अनिर्बान भट्टाचार्य को आप सुन चुके हैं, केपी सिंह, मंजरी चतुर्वेदी को आप सुन चुके हैं, और भी बहुत सारे आगे ऑथर्स, राइटर्स, डायरेक्टर्स, प्रोड्यूसर्स, एक्टर्स, फिल्म मेकर्स, तमाम सारे लोग अगले 2-3 दिन यानी कि पिछला दिन, आज का दिन और कल यहां पे होने वाले हैं। तो चलिए इस सेशन की शुरुआत करते हैं जिसका नाम है खाकी द बिहार चैप्टर। ओवर टू यू बिलाल।
I didn't put it on, sorry. Thank you all for coming. And today with us, we have three very esteemed personalities from different walks of life. Avinash is an actor. Amit sir, obviously, is IPS and he's also an author. Not in that order necessarily. And Hussain sir has been a crime journalist and an author for a long, long time and has given this country some of the best crime fiction and non-fiction books. So we're going to start talking to them immediately. So let me start with my first question, which is a very generic question, but I think you should know who you're dealing with or who you're listening to. So can all of you tell us a little about your journey, and the two of you all, how the first book came about, and you, how your first film came about, so that, you know, we can get an insight into your journeys and how you reached where you all have reached. So starting with Hussain sir.
Amit was introduced to me by an actor. And at that time, I did not know that this fantabulous police officer is also a super fabulous writer. So he said, एक मेरा दोस्त है अमित लोधा, देख लेना, और उसकी किताब जो है वो he is writing it. And then, you know,
एक और माइक है उधर से, जी।
So then I introduced him to Millie Aishwarya at Penguin.
Just
and
the
they
actor,
came
I
out
think
his
they'd
first
like-
book.
Name the actor, I think they'd like to know.
The book name? The
No,
actor.
The actor who introduced you.
I thought I had not had his permission. But anyway, it was Imran Hashmi who had called me once. So, and I was in some meeting, but because Imran is a dear friend and he called me, I left that meeting, I walked out, he said, see, मेरा एक दोस्त है अमित लोधा जो जैसलमेर में है और उसने किताब लिखी है, उसकी किताब को पेंगुइन में छपवाना है. So मुझे उस वक्त मुझे लगा शायद इमरान ऐसे रिकमेंड कर रहे हैं, मे बी पुलिस ऑफिसर कहाँ लिख पाते हैं, आई एम सॉरी मुझे. लेकिन अमित लोधा was a surprise discovery when he sent that manuscript of his. मुझे लगा यार ये तो मतलब ही इज़ अ बॉर्न स्टोरी टेलर. उसने इतनी बढ़िया किताब लिखी थी कि मैं एक बार जब पढ़ने शुरू किया तो मैं इसको रोक नहीं पाया. वो किताब बहुत ज़बरदस्त बेस्ट सेलर है, पेंगुइन ब्लू सॉल्ट की इम्प्रिंट में. आप लोग खुद जानते हैं कि नेटफ्लिक्स पे सीरीज़ बन चुकी है खाकी, जिसमें अविनाश ने रोल किया है, अमित का रोल नहीं किया उन्होंने, अमित के एंटागनिस्ट का रोल किया है उसमें. तो इस तरह से जर्नी थी. फिर अमित ने एक और किताब लिखी उसके बाद में, लाइफ इन यूनिफॉर्म. तो इस तरह से हम दोनों का ये एसोसिएशन शुरू हुआ.
And about your journey a little bit, how did Black Friday come about?
I thought ये कल मैंने बताया था.
नहीं, but were you all there yesterday? Okay. नहीं सुनना है उन्हें. दोबारा सुनना.
मेरे एक गुरु हैं मिस्टर विक्रम चंद्रा, जिन्होंने सीक्रेट गेम्स लिखी है. वो 96 में मुंबई आए थे और वो सीक्रेट गेम्स पे रिसर्च कर रहे थे. मैं उस वक्त इंडियन एक्सप्रेस का एक छोटा सा स्ट्रगलिंग जर्नलिस्ट था. स्ट्रगलिंग आज भी हूँ, लेकिन आज मोटा सा भी हूँ. तो उन्होंने मुझसे कहा कि मुझे उनको मुझे हेल्प चाहिए. तो आई टुक हिम टू दगड़ी चौल, डोंगरी और जो वहाँ के बहुत बदनाम इलाके हैं, और बहुत से लोगों से मिला रहा था उनको मैं अंडरवर्ल्ड के कैरेक्टर से. तो उन्होंने तकरीबन 6 महीना मेरे साथ बहुत सफ़र किया ये सब जहाँ गए. और वो कहने, हुसैन तुम किताब क्यों नहीं लिखते? मुझे लगा यार जर्नलिज्म ही हो नहीं पाता है, किताब कैसे लिखा जाए. लेकिन फिर उन्होंने कहा कि आई विल इंट्रोड्यूस यू टू पेंगुइन एंड यू कैन लाइक डिस्कस विद देम. तो डेविड दविदास ज़माने में पेंगुइन के बहुत बड़े बिग बॉस थे वो. उन्होंने मुझसे मुलाकात की और कहा कि मैं एक उस ज़माने बहुत बड़ी ऑथर थी, उनको 25,000 रुपये एडवांस देता हूँ, आपको 35,000 रुपये दूंगा. 10,000 रुपये उस ज़माने मुझसे ज़्यादा देंगे अगर आपने किताब लिख दी ब्लैक फ्राइडे. तो ब्लैक फ्राइडे की डिस्कस नहीं होता, पहले हम लोग बात करते थे कि उनको एक प्रोफाइल चाहिए था, हाजी मस्तान, करीम लाला, इन सब का चाहिए था. तो मुझे लगा कि लिख लेंगे, बट बात होते होते फिर आ गई बॉम्ब्लास्ट 93 पे, एंड आई थॉट आई विल राइट दैट बुक. सो ब्लैक फ्राइडे इस तरह से शुरू हुई 97 में, विच काइंड ऑफ 2001 में फिनिश हुई. वो मेरी पहली किताब थी पेंगुइन के साथ में. वो जैसी किताब पब्लिश हुई, आई रियलाइज 2 people एक्टेड वेरी फास्ट ऑन दैट. एक मिड डे के ओनर थे तारिक, और एक अनुराग कश्यप. दे बोथ वांटेड टू मेक अ मूवी ऑन दैट. इस तरह से ब्लैक फ्राइडे फिल्म बन गई.
There's been no looking back since then. So thank
Yes,
you.
thank you very much.
Amit sir, what about you? How did this book come about, Bihar Diaries?
My story is quite interesting again. And थोड़ा सा इनसे मैं disagree करूँगा कुछ चीज़ों में. Thank you so much for the compliments. Those are all I accept. Thank you so much.
No problem.
आपने ज़्यादा तारीफ की, but thank you. When I arrested this criminal, real life criminal in Bihar, during the same time my own batchmate from IIT had become a very famous author. और जब मैं IIT में था तो मैं ठीक ठाक लिख लेता था, and I started writing a diary in IIT that one day I'll get it published as, diary of an IIT. But that batchmate of mine came up with the same idea and he got it published. And I was already in the IPS, very happy with my career, with my life in Bihar. So I always had this thing in the back of my mind that someday I will write a book. But हमारी नौकरी कितनी busy रहती, plus I thought who will publish a book written by me, मैं दिमाग लगाया भी नहीं. फिर जब मैंने इस क्रिमिनल को पकड़ा तो one of the justices of Bihar High Court, he invited me to his house for dinner and he asked me, तुमने इस क्रिमिनल को पकड़ा कैसे? इसको 5 साल से बिहार पुलिस पकड़ नहीं पा रही थी. I narrated the entire story and when he came to see me off, he said कि इस पे एक दिन फिल्म बनेगी, तुम देखना, बिल्कुल फिल्मी स्टोरी है. And I got really excited कि मेरे बैचमेट की किताबों पे तो फिल्में भी बनने लग गई है. बैचमेट इज चेतन भगत by the way. तो I just thought कि वाओ, मतलब उसके बाद 10-12 साल निकल गए. Chance की बात है, Imran came to my office in Jaisalmer and he read a few articles written by me for the Times of India and a note. And he said that you write very well. Why don't you write a book? I again told him the same thing, who will publish a book written by me. He said, I'll introduce you to Penguin. And a lot of people do not assume Imran to be that erudite because he's very, very erudite, very well read, very knowledgeable, and he's into books heavily. He said, I'll recommend you to Penguin. So I was a little taken aback. Imran Hashmi recommended me to Penguin. And then Hussein's phone came. That time I had not written the book. And Hussein assumed, probably, या तो Hussein या मिली ऐश्वर्या, that we'll keep a ghostwriter for you. तो मैंने कहा ऐसा नहीं, मैं 2 chapters लिख के भेजता हूँ. और पहला सेंटेंस ये था कि बहुत अच्छा लिखा लेकिन आपने अपनी बुराई से बहुत ज़्यादा लिखी. तो I just told them that I want to write the truth. It's not to glorify myself. I'm a man with
नहीं, वो
lot.
बुराई नहीं थी. I'll interrupt. सॉरी, बुराई देखिए, उन्होंने उसमें ह्यूमर डालना चाहा. वो कह रहे थे कि मतलब ही इज़ अ कॉप, ही इज़ एन ऑफिसर, बट एक बार जब नए गई जहाँ उनकी पोस्टिंग हुई तो उसके बाथरूम में उन्होंने एक मेंढक या छिपकली देखी और वहाँ से दौड़ पड़े. तो इट वाज रिटन इन वेरी ह्यूमरस वे, बट आई सेड आई एम प्रेजेंटिंग यू एज अ फायर ब्रांड ऑफिसर. वो मेंढक या छिपकली देख के दौड़ जाएगा तो क्या होगा बताइए.
अभी भी भागता हूँ उनको देख के. So anyway, that is the story, and Hussein has been a part of my so-called literary success. And I'm very sure that we'll collaborate more in the future.
Of course, definitely.
Thank you, sir. That's a fantastic journey so far, and I hope to see more books from you. And now we come to the common thread that binds both of you all. Avinash actually has played the role that is inspired by Dawood and it's inspired by your book in Bombay Meri Jaan, and he also plays the role of Chandan Mato, is that right? In Bihar Diaries, and that's your nemesis, your real, I mean, he's portraying that. We'll ask you how you feel about that later, but now Avinash, how did you get these 2 roles, and a little bit about your journey into films, right from the beginning, if you wish to.
So I've been, hi, good afternoon, good evening, what should I say right now? Because half the people I feel here are dozing off. Are they? Hello? Are we here? Yeah, great. I think for me, I started acting back in 2003. I was doing my engineering, decided to be an actor foolishly, and still don't know what the reason for that was. हर दिन आज भी शूट करते हो कि लगता है किस पागल ने बोला था एक्टर बनने के लिए. But thankfully, whatever the journey has been, it took me about 14-15 years to get my first film. I did a film called Laila Majnu, and still remember तीसरे दिन थिएटर से पोस्टर्स उतर गए थे फिल्म के.
नहीं, अभी भी रिक्शे पे लगे, देखा मैंने.
नहीं, प्यार अभी भी है. But that is only because of OTT, because there was a film that could have a shelf life somewhere. And I think what happened with Laila Majnu was there was some credibility that I earned post that. and which is, I think it released in 2018 and 2019. They were testing for Bombay Meri Jaan. And I tested for it. The conversation disappeared until November 2019 when my director Shujat Saudagar called me and we had a conversation and he said, "You're on for it." I committed to it and we started shooting. Then 2 years of COVID happened, we couldn't do much. And in 21, I think around June, July, I got a call from Neeraj Pandey's office that they were making a show called Khaki. It was called Bihar Diaries at that point of time. And मुझे स्क्रिप्ट भेजी गई और आज यहाँ पे क्राइम लिटरेरी के साथ की वजह से मैं आज इन दोनों लोगों से मिल पा रहा हूँ. I in fact met him and I told him I'm so fortunate that I get a chance. He was there on set couple of times, but we couldn't get a chance to meet. And here with dear Zairi sir, we met at my trailer launch, and I still believe that I got the best compliment that I have got for Bombay Meri Jaan from him.
Which was?
So,
what was the compliment?
It's not for the world.
But have you read both the books? What went into researching the roles?
So I am one of the laziest actor around. You know, when we talk about research, and because they're such great writers, they have done all the research. You write yourself, and all the research has been put down on paper. So I don't want to go and do the work that people have already done. My basic idea eventually becomes to get a sense of the script. That's the world that I have to live, and I need to create that world as realistically as possible. So that's the only idea I live with. Having said that, I have read Sir's book because it came a long time back when I used to read a lot more. And I got a chance to see a lot of YouTube videos where Sir were talking about the story that he has written. So I got an insight into his book through his videos. So that's a great way now, no? You write a book and you also put it on YouTube, and it's a visual representation of your book too.
So stemming from that is my next question actually, and I don't usually believe in this debate when it happens, but since I'm asking the questions, it's up to y'all. What do you think about this whole thing about films glorifying violence and about humanizing the bad guy, and a percentage of the real world crime has something to do with criminals watching a movie and then getting inspired? Do you think that thing is true? What do you all feel? Just
That's one question that I've been asked post Khaki also. I mean, journalists reach out and the only question that majorly gets asked is, are we glorifying the gangsters? And which is why my cheeky response to you at this point would be, we are doing a crime literature festival. Are we glorifying crime? Because we are doing a crime literature festival. Now, people read crime. Does that mean they go ahead and do crime? So I think there is...
Okay, so yeah.
मेरी आ रही है सर? सर?
तुम्हारी आ रही है actor role.
थोड़ी आवाज.
It's so important for criminals, for the four of us, that keep us employed. I hope they...
I'm an actor. I get a job to do parts. It's my job to do different kind of parts. But it's also, I think, somewhere we have this idea of putting the responsibility on the orator or the creator and not on the audience. मैं क्या कह रहा हूँ वो मेरी जिम्मेदारी है, लेकिन आप क्या सुन रहे हैं और समझ रहे हैं कि आपकी जिम्मेदारी नहीं है. But इतने nuanced conversation unfortunately हमारी society में थोड़े कम हो गए. So we can't...
We can have it here, I think. Amit sir, what do you feel about this whole thing, since you have seen a very different perspective on it?
See, of course, I would not want crime and criminals to be glorified. But if there is no crime, then how will an IPS or a police officer exist? So there'll be no khaki, and I always want to speak for the unsung heroes of this country. There are so many people, so many constables to the rank of DG, police officers who sacrifice everything for the betterment of the society. I know it sounds very cliche, but I always speak about it from the heart. That I've seen policemen working tirelessly 24 hours a day, particularly during festivals, during all those festivities when people are enjoying at home. And many policemen have not seen their children grow up in front of their eyes. So of course, policemen need to be glorified, but they will be glorified only when you catch hold of some big criminal. Otherwise, people assume that all the work that a policeman does, whether it's a job of a traffic constable or somebody organizing a rally right now, which is happening in Dehradun, it's a very mundane and monotonous job, but it is not. Any one mistake of a police officer gets magnified, amplified so much by the media, by so many people. We are always finding faults with the police, whether it's a traffic constable stopping you to wear a seatbelt, anything like that. But then this is the harsh reality of life, because police is the most visible arm of the government, and we, of course, wield power. If you ask me what is the definition of power, it is not to keep somebody waiting outside for 2 hours, but rather to bring instant relief to somebody. That way, I've been very fortunate that I've always been in a seat where my one phone call or one decision can change the lives of so many people. And I would not like any criminal to be glorified, not at all. Because in Bihar, it has happened so many times. In UP also, we have heard about so many Bahubalis. But then there were so many policemen who rose up to the challenge. And today, at least in Bihar, there's not a single Bahubali left. So that will give credit to all the policemen who have worked tirelessly with us.
Thank you, sir. Hussain, sir, you have written about this little, what do you say, crossover of Bollywood and crime in Dongri to Dubai. And yeah. Hussain, sir, you've written about this crossover of Bollywood and crime in Dongri to Dubai. And what are your 2 bits on this? And do you think criminals, films and books or any popular medium, does it encourage criminals to do what they do before they're criminals actually?
No, I think it differs from person to person and filmmaker to filmmaker. If you read my books, Dongri to Dubai or Black Friday or Bikela to Bangkok, all these are profiles of gangsters. I have not written a single adjective, in their praise or in their, trying to talk about their profile. For me, they are bad guys. They are like, and for a bad guy, you don't have to use expletives to say that they're bad guys. You just have to describe their deeds and people will know that they're bad people. Now, what happens that our filmmakers make a basic mistake of casting a hero, a top hero in the role of that gangster. And now they have to pander to the ego of this, actor. They have to show him in the positive light. They have to create sympathy for the actor. They have to make him dance. They have to make him sing song. They have to make him look like a human being. Now, when such things start happening, people think that we are glorifying the criminal.
Talking about you, Avinash.
I'm not इन्होंने नहीं किया. I'm just talking general thing जो ये perception जो बना है कि हम glorify करते हैं gangsters को. तो हमारी किताब में ये था. फॉर एग्जाम्पल आप देखिए, जिन लोगों ने बैटमैन देखी है, बैटमैन में देखना कुछ लोगों को बैटमैन छोड़ के जोकर अच्छा लगता है. इट्स अ प्रॉब्लम विद द सिक माइंड. आप अच्छे इंसान को छोड़ के बुरे इंसान को देख रहे हैं, आप उनकी परस्तिश कर रहे हैं. सो दैट्स व्हाट आई एम सेइंग कि हमने क्रिमिनल को बुरा कहा बिकॉज इस दुनिया में अच्छाई और बुराई की जंग हमेशा से थी. हाबिल और काबिल के ज़माने से थी. शैतान और खुदा हम सब जानते हैं. अब कुछ लोगों को शैतान अच्छा लगता है, तो अब वो हम उसको कुछ नहीं कर सकते. उनकी सोच का प्रॉब्लम है. इसी तरह गैंगस्टर्स और क्रिमिनल्स की बात है कि अगर उन लोगों को गैंगस्टर्स अच्छे लग रहे हैं, ग्लोरीफाई करना है, उनको पॉजिटिव लाइट में लाना है, उनकी प्रॉब्लम है.
But there is another side to this coin. Of late, there have been so many films where they're glorifying the police officers. Singham, Dabang. None of us are like that. I'm right in front of you. I cannot beat 10 people at one go. And this is also not right because so many people look up to these kind of officers. We're creating a fictionalized image of a super cop. I abhor all these terms, Dabang, Singham, super cop, because no IPS officer, any police officer in this country can work alone without the help of his team.
That's very well said.
And we have to work within the realms of law.
It's a filmmaker's fantasy. It's a filmmaker's fantasy. They want to see the cop in the Singham avatar.
Yeah, you always see a heightened version of what the reality is in films. With books, that's not the case, but criminals don't read books. So, but like you said, sir, like in one of your books, I think it was My Name is Abu Salim or one of them, you spoke or wrote about how he watched a lot of Bollywood films and wanted to really make that connection. So what is that whole...
No, Abu Salim was obsessed with himself. He said in one of his interviews कि मेरा लक खराब था, वरना जैसा मेरा फेस है, मैं सलमान खान से ज़्यादा हैंडसम दिखता हूँ. अगर नसीब ने मेरा साथ दिया होता तो मैं सलमान से बड़ा हीरो होता. He was mad. मैंने उसके बारे में जो उसके साथ काम कुछ दुबई में उनसे इंटरव्यू करके they said कि when he was on the phone threatening businessmen in Mumbai, he was sitting in front of a life-size mirror, you know, looking at himself. कि मेरे नाखून कैसे हैं, मेरे बाल कैसे हैं, मेरे भाव कैसे. Imagine this is a gangster. He's killing people, but he's obsessed with his own image. तो ये बॉलीवुड से आया, वो अपने आप को खूबसूरत समझता था, सलमान से ज़्यादा खूबसूरत समझता था वो. And he had said that to me. So that is not the fault of Bollywood. I think it is his own mind.
Okay, sir. Moving on to the next. Put it out in the universe. Say it on the mic.
Avinash is interested in playing Abu Salim's role. Okay. Okay.
Avinash, do you read a lot? And do you intend to ever write at some point? Is this something that interests you? Now that you're at a lit fest, we can ask you this.
So I would say my reading has really gone down, and I blame because I have to find someone to blame. So it's the social media and the phones in the hands that have taken it away. Writing, yes, I have attempted to write, but not a book. Because films is something that I understand, and I've written a play which I thought I would produce once, which I never could. I think I get too attached to it, and for me, it's very difficult to. That's one thing I would want to know from you guys, because writing is a very isolated, very lonely job, right? And you create something and to then let it go and be out there in the world and have a certain perception and reaction. How do you guys let that happen? See, for me, my work is dependent on so many people. It's a collaborative work, so I can't take the complete credibility for it. But your work is very, very personal. It's an individual. How do you let go and allow yourself to put it out?
You're asking me?
Yeah, I mean, 3 writers here, so
I mean, for the right price, I'll let it go. But
the right price, you
yeah.
let it go.
No, but like what you said, it's about understanding every medium. So when you're writing it, you know you're writing a book which is just your unfiltered version of what the story is. Fiction, I'm talking, obviously. So, and both of them have written non-fiction. But once you're done writing your version of the story in the form of a book, and someone wants to then adapt it, which is a very fortunate thing to happen to you, like, because that's a great thing that someone has liked it enough to want to take it and tell it through another medium. Then you have to step back and understand that now a lot of people are going to enter and a lot of people are going to give their 2 bits. Some of them will be trash, some of them will be great, but this is it. This is the nature. So you have to just, I think, vent to your close circle and then go back to office and be happy with what's happening, because it's a fortunate thing to happen that someone wants to adapt it. So you have to understand that. So as far as letting go is concerned, I wouldn't completely let go of it. I wouldn't show that I would show that I've let go of it, but I wouldn't, it does irritate you when what you've written is changed to the degree that you feel what you've done is better, but someone else feels. So you have to just be collaborative, I think, otherwise just keep writing books. And Hussain sir has done so many of these books that have been adapted into the screen version. So what are your thoughts on this? How
लिखा क्या और बना क्या, सर? आप दोनों के लिए.
पहले हमें जवाब दें इस बात को क्या मैं दूं?
क्या?
I think the team of Khaki have done a wonderful job. When I first saw the finished product, I was not exactly satisfied because I've lived that life. Probably I was expecting something else. For a lot of people, the action sequences in Khaki might be filmy. For me, they were less than what actually happened. Because what I've gone through, only I can, what I've experienced, only I can reimagine that. Nobody else can. For example, they showed that I recovered a boy after an encounter. For me, it looked very easy on the screen, but in reality, the tension, the kind of the process through which I went through, my team, we were just 3 people in reality, in that they have shown 7, 8 people. But otherwise, apart from these cinematic changes, I would rather say they have underplayed a lot of scenarios. They have toned down so many things which could have been very dangerous, not only for my career, even otherwise also. Because they cannot show the exact political situation of the state during that time, what happens in the police department. But overall, I would say they've adapted the story very, very well. And the best part is the audience has lapped it up. So who am I? It is among the top 10 shows of Netflix globally, not only in India. In fact, I was surprised that 15 days back I saw Netflix and again it was on the top 10. So I'm very thankful to the team, and the best part I'm reiterating, they brought the police in a very, very positive light. Every single character of the police department is shown in a very positive light in that web series, which is very rare.
That's true. Congratulations, actually, to both of you on Khaki.
Thank you so much.
Fantastic success. Now your chance, sir.
So my point is that I have always had this grouse against filmmakers that they all appreciate that it's a very nicely done book, it's well researched and all. But जब बनाने जाते हैं तो उसको इतना ज़्यादा change कर देते हैं कि there's, I mean, I feel a bit of hurt seeing the story getting so badly mutilated on screen. So when couple of times I objected कि भाई ये क्या किया जा रहा है, तो there are directors who have told me, देखिए सर आप अच्छी किताब लिखते हैं लेकिन मैंने 50 करोड़ की फिल्म बनाई है, I know how to make the movie, so let me do this. तो शुरू के 2-4 फिल्मों के बाद then I started practicing a degree of separation. अब आपने लड़की ब्याह दी, अब तुम्हारी अर्थी वहाँ से उठना चाहिए, kind of perception. Now I don't care what he does with the story, वो को mutilate करे, खराब करे, change करे, whatever. So if I'm going to be so involved, I'm going to feel bad about it. So it's better to disconnect with once when the story is acquired by the production house.
Okay. So sir, you just had a book, Raw Hitman. You've launched it like a month ago. And
No, yeah, more than that.
Slightly more than that. And you had a session yesterday with who it's based on. It's a non-fiction book. Would you like to say a little about it here so that the people who missed it yesterday can just tell them what it's about so they can get their copies signed by you?
I thought we had a session after this with Raw
But
Hitman.
it's a good thing, na? I'm
Yeah,
pushing it again.
So this is a different story. I mean, I've written about a lot of mafia characters. I've written about a lot of cops and a lot of interesting crime stories. But I mean, I got tired writing about these mafia guys, underworld characters. I mean, कोई कितना लिखेगा दाऊद, छोटा राजन, Abu Salim. So I mean, after writing say 4 or 5 books on them, I thought I should write something different. So I met this guy, Lucky Singh Bisht, called Lucky. Lucky was actually a commando, NSG commando, who was on the security detail of PM and other dignitaries. I may not be able to go into the details, but one of the agencies assigned him the job of eliminating 2 gangsters in the Haldwani area. And when those 2 gangsters were found dead and under very mysterious circumstances, the agencies disowned that operation. Lucky Singh Bisht was arrested for that, where he said he has not killed them. Some Agent Lima had killed. And everyone thought that Agent Lima and Lucky Bisht were the same people. So I have tried to write the story in such a way where people, it is not clear because the court verdict had acquitted Lucky Bisht. So I can't write with 100% surety that Lucky was the guy who killed. But I wrote about the pain and the trauma that Lucky Bisht went through, and that 3 years, like he was shunted from one jail to another. So 11 jails in a span of 3 years for doing what his agencies, his handlers, his masters wanted to do. So that was the story that was there in Raw Hitman. And I think it's a different story than what I've been doing for Mafia and Underworld.
Okay, superb. You can get your copies outside, I'm guessing. So, sir, I'm sure that the 2 books you've written, Bihar Diaries and Life in the Uniform, I'm sure they don't encapsulate everything that you've gone through yet. So are you doing another one? What's next for you? What plans?
See, I just wanted to write about my IT experiences. Still, it is in the back of my mind, Diaries of an IITian, because it was really hilarious. And I still plan to write about it, but because nothing succeeds like success, these 2 books have been based on my life as a police officer. I get mails every day. You'll be surprised that UPSC chairman recently discussed Khaki during the interview of one of the candidates, and he got selected to the IPS. So now I have to write more about the police. Though I've written one more book, just tell you the plot in a very small in a nutshell. It's based on a lot of real life experience of myself and other police officers. But this time the officer has a lot of shades of gray. He's an absolutely fallible human being. And I'll tell you that he has an affair with somebody and that lands up into trouble. I think that's a very interesting idea. And I think that this book will show a very different facet of my storytelling. Very different
That's
facet.
superb, sir. So you obviously switch between non-fiction and fiction, and sir, this one is non-fiction, I'm guessing, the upcoming
मैं
one.
तो यही बोलूँगा non-fiction है.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, fiction है.
आपने बोल दिया sir, non-fiction. Avinash, what's next for you? You've had a killer year. You know, you've done Khaki, there's Kala, there's Bombay Mary Jaan. It's all come out together in 1 year. Years of hard work, and it's all paid off in the span of in a few months. So now what's next? We're excited to see that.
Yeah, it's been a good year for sure with Khaki and Bombay Meri Jaan and Kala now. Next is a theatrical. It's called Madgaon Express. It's being directed by Kunal Kemu. It's a story of 3 friends who go on a trip and whatever, and the trip goes wrong. It's a comedy, and hopefully people would go in the theaters and watch it. And next one after that is a film that I'm doing, which is directed by Boman Irani. It's a father-son story, written by Alex, the guy who wrote Birdman.
Wow.
And yeah, so there's that film. It's a beautiful, heartwarming story of a father and son. And let's see what happens after that.
Super, man. Wish to see a lot more of you on screen now.
Thank you, man.
And just a little about, any advice you can give the people here about your respective walks of life in case someone wants to join acting or writing and being in the police and, of course, writing, journalism, any of that. Just words of advice to them, and then we'll ask them some questions.
Yeah, always am in the policeman, so I do not know anything how to inspire somebody to become a writer. But of course, I would want a lot of people to join, particularly the youngsters sitting here, to join the Indian Police Service. Because I really love my job, I love my uniform. I feel a totally different person the moment I put on my uniform. But as they showed in the film Spider-Man, the first one, Tobey Maguire ones, with great power comes great responsibility. So anyone who wants to join the Indian Police Service must be fully aware that a lot of pitfalls, it's more of brickbats than bouquets. But if you really want to serve the society with your heart, then this is the best service. Please do join the Indian Police Service.
Thank you. Sir?
Avinash ne kahenge? One small thing that I would say, because yesterday I met a lot of youngsters outside this place and I found that they all want to write books. Now, honestly speaking, I believe that everyone has a writer hidden in them. You just have to uncover the writer. You have to just bring him out. Matlab, what happens is that we all are, dictated by the society, by our peers, by our, colleagues in the office. अरे तू नहीं लिख सकता यार, अरे लिखना तेरे बस की बात नहीं है. And we start taking them seriously. The whole point is that अगर we all think that we should write and we all want to write, then we should start writing. Because दुनिया में कोई ना कोई आपको ज़रूर नुक्ताचीनी करके क्रिटिसाइज करके नीचे ज़रूर लाएगा. तो write for yourself, for your happiness, for your satisfaction. और जिस दिन आपने लिखना शुरू किया, don't think that you're going to write a book in a week, in a month, in a year. Start writing 400 words a day. 400 words, उससे ज़्यादा मत लिखिए. अगर आपने 400 वर्ड्स आपने रोज लिखना शुरू किए, तो आप 1 महीने में 12,000 वर्ड्स लिख लेंगे और 4 महीने में 48,000. आपकी बुक 6 महीने में रेडी हो जाएगी. बिकॉज टुडे बुक्स साइज का 50,000 वर्ड्स की बुक्स होती है. इमेजिन you start your journey with 400 words a day and you become a writer in 6 months. Now the only struggle after this is to get a good publisher. I will strongly advise you against self-publishing. Don't self-publish. It's a suicide. You try to be patient, try to look for a mentor who can advise you, good publisher, or try to get some agent or a friend who can recommend you to a publisher. This might take some time, but in the end, if you are talented, you have written well, if you have poured your heart and feelings out in the book, your book will get published. We know there are so many stories. We have seen so many writers. J.K. Rowling से लेके बिलाल सिद्दीकी तक. बिलाल सिद्दीकी ने पहली किताब अपनी 18 साल की एज में लिखी थी, बार्ड ऑफ ब्लड. और मैं उनका नाम नहीं लूँगा, जिस एडिटर उनकी किताब देखी थी पहली, और देख के कहा था कि नहीं ये तो सिर्फ 2 चैप्टर हैं, मुझे कम से कम आधी बुक पढ़ने दो. बिलाल सिद्दीकी ने आधी बुक लिख के जब दी, तो वो एडिटर was so flawed by the writing, by the research, that she had to publish that book, Bard of Blood. हमारी इम्प्रिंट की वो दूसरी किताब थी. इमेजिन कि वो दूसरी किताब 18 साल के लड़के ने लिखी इस तरह से कि वो शाहरुख खान ने पिकअप कर ली अडेप्ट करने के लिए. नेटफ्लिक्स पे बार्ड ऑफ ब्लड की सीरीज आ गई. बट मेरा बेस्ट कॉम्प्लीमेंट था उस किताब का एक रिव्यू. किसी ने पढ़ के कहा कि ये किसी बहुत बड़े वेटरन इंटेलिजेंस ऑफिसर की लिखी हुई किताब है. इट्स अ टीनेजर्स बुक. And the way this boy at that time, he's not a boy anymore, but when he wrote it at age 18, he did it so well and with such devotion, such dedication, कि आप खुद जानते हैं कि बेस्ट सेलर बन गई थी. 4 किताबें लिख चुका है लड़का. So my point is, you all should write. And the way he believed in himself, despite all the discouragement from the editor of that publishing house, I mean, you should not get discouraged. You should write. So
thank you, sir. Very kind of you.
Now you can ask questions if there is any.
He has to.
अच्छा, he has to answer.
भी बोल दे.
हाँ, किसी को एक्टर नहीं बनना.
Who wants to be an actor? Someone, one hand at least.
No one.
There, उसको दे दो.
मत कर. Advice?
Yeah.
I mean, actor.
Actor and actress.
Question? You have a question?
No, just मत कर. That's all.
नहीं भाई, ये तो नहीं कहूँगा. करना चाहता है, please. You should. मुझे हमेशा ऐसा लगता था, कोई अगर आके मुझसे पूछे ना कि मैं एक्टिंग करना चाहता हूँ, करूँ, तो मेरा जवाब होगा नहीं. क्यों? उसके पीछे रीज़न मैं बता रहा हूँ. क्योंकि अगर मेरे बोलने पे तुम रुक गए तब तो फिर बिल्कुल भी नहीं करनी चाहिए तुम्हें एक्टिंग. इट्स अ वेरी डिफिकल्ट वर्ल्ड आउट देयर. हमें कोई क्लियर इंडस्ट्री कोई एग्जिस्ट करती नहीं है कि कोई स्ट्रक्चर है कि आप इतनी पढ़ाई कर लो और उसके बाद ये भी नहीं कि आप खुद से एक्टिंग करते रहो. सड़क पे कोई डायरेक्टर राइटर होगा जिसने जो चूज करेगा आपको, तब जाकर ये काम मिलेगा. इट्स नॉट इवन समथिंग दैट यू कैन जस्ट सिट एंड राइट. समबडी नीड्स टू लाइक यू टू गिव दैट अपॉर्चुनिटी टू यू. सो द ओनली थिंग आई हैव टू से इज, ब्रो, डू एज मच ट्रेनिंग दैट यू कैन एंड कीप टेस्टिंग एंड हैव फेथ इन गॉड. तुम हीरे होगे, चमकोगे तभी जब रोशनी तुम पर पड़ेगी. So that's what I feel about acting. Because now if you look at it, the standard of acting is so great. Everyone is a good actor. Everyone stands out on screen, and Instagram, social media, people are just performing every day. So I don't really know कि अब कितना रह गया इस काम में. But if you want to, bro, you should be in Bombay, not here. Because that's where work is happening. Unless you want to be part of some industry here who's doing work. So पहला काम तो मुंबई आ जाओ, फिर देखेंगे बाकी.
Okay, great. Thank you. And any questions now? Yes, please. Clap.
हेलो सर, मेरा नाम आशु कुमार है. मेरा सवाल अमित सर से है. खाकी द बिहार चैप्टर मैंने जब देखा था तो उसमें स्टार्टिंग में अमित सर को कुछ गांव वाले घेर लेते हैं वहाँ पर. तो वो जो आपके साथ रियल इंसिडेंट हुआ था, तो वो एक थोड़ा सा सिचुएशन बताना चाहेंगे कि एग्जैक्टली क्या हुआ था वहाँ पर.
उसमें गाँव वालों को बहुत अच्छा दिखा था, इतने अच्छे नहीं थे वो. उसमें देखा बहुत प्यार से मुझे घर पे छोड़ रहे हैं. पूरी रात में वहीं पे रुका था क्योंकि उन्होंने पूरी ट्रैक को जाम कर दिया था उन लोगों ने. बट ये बात सच थी, देवर अम्यूज. उनको बहुत हंसी आ रही थी कि बच्चा टाइप नहीं होता. बिहारी ने बोला कि बिल्कुल बच्चा टाइप, ये कौन IPS आया हुआ है, इसी को बिठा लो. पूरे दिन बिठा के रखा. मैंने बहुत बड़ी बेवकूफ़ी की थी कि 3-4 सिपाहियों के साथ जाके इतनी बड़े मॉब में चला गया. आज ये सब गलतियाँ नहीं करूँगा, या कर भी नहीं, हिम्मत भी नहीं है इतनी. बट यही था, मतलब कितने प्यार से नहीं बिठाया था, जैसे उसमें दिखाया ना, इतना प्यार मोहब्बत नहीं दिखाई थी.
थैंक यू.
Yes.
Hello, sir. Sir, my question is, what has been your toughest call in IPS?
Toughest call?
Toughest call, decision.
Toughest decision?
Yes, sir.
See, जब भी कोई बच्चा किडनैप होता था, तो that decision when to strike at the kidnapper's den was always very difficult because it was touch and go. If 1 minute late he can kill the boy. We go a little early. That was always the toughest call. When you have to recover somebody. Loot हो गया, डकैती हो गई, घटना हो गई. That is a part of our job and we can tackle it later on also. But recovering a kidnapped child for whom his mother is waiting at home, rather at my home, So many times it happened that ladies, mothers, they used to come and camp at our house कि जब तक बच्चा वापस नहीं आएगा हम आपके घर से जाएंगे नहीं. So it was very difficult, but God has been very kind. Every single time we managed to get the boy or the person who was kidnapped, and we always used to get blessings from those families. That was one tough call. Then second one was whenever there's a riot or a situation where you have to face your own people. The people are citizens of the country. You cannot kill them randomly, you know. You have to be very responsible. So you have to face the brickbats. बहुत बार पत्थर मेरे लगे हैं. ज़ैदी साहब भी यहाँ बैठे उनके साथ भी हुआ होगा. You have to face it. And it's a touch and go situation. आपने कुछ ज़्यादा कर दिया. No government, none of your seniors will come to your rescue. They will be after you only. कि आपने गलती की है. लेकिन आपको restrain रखना पड़ता है, झेलना पड़ता है. आपके सिपाही फिर उस वक्त आपको गाली बोलते हैं कि एसपी साहब कुछ भी नहीं कर रहे हैं. It's a very difficult call, but ultimately you have to face it, and you have to have a lot of equanimity, patience, perseverance, determination. सारी qualities जो होती हैं. और ये जैसे कहते हैं कि एक्टिंग कोई सिखा नहीं सकता, तो पुलिस वाला काम भी कोई आपको बता नहीं सकता. आपको वहीं पे उस सिचुएशन में आपकी कितने आप में जगह है वहीं पता चलता है.
Yes, anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I do
Yeah,
have a
just take
question.
mine.
We were talking about villains and glorifying them. I think the greatest example is Sholay. For 26 minutes, you don't see the villain, but you only hear him. Gabbar ye karta hai, Gabbar wo karta hai, Gabbar itna डरावना hai. I think that is one of the biggest glorifications of the villain that we've seen. So, but my question is to Zaidi Saab. You've been an author, and your movies, I mean, your books have been adapted into movies. How was it seeing your character on screen in Scoop for the first time? Your life coming on the screen, and somebody else playing your role.
Why can't this not remain a secret, sir? Why you want to inform others who are not even aware of that part of my life? I was not happy with the character, not very much, for several reasons. Because the character was very cliched. He was shown drinking wine, he was shown chain smoking, and he had been like doing a lot of mistakes using F words and expletives, which I don't use normally. So I just thought that a journalist and editor need not have this image necessarily, when actually I have not done any of this in my life. So I was थोड़ा सा upset with that character. But उसके अलावा जो कुछ दिखाया है, ज़ीशान ने जो कुछ किया है उसमें was fantastic and very close to the truth. Thank you. But you should not have done this here.
Great question.
Can I ask a question now? Okay.
Yes, please.
Thanks. It was really nice listening to all of you. Thank you for being here with us. And I have a question for Amit. Okay, so I actually have two questions, one at a time. Baad mein agar hua free samay, so I'll ask you again. Okay, so my question is, I'm talking about cops and the police force now, right? Please correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel कि कभी खुद को risk में डालना आसान होता है compared to putting your family at risk. I feel that, right? For our loved ones. So I'm using you as an example of a cop, right? Who is brave. So can you talk to us about the pressure that you feel when your family, when your wife, when your children have been put at risk because of the work that you are doing? And did it ever come to an extent where you questioned if what you were doing was worth it, or was it, too jeopardizing your family?
Anupha, you know me well now, and please trust me, I'll tell you absolutely truthfully, not for any effect, I never thought about it. Because if you ask my wife also right now, you make a video call to her, she'll tell that Amit chose this job, he's being paid for it, so he knows these are all professional hazards. So Zaidi Sahab also sitting behind you right now as a senior IPS officer. We never bother about these things because you are well trained, you're a professional person. You know that you have to go and face the criminals or the mob. What is more problematic is when our own people create trouble for us. That is very, very dangerous. That creates more trauma for your family, for your children. Because you can fight the criminals, you cannot fight the system in which you are working. That is very, very dangerous. So I will not delve more on that, but that is more traumatizing. Not this, not at all. My wife is a very brave person. She feels very proud that her husband goes to work every day, and she's the one who will tell me that wear a body protector, a bulletproof, or a pistol. And I'm sure so many other people's wives must also be doing the same thing. And they're always confident that the husbands or the wives who are in the police now, there's so many lady officers, they'll come back home safely and they will ensure that everyone around them is also safe. So this thought has never come to my mind, though my family has been attacked. Whatever they showed in the series is all true. My son used to go, there was a small play school in Sheikhpura. So these criminals used to recce that area, and my ADG special one specially called me that your family is under grave threat. You don't go for, I'm very keen as a sports person, so don't go for a badminton. For 2 days, I stopped going to play badminton. Third day, I felt so claustrophobic in my house. And I thought, what the hell, I'm a trained IPS officer. If I don't go, what kind of an impression I'll put on the public around me? So I used to carry an AK-47 with my badminton racket. The problem is, next day, my partner stopped coming to the badminton court because they saw that there was an AK-47 lying next to the gun, to the rackets. And they asked the bodyguard why this thing, that Saab is under threat. They said, it's better that he plays alone.
वो आपको हरा देते तो उनका क्या होता with the AK-47?
हराने की बात नहीं, वो आए नहीं ना, they were scared कि उनके ऊपर गोली ना चल जाए. Because wherever I used to play, I was like a sitting duck with an open hall. सबको पता था यार रोज शाम को 6 बजे खेलने आते हैं. तो AK-47 उनको देख के और ज़्यादा डरने लग गया उन लोगों को, तो नहीं आते.
In fact, Hussain sir also had a tryst with a few threats. Just for fun, tell us.
So, well, सबके साथ मतलब वो तो होता ही है. I mean, I also got threatened by the gangsters. So, like they wanted to, I mean, once they called, someone called and said कि आप, मुझे पता है कि आपका एक 6 साल का बच्चा है. So, you better behave, otherwise मैंने छोड़ दिया. And I was like petrified because जब तक मुझ पे धमकी है तब तक ठीक है, but जब बच्चे पे आएगा तो क्या होगा? But I had no other reaction but to say कि सुनिए, आपके पास शायद पूरी इन्फॉर्मेशन नहीं है. मेरा बच्चा इस वक्त क्लास 2C सरस्वती विद्यालय में पढ़ता है, उसका नाम अली है, आपको जो करना है कर लीजिए. When I said this, this man had no reaction. I just heard his, very heavy breathing. ना वो गाली गलौज कर सका, ना वो कुछ आगे बोल सका. उसने गुस्से में सिर्फ फोन रख दिया. So I was like, my blood was frozen for, 6-year-old son, like to be exposed to that kind of danger. But as I said, कि सब चीज़ें होती हैं और हम लोग को like किसी ना किसी तरह उसका मुकाबला करना होता है.
Avinash, have you had any threats? अभी 3 hit दे दिए, आ जाएंगे. Any more questions?
Yes, I do have one question.
Please.
So my question is for Hussain sir. Firstly, sir, it's an absolute honor to be talking to you. 2010 was the first time I picked up Black Friday, and since then I've read all your books.
Thank you.
So there's this famous interview you did back in '97 with, obviously you know whom I'm talking about. And when I specifically went in between the lines of that interview, from his perspective, it seemed to be kind of patronizing. So I specifically wanted to hear that experience and what exactly went through on that telephonic call in your words. Thank you.
He's talking about my famous interview with Dawood Ibrahim, which I have conducted for Indian Express when I was a reporter. So Dawood Ibrahim, at that time I found him to be very civil, very polite, and he was speaking to me in chaste Urdu. We all thought that underworld characters are speaking in the way we see in movies. Kya bhai kya karela hai, tapka dega, whatever, those terms that we think. So we all think that Dawood ko shayad waise baat karna chahiye. But when he spoke to me, his Urdu was very good. Maybe because of Karachi effect, Pakistan effect, कि शायद उसकी उर्दू बहुत अच्छी थी. तो when he came on the line, I said कि आपका इसमें गिरामी. So when he started replying and saying things in Urdu, I was very surprised. That was one thing. Secondly, I found that he was very witty. He could answer my questions in a very nice, humorous way. I said, आपने 93 blast क्यों किया? He said, अगर मैं 1947 में होता, तो शायद उसका इल्ज़ाम भी, बंटवारे का इल्ज़ाम भी मुझ पर लगा दिया जाता. तो 93 का इल्ज़ाम मुझ पर गलत लगाया गया है. And then so many things he said which looked like filmy dialogue. I said कि आप सुधर क्यों नहीं जाते? मतलब I said in a very nice way कि आप अपने हरकतों की इस्लाह क्यों नहीं करते? So why don't you rectify your actions? So he said कि देखिए जब हाथी चलता है तो कुत्तों के भौंकने का असर नहीं लेता. Those kind of things he was saying. And 45 minutes का conversation था which I found very humorous and interesting. जो मैंने बाद में अपने अखबार के फ्रंट पेज पे लिख दिया था मैंने.
You had a question? Yeah.
Hello everyone. As we know, today's youth, they over glorify or they, tend to find criminals more cooler than the, normal heroes. So as an author or as an in general, where do you draw the line between, you know, describing a villain to over glorifying it? So where do you draw the line? So we don't necessarily want us kids to, you know, over glorify villains or, you know, tend to go towards them.
See, I have said this earlier. I will say this again. For me, I am a writer. I am a journalist. These criminals, for me, are like the way a pathologist examines the samples of blood, urine, stool, and he does not get impressed and affected by that. For me, these criminals are worse than those blood, stool, urine, which I have to deal with because that's my job. I have to write about them, but I don't have to necessarily get influenced and write nice things about it. जो report है वैसे लिखूंगा मैं. I'm sorry if I was not able to have any other analogy, but anyway.
Thank you, sir.
जी.
My question is to Amit sir. My name is Raji Thakur. I am from Dehradun, and Bihar has the highest number of kidnappings. I believe
Used
in
to,
the
not
country.
anymore, not anymore.
So yeah, that's my question. Why was it so big in Bihar, and how are you able to bring it under control? Thank you.
See, if you have read the broken window theory, आपने पढ़ी होगी अब गूगल पे, तो बिहार में kidnapping had become an industry actually, and there was no employment, no industrialization otherwise, and lawlessness was the order of the day. So everybody thought that's an easy way to make money. किसी पड़ोसी ने एक ज़मीन भी बेच दी, उसका कुछ पैसा है तो अब दूसरे को पता चल गया. Kidnap him and you recover, you get the money. And पुलिसिंग भी हमारे रिसोर्सेज वेरी लिमिटेड, बहुत कम रिसोर्सेज थे, मैन पावर था ही नहीं. उस वक्त रोड, बिजली, पानी, सबको बिहार की स्थिति पता क्या थी. कहीं जाने में भी उनको 6-6 घंटे लग जाते थे. 30 किलोमीटर कवर करने में 6 घंटे. कितने मैं दियारा क्षेत्र में कितनी बार मैं पैदल चला हूँ पूरी रात, मुझे याद है वो सब चीज़ें. बट देन आई वॉज अमंग द फर्स्ट वंस टू यूज टेक्नोलॉजी इन बिहार. आपने उस वेब सीरीज में भी देखा है. एंड आई यूज टू थिंक अ लॉट लाइक क्रिमिनल्स कि इसका नेक्स्ट स्टेप क्या हो सकता है. मेरी माँ, जब मैं आईटी में था, मेरा बहुत डिजास्टर्स परफॉर्मेंस था, मेरी नौकरी वोकरी कहीं नहीं लगी थी. मेरी मदर बड़ी घबरा के एस्ट्रोलॉजी से मिली कि क्या करेगा. एस्ट्रोलॉजर ने बोला भविष्य में कि इसका क्राइम की दुनिया में बड़ा नाम होगा. तो माई मदर गॉट वेरी स्केयर्ड कि कहीं क्रिमिनल नहीं बन जाए. लकीली मैं पुलिस वाला बना, बट क्रिमिनल्स की तरह बहुत सोचता था और अभी भी सोचता हूँ कि वो लोग क्या कर सकते हैं, तो उनकी साइकोलॉजी क्या हो सकती है. उस चक्कर में कई बार मुझे बहुत सक्सेस मिला कि अगली बार वो यही करेगा. जैसे वेब सीरीज में था तो उनकी गर्लफ्रेंड्स थी, किस तरह से उससे बात करते थे. उन्होंने बहुत चीज़ें दिखाई नहीं, बट एक्चुअली उससे थिंक किया अब ये गर्लफ्रेंड को क्या बोलेगा, कब मिलेगा, कब वाइफ के पास आएगा, ये सारी चीज़ें मैं सोचता रहता था. तो उस तरह से ये मेरा मॉडस ऑपरेंडी था. बाकी तो लोगों का अपना अपना रहा होगा. बट आई यूज टेक्नोलॉजी अ लॉट एंड थिंक लाइक अ क्रिमिनल.
Any more questions? Or sorry, ma'am.
Lot many people want to ask questions, but I'll let them.
Namaskar, good evening, sir. I'm Priya from Bihar. I won't deep dive in these, but because I have no idea about these crime literature. I'm just first time I've came here in Dehradun, and I'm attending this fest. बस मुझे आपसे बस एक ही सवाल पूछना है कि what do you personally think, who was the winner? The Amit Lodha who wrote this, or Chandan Mehto?
Who's the villain or who's the winner?
Who is the winner?
Winner?
Yeah.
वो जेल में is serving life imprisonment.
So whose victory do you personally think?
Victory of law.
Victory of?
Law.
I didn't have victory of? Sorry. Law. Okay.
No, sorry, what?
क्योंकि जो विजय होती है, the victory of good over evil is the real victory. But Chandan Mehto won.
How did he win?
कैसे?
चंदन महतो को सब लोग प्रेज किए उस मूवी में. चंदन महतो जैसे जैसे करता था उसको वो लोग मतलब उसको बचाते थे, उसको इमेजिनेशन में.
वो पहले हुआ ना, तो फिर पकड़ा गया ना, उसके बाद आज उसको
पकड़ा गया. लेकिन फिर भी वो आप पर्सनली क्या सोचते हैं? मुझे बस आपका आंसर सुनना है.
मैं बता रहा हूँ कि विनर वाज लॉ. आज वो लाइफ इम्प्रिजन में पिछले 16 साल से जेल में है. 17वां साल है ये. तो ऑब्वियसली पूरा एरिया डेवलप हो गया जहाँ पे लोग 4 बजे के बाद निकलते नहीं थे. वहाँ पे मॉल्स और मल्टीप्लेक्स खुल गए. आप जाके देखें, वहाँ पे लोग, बच्चे पढ़ रहे हैं. कोई जानता भी नहीं कि सब लोगों को सीरीज के थ्रू वापस पता चला कि अच्छा पहले ये स्थिति थी इस जगह में. तो ऑब्वियसली द लॉ इज द विनर. दैट एरिया इज डेवलप्ड लाइक एनीथिंग नाउ.
ठीक है हो गया.
Ma'am, you have to ask something.
Thank you. Thank you for such an interesting conversation. We've been talking कि it's a mindset. हम लोग बात कर रहे थे and सोच है. My question is, what is that mindset with your experience? What is the commonality you have seen in the so-called mindset or सोच that leads to crime? And can we as a society do anything to change that mindset, at least in the young generation who are in their formative ages?
There are certain times when somebody is forced to take up crime. There are certain times. We show that a lot of injustices happened with that person. But then there are two ways about it. It's your decision. Life is all about making choices. So, as Hussein rightly said that, no, but you want to choose that shortcut to success, fame, glory, or whatever. So I would say there's nothing that the society can do as such, but yes, education in the true sense makes a lot of difference. I can just give you a small example of crime against women. Yeah. There's so many rapes of women which are usually committed by relatives or friends who are closest to these women. So what do you do about it? Can laws reduce the number of crimes against women? Not exactly, even if you give capital punishment. But if you educate a man, a boy in your home, how to become man in the true sense, it makes a huge difference. That's what we do in our house. We treat a woman with great respect, dignity, whether she's my daughter, my wife, my mother. That is how you start. So that way the society can change its mindset, the mindset of people, by educating people in the true sense. In India, still we do not follow the traffic laws. We litter any place the moment we get an opportunity. So many things happen. So as citizens, if we do these small things in the right way, then of course, other things will take place on its own. That is my thought process. That start from your home and your schools. Educate in the right sense.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions or should we wrap up? Good. Yes, please.
You've played two iconic villains on screen, right? Mahato and, of course, Dawood. How did you approach the two roles to make sure that you gave it, an identity of its own as an actor? How did you approach the two roles?
So I think it was very, very different at script level itself. The two different milieu of shows. One is based in Bihar, where I do remember, to prep for it, I remember going to a ढाबा जहाँ पे सारे ट्रक ड्राइवर्स रहते थे, 15-20 दिन उनके साथ समय गुजारने के बाद you get start entry into what the show goes into. So for me, that was most important, that I kind of become true to the milieu. And what is being expressed through, say, in Chandan Mehta, which is probably not part of the book that sir has written. The initial genesis of Chandan Mehta is not part of the book, and it is something that is written for the show. Now that genesis does help me as an actor to figure out who this guy would be and what he can be. Similarly, for Bombay Meri Jaan, there is a clear genesis of that character. We see him from childhood and what makes him become what he becomes. So I personally feel it was a job made easier for me because of the way it was written for me. And of course, then able direction from people. I just had to step in and just take orders very well. And I think I do that pretty fine. Thank you.
Yeah, I think everyone's asked. So should we wrap up? Let's wrap up. Thank you.
थैंक यू सो मच. बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग सेशन और मजा आया आप लोगों को? हाँ, अच्छा लगा? बहुत सारे सवाल किसी के रह गए हैं अभी इसके? अच्छा, आप पराग भाई सीरियसली पूछना चाह रहे हो क्या? हाँ, आ जाओ, फिर जल्दी आ जाओ यार. अच्छा पराग, हमारा ये सारा जो कुछ आप देख पा रहे हैं वो और उनकी टीम के जरिए ही ये सब कुछ संभव हो पा रहा है. इतना बढ़िया तरीके से वो हमारे साथ लगे हुए हैं. प्लीज गो अहेड.
So after the baritone, you can hear me. So Kavya, just a quick question to all of you. I mean, you can look at the punchline: ink, intrigue, imagination, and I see all four of you representing that. सीधा सा सवाल है sir. Could you have ever thought that we can have a festival like Crime Literature Festival in India, And what value do you think it will actually add towards the genre crime for the future, and how, what value it will essentially add in the entire thing? So Bilal, I would request you as well as Avinash, sir, and Sansab. Yeah. Thank
Sure.
you.
I think it's very important for us to celebrate the last bunch of readers that exist, because it is something, it is a habit that is dying out. I see that with my sister, her friends, they're 6 years younger than I am. I see it with my own friends, with the advent of social media and content that is so easily available with Netflix, Amazon, all these things, whatever, OTTs. It's not, it's a little more convenient to put that on and watch that instead of reading. So I think any event like this one, or the one that happened last week, I believe, or around the country, wherever it's happening, it's very important to celebrate the fact that reading is still alive as a habit. And so it's very encouraging that this particular Crime Lit Fest did happen. At the minute we got invited, at least I immediately wanted to run here. So thank you for organizing this, and hope to come to many more of these. Thank you, thank you. And
I think I am sitting here because there are two writers who have written two books and novels which got adapted and made into a show. So I would definitely want more people to be writing books. Also, crime is one of the most watched out genres as far as streaming and films are concerned worldwide. There is some attraction towards this genre, and now if we have a place or we have a festival that celebrates this and gets all the people from the country come together who write crime as a genre, because it is so loved and admired by people, I think it's a great start. It's a start that should probably carry on, and we should have people from all over the country coming together to celebrate this genre. I think it's just a start, and probably from years on, I'll be back again with 3 more writers and their adapted shows and films, hoping for that to happen. So.
I think Avinash, you have covered everything so beautifully. Nothing more to add to it.
कुछ तो कहिए.
It's a lovely beginning, and it's a platform for great minds to assemble together, whether it's from the film fraternity, writers, police officers. So I'm lucky I've kind of encompassed all the 3, dimensions. So I'm very fortunate. I'm very sure that we'll have many more such events in the future in Dehradun, and we'll have many more minds who come together and think more about how to eradicate or reduce crime in the society also at the same time. Thank you.
So I'm saying that how do you get best idea? You have best idea when you have a lot of ideas. My whole point is how do you get good stories when you have a lot of writers, and crime is the most consumed genre in the world. So इस किस्म के festivals में I think crime writers को the way they get encouragement, the way get morale boosting effect when they attend these kind of festivals, and they see the audience interacting with them, asking them, commenting them, reacting and responding, it will only further encourage more writers to write. तो मेरे ख्याल से it's a very nice step towards this direction, and there should be more such festivals focused on crime writing, crime literature, crime stories. So it's a nice thing. We should please continue with this one.
Thank you so much, sir. अब मैं एक बार फिर से आलोक लाल सर, हमारे फेस्टिवल डायरेक्टर, उनसे रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा, क्योंकि उन्हीं का ब्रेन चाइल्ड था ये, इस तरह का कुछ इनिशिएटिव लिया जाए, और उसके बाद बहुत सारे लोग जुड़े, और आज ये दूसरा दिन, लगभग शाम के 5:05 हो चुके हैं, तो आप हमको यहाँ पे देख रहे हैं. आइए सर, बिलाल के साथ में शुरुआत करते हैं. बिलाल, थैंक यू, बहुत ही कमाल का ये सेशन, और बार्ड ऑफ ब्लड वाकई में हम सबको बड़ी पसंद आई है. इसी तरह आप बढ़िया काम करते रहिए. इसके बाद अविनाश तिवारी, महतो का कैरेक्टर आपको बहुत ही पसंद आया है, भाया है. और इसके बाद अमित लोढ़ा सर, वो जब जब बोल रहे थे बिल्कुल ऐसे ना, वो अमिताभ बच्चन वाली आवाज आ रही थी। हाँ,
बहुत कुछ खुश होने वाली
बिल्कुल।
जो एक्टर इनका रोल करेगा,
हाँ,
he will have to be equally handsome.
बिल्कुल, जोरदार तालियां। जैदी सर, आपको इसके बाद एक और सेशन के लिए बैठना है यहाँ पे, और उसके बाद हम आपको मोमेंटो भेंट करेंगे। बट थैंक यू, लगातार आप हमारे साथ यहाँ बने हुए हैं। थैंक यू सो मच। थैंक यू वेरी मच। बच्चों, अभी छुट्टी नहीं हुई है, बैठ जाओ, एक और बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग सेशन है। आओ आओ, बैठो बैठो, कम ऑन, आ जाओ क्विकली। अगले 2 मिनट के अंदर स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं। पूजा, आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि आप मेरी जगह ले लें प्लीज, आइए।
Hi, great session. Can I take a picture? Should we start? बुला लो. Can we please have the audience? this session, Raw Hitman. Thank you. Welcome again, sir. Yes. But we'll keep you free, Jaldi. I know you have to leave. Thank you. Mr. Zaidi is India's most prolific, and yesterday only I learned, accidental crime writer. Mumbai Mafia has been his focus in writing. He began his career in journalism while working for Asian Age and hasn't looked back since. His works include Dongri to Dubai, 6 Decades of Mumbai Mafia, Mafia Queens of Mumbai, which is one of my favorites, sir, Black Friday, amongst others. Welcome to the Crime Lit Fest, sir. It's great to have you. Mr. Lucky Bisht is a former NSG commando, spy, and known as a raw hitman. Sir, if we should be scared of you or safe with you, I don't know. But right now I'm going to go with safe with you. He has served as a personal security officer for Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji and has received the Best NSG Commando Award. Congratulations, sir. In conversation with them, we have our own RJ Kavya, popularly known as Uttar Ka Puttar. He was a brand ambassador for the 2019 Lok Sabha election by the Election Commissioner of India. He's got 15 years in radio experience and the founder of Oho Radio, which is Uttarakhand's first digital radio station. Over to you, Kavya, for Raw Hitman.
थैंक यू सो मच। और बच्चों, तुमको पकड़ पकड़ के लाया गया है यहाँ, हाँ? नहीं, खुशी से आए हो पक्का? तो यही एनर्जी लास्ट तक चाहिए यहाँ पे, ठीक है? जैदी सर को मैंने कहा है, देखिए आपके बहुत सारे सेशंस हो गए, सीट उनकी हमने चेंज करवा दी है, थोड़ा सा नयापन उनको लगे, और लकी भाई वहाँ पे बैठे हुए हैं। तो शुरुआत में आपको लेके बहुत सारी चीज़ों को हुई है सर। मैं ये पूछना चाह रहा हूँ, ये आपकी तस्वीर जो पीछे नजर आ रही है, ये कब की है? हाँ, यही वाली जवानी की, फिर भी कितने साल पहले की? एक बात बताओ, हीरो तो ये भी लग रहे हैं यार, हाँ? सलमान खान, वो देखो, ये थोड़ा ज्यादा कर दिया तुमने, ये ज्यादा हो गया, हाँ? कुछ वैसा ऋषि कपूर का वो डी वाली कौन सी फिल्म थी वो, उसमें मैं वैसा देख रहा था आपको, मेरे को लगा एक ओके प्लीज आप लोग माइक ले लीजिए। श्योर। तो आगे बढ़ते हैं, और जब ये बुक लकी ने मेरे को आज से कुछ महीने पहले दी थी, तब ये कुछ ऐसी दिखती थी, और जो नई वाली आ गई है उसमें यहाँ पे
जी जी
कुछ नयापन है, थोड़ा सा आप बताना चाहें?
Just announced that it's going to be a movie soon. So some studio has acquired the rights and they want to turn it into a movie or a series. So soon to be a production.
Great. तो नाम यही रहने वाला है या कुछ बदलाव होंगे?
Of course, well, they would like to make it, more amenable to the audience. So थोड़ा तो change करेंगे, उसके आगे पीछे non-linear करेंगे वो लोग.
Right. लकी, आपके पास आ रहा हूँ। आप इससे पहले भी देहरादून आए थे, सेशन के लिए नहीं। जो आपकी स्टोरी में इस बुक के अंदर
हाँ सर, रहा देहरादून रहा, तो मैं देहरादून जेल भी रहा हुआ हूँ इससे पहले। और मतलब लाइफ में बहुत बार हुआ कि मैं किसी जगह में गया तो एकदम से कोई फ्रेंड मेरे को मिला यार, मैंने कहा कि भाई मैं उस डिस्ट्रिक्ट में जाता हूँ, तो मैंने कहा यार मैं यहाँ रहा हुआ हूँ करके 2-4 महीने। तो अगला पूछा कौन सी जगह, तो फिर मैं बोलता हूँ यार जेल करके। तो बड़ा अजीब सा, मुंबई में भी मुझे बहुत लोग मिलते हैं उत्तराखंड के, तो कई लोग पूछते हैं यार कि कहाँ के हो करके। मैंने कहा यार मैं नैनीताल से हूँ, हल्द्वानी से। तो किसी ने बोला यार मैं टिहरी का रहने वाला हूँ। अब बोला, मैंने कहा यार मैं भी टिहरी रहा हुआ हूँ 1 साल। अब उसने पूछ दिया कहाँ, तो मैंने कहा अब रहने दो यार, अब उसको क्या बोलता जेल।
तो
I will just give a brief background why he's saying jail again. Because for students it might be something new कि क्या बात है, लड़की की जेल क्यों कह रही है, इज ये जेल सुपरिटेंडेंट। तो मैं सिर्फ क्लियर कर दूं कि ये जो किताब है रॉ हिटमैन, it's about Lucky was a commando, he was in protection unit for the dignitaries and our prime minister as well. So एक घटना हुई थी यहाँ हल्द्वानी में, जहाँ पे 2 गैंगस्टर जो हैं उनकी हत्या हुई थी, और वो हत्या बहुत ही मिस्टीरियस सर्कमस्टेंस में हुई थी, जिसके लिए लकी को गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया था। ऐसा माना जाता है कि वो हत्या RAW ने करवाई थी अपने किसी एक एजेंट लीमा के ज़रिए। उस किताब में हमने थोड़ा सा रहस्य बरकरार रखा है कि एजेंट लीमा कौन है, लकी कौन है, हत्या किसने की है। लेकिन लकी को गिरफ्तार किया गया था और 3 साल ये जेल में थे। उत्तराखंड की 11 जेलों का भ्रमण किया है इन्होंने। तो यानी आप सोचिए 3 साल में 11 जेलें बहुत ज़्यादा होती हैं। सो एन वक्त पे ये जो है जेल से बाहर आ गए और कोर्ट ने जो है बाद में इनको एक्विटल दे दिया, वरना ये लकी कमांडो से लकी भाई बनने वाले थे, लकी गैंगस्टर बनने वाले थे जेल के अंदर रहकर। तो इसलिए घड़ी घड़ी जेल कह रही है। सो नाउ आई थिंक वी कैन
राइट। आपके पास आ रहा हूँ लकी भाई। आपकी मुलाकात सर से कैसे हुई, किसने मुलाकात करवाई, और क्योंकि जिस तरह का उनका बैकग्राउंड रहा है, काम रहा है, और जब ये बुक आई तो ये आपके लिए भी एक मौका था कि चलिए मेरी कहानी इस तरह से आएगी?
सर एक्चुअली जब मैंने गवर्नमेंट के लिए लास्ट टाइम गवर्नमेंट से रिज़ाइन लिया तो क्या करूं, लास्ट टाइम ये सोच रहा था। तो क्या हुआ केस में, मैं सर ने बोला 3 इयर्स, तो मैं 4 ईयर रहा अंदर। तो बहुत गुस्सा था, बहुत ज़्यादा गवर्नमेंट से। जैसे ही मैं बाहर निकला तो विथिन 24 आवर के अंदर मुझे एक डेस्क ज्वाइन करनी थी, मतलब अपना क्या कहते हैं ये मिडिल ईस्ट की एक डेस्क थी, वो ज्वाइन करनी थी। मैं गया नहीं। तो कंटिन्यू उसके बाद लेटर्स आए ऊपर से। वो लेटर्स एक नैनीताल SSP और कोर्ट के थ्रू की मेरे घर तक आते थे, और मेरे को पहले से पता चलता था यार कि लेटर आ गए हैं करके। तो हर बार एक रिपोर्ट जाती थी कि भाई मतलब घर पर पूछने वाले आएंगे। तो लोकल पुलिस थी तो कॉल कर देती थी। मैंने कहा ठीक है भाई। तो मैं हमेशा घर पर नहीं मिलता था कभी भी। तो ये सब प्रोसीजर चलते चलते 8 महीने हो गए। तो मुझे फिर एक इनपुट मिली ऊपर से कि यार ये लास्ट वार्निंग है करके, और MI अब उठा लेगी करके, है ना, वो डेफिनेटली तेरे को उठा लेगी। अब मुझे लगा यार कि अब तो उठाएगी तो आप ज्वाइन करना ही पड़ेगा करके। तो मैंने मेरा एक फ्रेंड था, मैंने कहा भाई कौन सी लोकेशन है? तो उसने कहा मणिपुर में रिपोर्ट कर दे करके। तो उनका लास्ट जो MHA मिनिस्ट्री होम अफेयर्स और डिफेंस मिनिस्ट्री से आ रखा था, उससे पहले मैंने ज्वाइनिंग कर लिया। मैं सीधा गया और मैंने ज्वाइन कर लिया। अब पहले तो जो भी मेरे सीनियर थे, और किस्मत बहुत बढ़िया रही कि मतलब जो कभी मतलब 4-5 ईयर्स पहले, 6 ईयर पहले कॉन्गो में जो मेरे सीनियर हुआ करते थे, वो उस टाइम चीफ थे जिस जगह पर मुझे ज्वाइन करना था। अब वो देखते ही चीज़ें, तो बहुत समझाया उन्होंने मेरे को कि चलो ज्वाइन कर लेते हैं, चीज़ें कर आगे, ये वो जो भी मतलब कोर्ट ऑफ जो भी गवर्नमेंट्स के रूल होते हैं, भाई क्यों ज्वाइन नहीं किया, विद इन 24 आवर के अंदर ज्वाइन करना था। तो सब चीज़ें दी। अब तो मेरे को बोले यार ठीक है तुझे कौन से स्टेट में जाना है वो बता, मैं उसी स्टेट में तुझे भेज देता हूँ। तो मैंने कहा सर मैंने जॉब करनी ही नहीं है करके, मैं जॉब नहीं करूँगा। अब यार वो बोले कि जॉब क्या, भाई तुझे इसके अलावा आता क्या है ये बता। अब यार मैंने कहा लेकिन एक्चुअली क्या हुआ, जेल में जब मैं 4 साल रहा, मैंने दुनिया भर की पिक्चरें देख ली जेल के अंदर। कुछ काम ही नहीं था जेल के अंदर, फिल्म वही देखता रहा। तो और इसी दौरान क्या हुआ, जब मैं एक जेल के अंदर बंद था तो मुंबई के एक प्रोड्यूसर आए मेरे पास मेरी कहानी के लिए। तो जब उनसे मेरी बात हुई तो मैंने कहा यार ऐसी, मैंने उस टाइम ऐसे ही बोल दिया, मैंने कहा सर मैं लिखूंगा करके। यार उन्होंने कहा यार कि आप क्या लिखेगा, एक ढंग से कभी एप्लीकेशंस तो लिखी नहीं सर, है ना। तो मैंने कहा सर मैं लिखूंगा करके, अब मैं फिल्म और वो लिखूंगा। तो उन्होंने मतलब बहुत कोशिश करी मैं करूं, लेकिन मैंने कहा सर करनी ही नहीं है। तो सीनियर्स बहुत अच्छे थे सर मेरे, ठीक है, उन्होंने एक टर्म्स एंड कंडीशन में कुछ एक गवर्नमेंट के साथ टर्म्स एंड कंडीशन था, उस पर मैंने डिस्चार्ज लिया। अब उसके बाद मैं मुंबई गया। मुंबई जाने के बाद कुछ एक प्रोडक्शन हाउस, कुछ एक डायरेक्टर से मिला, और एक प्रोड्यूसर ने मेरे को बोला भाई एक काम कर कि तू अब मेरे साथ चल, मैं तुझे आगे प्रेजेंट करता हूँ। अब उसने मुझे जगह जगह पर अलग अलग प्रोडक्शन हाउस में प्रेजेंट किया, जो भी मैंने अपना जो भी वेब सीरीज़ या फिल्म मैंने लिखी हुई थी, मतलब मेरी लाइफ नहीं डिफरेंट, जो भी मतलब लाइफ के अंदर जो भी एक्सपीरियंस देखे, जो भी दुनिया के अंदर जो टेररिज्म देखा, जो ब्लास्ट देखा, जो भी मतलब इस दुनिया के अंदर क्राइम क्यों होता है, क्राइम के पीछे मतलब रीज़न मतलब कि क्या है क्राइम। हम लोग अभी मतलब कि देखते हैं कि क्राइम गैंगस्टर्स, लोकल गुंडे, है ना, इनसे भी ऊपर एक क्राइम है जिसको टेररिज्म। अगर आप किसी भी मोटिव के ऊपर, अगर आप एक नॉर्मल गुंडा हो गया या अंडरवर्ल्ड के ऊपर जाओ या टेररिज्म के ऊपर जाओ, तो सबका मोटिव अलग आएगा। अगर एक लोकल गुंडा क्राइम करता है, वो किसी को भी मारता है, तो उसका मोटिव डिफरेंट होगा। अगर वही नक्सलाइट, अगर अपने ही देश के जो लोग हैं, अगर वो कहीं पर भी कोई ब्लास्ट कर रहे हैं, कुछ भी कर रहे हैं, मोटिव डिफरेंट होगा। अगर वही क्राइम एक टेररिस्ट कर रहा है तो सबका मोटिव डिफरेंट होगा। तो इस पर मैंने चीज़ें लिखी और जगह जगह गया। तो एक प्रोडक्शन हाउस में एक मैम के पास मैं गया और वहाँ वो मैम ने नेक्स्ट दिन दोबारा बुलाया, बोले कि क्या कहते हैं, किसी सर से मिलाने करके। तो पहली बार मेरी सर से मुलाकात वहीं हुई, लेकिन किसी डिफरेंट सब्जेक्ट पर, किसी और सब्जेक्ट के ऊपर।
सर, जब जैसा कि फॉरवर्ड के अंदर नीरज कुमार सर ने कहा है कि मुझे कई बार संदेह होता है इनको लेके और जो उन्होंने लिखा है, और आपकी भी तारीफ करी कि आपकी वजह से वो उनकी बुक पब्लिश हुई। जब आपने इनकी कहानी सुनी, आपको लगा कि ये जिस एजेंट की बात हो रही है और लकी ये मासूम सा लड़का, और आज भी इनकी उम्र मतलब गेस कर पाना बड़ा मुश्किल है, क्या महसूस हुआ आपको फर्स्ट टाइम?
देखिए, नीरज कुमार जी जो हैं वो पूर्व कमिश्नर दिल्ली के मेरे अच्छे मित्र हैं, और उनको हमेशा जो है ना वो चीज़ों को इस तरह से देखने की आदत है। मुझे उस कहानी को लिखने में मैं चाह रहा था कि कोई ना कोई सवाल उठाए उस कहानी पे, बिकॉज दिस स्टोरी वॉज टू हीरोइक। मतलब कहा जाता है कि वो इतनी हीरोइक कहानी थी कि ऐसी कहानी हमने सिर्फ फिल्मों में देखी है। यानी एक 16 साल का लड़का एक गरीब घर से, उसको इजराइल भेजा जाता है कमांडो ट्रेनिंग के लिए, और वो अपना बेस्ट कमांडो होता है। अगर आप उस चैप्टर में पढ़िए, उनको सांप खाने की ट्रेनिंग दी गई है, एक बहुत ख़तरनाक जंगल में सर्वाइवल ट्रेनिंग दी गई। मतलब मैंने 2 चैप्टर की ट्रेनिंग पे लिखे मैंने। तो यानी ऐसा लड़का जो बाद में बहुत जल्दी प्रमोट होकर VIP सिक्योरिटी पे चला जाता है, और फिर उसकी लाइफ में जो उसका करियर ग्राफ इतना बढ़िया है, वहाँ जाके फिर वो जो किन हालात का शिकार होता है। नाउ माय होल पॉइंट वाज कि उस कहानी को मैं चाह रहा था कोई सवाल उठाए। आई एम ओनली राइटिंग गुड थिंग्स, आई विल नॉट बी पंचिंग होल इन माय ओन नैरेटिव, सो आई हैव टू हैव समवन हु कैन डू दिस। सो इसलिए नीरज कुमार जी से मैंने कहा कि आप एक फॉरवर्ड लिखिए, एंड आई न्यू कि ही विल बी स्केप्टिकल अबाउट इट। सो मैं से उसका जो जवाब इस बात से दूंगा। अभी आप लोगों को शायद पता होगा, मैंने किताब लिखी डोंगरी दुबई। डोंगरी दुबई में उस किताब में लिखा था मैंने कि किस तरह से 2006 में दिल्ली में एक ऑपरेशन हो रहा था, जहाँ पर अजीत डोवल साहब को 2 गैंगस्टर्स के साथ पाया गया था। आपको पता है, मुंबई क्राइम ब्रांच मीरन बोरकर की एक टीम जो है दिल्ली में उन 2 क्रिमिनल्स को पकड़ने गई थी, और जब उनको पकड़ने गई थी तो वहाँ पे वो पाए गए थे साथ में उन दोनों के। मीरन बोरवनकर जो क्राइम ब्रांच की हेड थी मुंबई में, उनकी और अजीत डोवल साहब की झड़प भी हुई थी उस मामले में। और बाद में ये मालूम पड़ा कि वो 2 गैंगस्टर्स फरीद तराशा और विकी ओबरॉय एक्चुअली जो है वो दाऊद को दुबई में मारने जा रहे थे उसकी बेटी की शादी में। माई पॉइंट इज के वेनेवर लोग लकी की कहानी में सवाल उठाते हैं कि यार ये कैसे हो सकता है, इस तरह से होता नहीं है, मैं उनसे कहता हूँ कि आप 15-16 साल पहले जाके वो ऑपरेशन देख लीजिए। इत्तेफाक से वो लोगों ने पढ़ा और सबको जो पता था वो जानते हुए थे कि हकीकत है। अभी मीरन बोरकर के एक बुक लिखी है उन्होंने, और उस बुक को लिखने के बाद उन्होंने आज तक को इंटरव्यू में यही कहा कि मुझे उस ऑपरेशन की जानकारी नहीं थी, इसलिए हम उस ऑपरेशन में बाधा बन गए, अगर हमें पता होता तो वो कभी ना रोकते। ये मीरन बोरकर ने भी कहा है, आप टीवी देख सकते हैं, यूट्यूब पे है, जो भी है। तो माय पॉइंट इज कि मतलब ऐसी एजेंसी ऐसे ऑपरेशन किया करती हैं, करवाया करती हैं, उसमें संदेहात्मक कोई बात नहीं है। लकी का भी केस एकदम ऐसे ही है कि एजेंसी के जरिए उसको कुछ काम करने पड़ रहे थे। इस घटना के बारे में मैं कुछ नहीं कहूँगा, वो आप लोग किताब पढ़ के देख लें।
राइट, क्योंकि सर को आगे जाना भी है, आप में से कुछ लोग, मेरे ख्याल से प्रदीप सर कहाँ हैं? हाँ, वो स्पेशली आपसे सवाल करने के लिए दोपहर से बैठे हुए हैं
जी।
तो प्रदीप सर, आपसे शुरुआत कर रहा हूँ और उसके बाद बाकी अगर कोई पूछना चाहे।
थैंक यू सर। सर, मैंने आपकी किताब पढ़ी डोंगरी टू दुबई।
धन्यवाद।
और मैंने जैसे बताया कि वो पहली ऐसी किताब थी जिसमें कि गैंगस्टर के बारे में असली नाम से लिखा हुआ था, वरना वैसे तो वेद प्रकाश शर्मा को उपन्यास और दुनिया भर के उपन्यास पढ़ते थे, सत्यकथा पढ़ते थे। बहुत अच्छा लगा सर किताब में वो। सर, एक मतलब इतने बड़े गैंगस्टर के और या गैंगस्टरों की पूरी टीम के बारे में आपने लिखा था, तो डर तो लगा होगा सर एक बार आपको, सर या नहीं लगा था? या कैसे आपने,
किस बात का डर?
कि मतलब वो कुछ कर सकते हैं या फिर थ्रेट्स कुछ ऐसा किया हो कुछ?
मेरा मानना है कि गैंगस्टर बहुत बुज़दिल होते हैं। मतलब वो कभी भी, आप किसी भी एक गैंगस्टर को, एक किसी मुजरिम को बताइए, उसके हाथ से तमंचा खींच के बताइए कि उसके बगैर वो बहादुर इंसान बन सकता है क्या? तो मेरा मानना है कि सिर्फ एक बंदूक है जो उसमें बहादुरी पैदा करती है। बहुत बुज़दिल होते हैं, नंबर 1। नंबर 2, मेरा मानना है कि जाको राखे साइयाँ मार सके ना कोई, बाल ना बाका खरीद सके जो जग बैरी होए, तो उससे कुछ फ़र्क नहीं पड़ता गैंगस्टर के। मुझे इसलिए बात है, कभी डर लगा नहीं उनसे। मरने को आदमी एक्सीडेंट से मर सकता है, गैंगस्टर की गोली का क्या फिक्र है।
बहुत बढ़िया सर,
जबरदस्त। नेक्स्ट कोई सवाल? जी
सर, क्योंकि आप रियल अंडरवर्ल्ड को फॉलो करते रहे हैं काफ़ी सालों से, और जैसे जो अंडरवर्ल्ड पे फिल्में बनी, कंपनी एक बनी थी, देखी आपने?
जी मैंने देखी है।
तो मतलब उसमें फिल्मों में जैसे अंडरवर्ल्ड, मुंबई की अंडरवर्ल्ड दिखाई जाती है, तो मतलब उस
वो फिल्मी होती है।
representation के बारे में आपको क्या?
वो फिल्मों में जो दिखाई जाती है वो फिल्मी अंडरवर्ल्ड होती है, रियल नहीं होती है। तो उनको तो मतलब उसके बारे में क्या कहना। लेकिन रियल अंडरवर्ल्ड जो है किताबों में देखिए, और जो कुछ राइटर्स ने लिखी, जो न्यूज़पेपर में आती है, वो भी रियल नहीं होती है, वो भी थोड़ी सी आधी अधूरी जानकारी होती है। आप किताबें पढ़ें तो आपको देखें रियल अंडरवर्ल्ड वैसी होगी जैसी होती है। फिल्मों में इट्स ओनली लाइक, मैं क्या कहूँ, वो एक स्क्रिप्ट होती है जो एक्टर को खुश करने के हिसाब से लिखी जाती है, और ज़रूरी नहीं कि वो सत्य पे आधारित हो और उसकी घटनाएं जो सत्य हों।
सर माय क्वेश्चन इज़ फॉर लकी सर। सर आपने आपके बारे में जितना सुना सर, आप 17 की एज में सर इजराइल गए, तो सर वो उस सिलेक्शन प्रोसेस के बारे में आप कुछ थोड़ा बताना चाहेंगे कि आर्मी ने कैसे उस टाइम आपको सेलेक्ट किया या फिर कैसे चूज़ किया?
ट्रेनिंग पीरियड के अंदर एक्चुअली क्या है, शायद अभी प्रेजेंट टाइम के अंदर, मतलब अगर आप इंडियन आर्मी ज्वाइन करते हैं तो शायद 18 का एज है। आज से शायद 2004 के समथिंग में आप 16 से लेकर 19, जब भी आप अगर कसम खाएंगे आपकी, तो आपकी एज 18 से ऊपर होनी चाहिए, ठीक है। तो ऐसा नहीं है कि हम ही लोग मतलब बाहर जाके ट्रेनिंग करते हैं। अभी भी आप देखोगे तो बाहर के बहुत सारे जिनके साथ हम लोग टाइप हैं, बहुत सारी आर्मी या स्पेशल फोर्स के लोग हमारे इंडिया के अंदर आके भी ट्रेनिंग करते हैं, ठीक है। अगर आप हमारा कमांडो विंग्स देखेंगे बेलगांव के अंदर, वहाँ पर भी हम ही नहीं, एक कंबाइंड ट्रेनिंग होती है जहाँ के बहुत सारे लोग आके ट्रेनिंग वगैरह करते हैं, ठीक है। और भी बहुत सारे, आपने कई बार एक्सरसाइज सुना होगा कि यूएस आर्मी आ रखी है और हम लोग कंबाइन एक एक्सरसाइज कर रहे हैं करके। तो हम भी, ऐसा नहीं है, मतलब जितने भी कंट्रीज़ हैं जिनके साथ हमारा होता है टाइप, हम लोग मिल के न्यू टेररिज्म को ख़त्म करने के लिए कैसे करके टेररिज्म को ख़त्म करें। आज के टाइम में टेररिज्म मतलब क्या सोच है, हर बारी क्या है कि आज अगर हमने सपोज करो कोई कोर्स किया, ठीक है, मैं अभी कोई ट्रेनिंग करके आया इजराइल से, तो आज टेररिज्म की सोच चेंज हो चुकी है। मैं जो सीख के आया, एग्जांपल में 2003, 4, 5 में मैं सीख कर आया, तो उस टाइम टेररिज्म की सोचने जो लोग थे वो एक दूसरे तरीके से सोचते थे कि किस तरह से लोगों में मतलब टेररिज्म फैलाना है, चीज़ें करनी है। जैसे जैसे आप आज के टाइम में टेक्नोलॉजी में आगे जा रहे हैं, पहले आप नॉर्मल मोबाइल यूज़ करते थे, आजकल आप iPhone 15 यूज़ कर रहे हैं, तो टेररिज्म का भी तरीका चेंज होता है हर बारी, ठीक है। तो हर बारी क्या होता है, वर्ल्ड डिसाइड करता है कि कैसे टेररिज्म से निपटने के लिए, चाहे दुनिया का कोई भी देश हो, आज दुनिया के अंदर ऐसा कोई भी देश नहीं है जिसमें टेररिज्म की प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। हर बस देश, ये वो देश डिसाइड करता है कि कैसे करके हम लोग टेररिज्म को ख़त्म कर सकते हैं करके, ठीक है। मैं आपसे ये कहूँगा कि जैसे क्राइम पर बात चल रही है, तो आरंभ से लेकर अनंत काल तक क्राइम रहेगा। इस दुनिया में क्राइम को कोई ख़त्म नहीं कर सकता। अगर कोई बोले कि मैं क्राइम ख़त्म कर दूंगा, वो अनंत काल तक रहेगा। बट आप क्या कर सकते हैं कि क्राइम को खुद से आपके तक वो पहुंचे, उसको अपने से दूर कैसे रखना है। कि टेररिज्म तो चलेगा ना, टेररिज्म तो दूसरे देशों में हो रहा है, ब्लास्ट हो रहे हैं, आप डेली इंसिडेंट सुन रहे हैं, बट आप इंडिया को उससे कैसे दूर रख सकते हैं। तो एक, चाहे आप क्राइम को खुद से, उससे अपने आप को कैसे सेफ रख सकते हैं, ये आपके लिए ज़रूरी है। आप उसे कभी ख़त्म नहीं कर सकते हो।
थैंक यू सर।
सर द फॉलो अप क्वेश्चन फॉर दैट, आपने अभी मेंशन करा कि आप 3 से 4 साल तक जेल में रहे, उसके बाद व्हेन यू गॉट द अपॉर्चुनिटी टू जॉइन द सर्विसेज यू ऑप्टेड टू रिजाइन फ्रॉम द सर्विसेज। मेरा सवाल ये है, आज बीते इतने साल हो चुके हैं, अगर आपको अपॉर्चुनिटी फिर से मिले, बिकॉज एट टाइम यू होल्ड दैट ग्रज, बट अगर आज एट प्रेजेंट आपको फिर से वो अपॉर्चुनिटी मिले, व्हाट वुड बी योर टेक ऑन दैट एंड हाउ वुड यू लुक एट दैट सिचुएशन? थैंक यू।
मैं जाता हूँ, मतलब हर साल जाता हूँ मैं, ऐसा नहीं है कि मैं नहीं जाता। एवरी ईयर्स में मार्च में जाता हूँ, मेरे साथ के लोग हैं, मैं उनके साथ रह के आता हूँ। ऐसा नहीं है कि चीज़ें हैं, मतलब देखो क्या है कि पहले मैं एक जॉब कर रहा था, ठीक है। एग्जाम्पल के लिए क्या है यार, मैं 20 किलोमीटर, 30 किलोमीटर, 40 किलोमीटर रनिंग भी कर रहा था, कंटिन्यू था, ठीक है। अब क्या डिफरेंट क्या है कि मैं एकदम से एक रेस्ट में आया, ठीक है, मैं रेस्ट के अंदर आ गया, एक जेल के अंदर आ गया, मेरे पास कुछ चार्जेस लगे। एक क्या है, मैं कंटिन्यू अपने रूटीन एक्सरसाइज से दूर हुआ। मुझे डेली आदत है कि यार मुझे भाई अगर मैं नहीं दौड़ूंगा 15-16 किलोमीटर तो मुझे अजीब सा लगेगा। यहाँ जेल के अंदर 4 चक्कर क्या लगाए सारा का सारा प्रशासन, एक तो जेल रखने के लिए तैयार नहीं, ठीक है, कोई भी जेल रखने के लिए तैयार नहीं, दूसरी जेल में शिफ्ट करो, दूसरी जेल में शिफ्ट करो। वहाँ चलो सोचा यार कि बॉडी को थोड़ा एक्सरसाइज की ज़रूरत है, भाई वो एक्सरसाइज क्यों कर रहा है? तो अगर मुझे दोबारा उस रूटीन में आने में, ऐसा नहीं है कि रूटीन में नहीं आएगा, थोड़ा सा टाइम लगेगा। तो मैंने कहा कि अपनी लाइफ का बहुत टाइम दिया। ऐसा नहीं है कि मैं कह रहा हूँ कि जब मेरे एक क्लासमेट भी यहीं बैठा हुआ है, हमने बचपन में स्कूल ही पढ़ा था साथ में, तो जब मेरे साथ के लड़के स्कूल में थे तो मैं चला गया था। अगर आज मुझे कोई दोबारा बोले, अगर कोई दोबारा से बोले यार कि आपको इजराइल ट्रेनिंग करनी है या कोई भी आपने कोई भी कमांडो करनी है, तो हमने लास्ट में क्या हुआ, जब भी मैं ट्रेनिंग के लिए पहले दिन गया वहाँ पर, तो मुझे नहीं पता था कि मेरी अगले मॉर्निंग में ट्रेनिंग क्या है करके। बस सुबह एक बोर्ड पर वहाँ पर चार्ट लगा हुआ था कि अर्ली मॉर्निंग सुबह 4 मतलब सुबह 4 बजे के समथिंग आपको पीटी ग्राउंड पर रिपोर्ट करनी है, ठीक है, सिर्फ इतना ही लिखा हुआ है। जैसे हम लोग सुबह 4 बजे पहुँचे पीटी ग्राउंड पर, तो एक्सरसाइज वगैरह करी 5:30 बजे, तो लास्ट इंस्ट्रक्टर ने बोला कि एक काम है कि आप जस्ट आधे घंटे का आपके पास ब्रेक है, आप बीओसी में रिपोर्ट करोगे, ठीक है, 8 बजे आप बीओसी में बैटल ऑब्स्टिकल कोर्स में रिपोर्ट करोगे। कोर्स बैटल ऑब्स्टिकल कोर्स करे लास्ट, मतलब ये पूरा 2.5 साल के अंदर मुझे ये पता ही नहीं है कि मेरी अगली ट्रेनिंग क्या है करके। उसका रीजन पता है क्या है कि अगर दुनिया के किसी भी इंसान को अगर आज वो ट्रेनिंग का चार्ट दे दो आप, तो दुनिया का कोई इंसान कर नहीं पाएगा। वो इतना हैवी ट्रेन है, आप सोच के पागल हो जाओगे यार कि मुझे, आप सुबह दौड़ रहे हो, आपने सुबह पीटी दौड़ रहे हो आप 15 किलोमीटर, अगर आपको कोई ये बोलेगा शाम को 6 बजे आपको मतलब 18 kg विथ वेपन के साथ आपको 40 किलोमीटर दौड़ना है, आप तो वहीं दिमाग खराब हो जाएगा यार आपको, मैं ये दौड़ूं या वो दौड़ूं करके। तो ट्रेनिंग ऐसी, आज मुझे पता चल गया जब मैं वहां से निकला, जब मैं पहली बार ट्रेनिंग कैंप में गया, तो जब हमारी क्लास में मतलब थ्योरी की क्लास चलती थी, तो वहाँ हर बेंच में लिखा हुआ था हम गए तुम फंसे, हम गए तुम फंसे। तो ये समझ में नहीं आया, तो लास्ट में जब पता चला कि वो क्यों लिखा हुआ था करके कि जो न्यू वहाँ आएंगे कि हम चले गए तुम फंसे। तो अगर ज़रूरत होगी कि ज्वाइन करना है तो वो वक्त पर देखेंगे, है ना, वो सिचुएशन बताएगा।
ज़िशान भाई, वासेपुर में दौड़ना आसान है, इनके वाले में बड़ा मुश्किल है। ज़िशान खातरी बैठे हैं।
Question for Hussain Saab. As a writer, what attracted you to tell this story? क्योंकि आप एक apart from boredom, जो आप कह रहे थे पिछले सेशन में कि और कितना कहूँ मैं अंडरवर्ल्ड, वो तो एक वजह है ही, बट अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट इस स्टोरी में आपको क्या आकर्षित किया, और एज अ चैलेंज एज अ राइटर फॉर यू, व्हाट अट्रैक्टेड यू?
मैं अनिर्बान का बहुत आदर करता हूँ, रिस्पेक्ट करता हूँ। मैं ये मुझसे हर बार इतने अच्छे से सवाल करते हैं, मैं उनका जवाब खड़े रह के देना चाहता हूँ। आई होप नो वन विल माइंड दिस। सर,
मैं भी खड़ा हो जाता हूँ सर।
थैंक यू। लकी जो है मुझे उसने, जब मैं पहली बार मिला था, उसने बहुत अजीब तरह से आकर्षित किया। मैं मतलब ये एक बहुत ही ख़तरनाक कमांडो है, और ये अपने आप में बहुत ज़बरदस्त किलिंग मशीन कह के डिस्क्राइब किया जाता था। मैं उसको देख के बिल्कुल भी इम्प्रेस नहीं हुआ। ये आदमी कैसे किलिंग मशीन हो सकता है, ये आदमी कैसे कमांडो हो सकता है।
कल भी वही, जब एयरपोर्ट से आ रहे थे, जब मैं सोचा ये कौन है, तो जब एक एक करके स्टोरी निकलते गए,
हाँ, तो ये लुक सो साधारण, बट फिर आप जब लकी से बात करिए और जब उन ऑपरेशंस को वेरीफाई करिए, तो आपको यही लगता है कि वो जो आपको ऐसे मुस्टंडे दिखते हैं ना, बड़े मसल्स वाले, स्टेरॉइड वाले, जो रोज जो 50 अंडे खाने वाले, वो जो मुस्टंडे जो होते हैं वो नकली होते हैं, उनसे कुछ नहीं होता। ये जो दिखने वाले जो होते हैं ना, एक्स्ट्राऑर्डिनरी होते हैं। तो ये लकी की इस कहानी ने मुझे आकर्षित किया, एंड दैट्स व्हाई आई थॉट आई शुड राइट दिस स्टोरी बिफोर समवन एल्स डज। इसलिए
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Z.
थैंक यू।
थैंक यू
अनिर्बान, थैंक यू।
तो जैसा कि मैं कह रहा था शुरुआत में, एक बारी लकी की उम्र बता पाएगा कोई क्या है? अब ये क्लासमेट हाथ खड़ा ना करें।
27.
27 ना, with 20 years of experience.
Oh, that is different, but he looks 27.
बताओ कौन बताएगा सही? हाँ, पीछे लकी भाई
इनाम रखिए भाई, तो बताएंगे लोग।
हाँ
भाई
42 37 38 और बताओ 31
लकी सर
तुम
खुद
तो हद ही
बताइए।
कर दे रहे हो यार 31 लकी भाई बता दो
एक एज होगा ना आपका कि दो?
नहीं, 2 हैं। 38 जो है वो गर्लफ्रेंड के लिए है, 39 हम लोगों
39 हमारे लिए।
मतलब शाम होते होते रोमांटिक हो रहे हैं अब आप
बस हाँ।
थैंक यू वेरी मच
Thank you so much. This session has actually left us with this feeling of dil mange more, more and more. Thank you, Kavya, for moderating it in such a fun way. Thank you, Lucky ji and Hussain Saab.
Thank you.
It's such a pleasure to have you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Can I please invite DGP sir to felicitate? Vijay Kumar sir to come and felicitate. Thank you.
Vijay Kumar sir was my boss when I was with CRPF, and he's a retired DGP. You can see his fitness. He's 14 years senior to me, and he's the one who handled the Veerappan operation. So we'll hear his session tomorrow. Sir.
ओके तो अगले सेशन के लिए तैयार हैं लास्ट सेशन सर कह रहे हैं लास्ट है हाँ अब जाके थोड़ा सा अच्छा ये लास्ट के नाम पे ताली बजाइए कूल तो ओके तो मैं ये सोच रहा हूं कि पूजा आप ही को बुला लेता हूं इसमें हाँ अच्छा तो क्योंकि कुछ सरप्राइजेस भी हैं और उसके बाद आगे सेशन भी है तो मैं आलोक लाल सर मानस लाल और सुहेल माथुर आप तीनों से ही रिक्वेस्ट कर रहा हूं जोरदार तालियों के साथ में आप तीनों मंच पे आएंगे और साथ ही पूजा मारवा जिनको आप अभी भी सुन रहे थे और बच्चों में एनर्जी यार रात होते होते बढ़ते जा रही है हाँ बहुत अच्छी बात है बढ़िया तो पहले बताना था ना या सुबह ही अंधेरा कर देते हम आइए सर और एक छोटी सी अनाउंसमेंट आलोक लाल सर की तरफ से
Friends, I don't want to let my friend down. Didn't he say there's a surprise? So I will deliver the surprise now. Actually, the surprise is because this is not noted down in the program sheet. that has been circulated. It's a great privilege for me to be sharing this space with people like S. Hussain Zaidi. He's a king of the world of crime literature, and he has exposed the worst of the kings of the crime world. So he is a person to follow in this particular avatar, where I am a writer. I look up to him as somebody who guides me. And I have another privilege right now. I have Vijay Kumar amongst this audience. Vijay Kumar is somebody, वो कहते हैं ना कि ये किसी तारुफ के मोहताज नहीं हैं. So he of course needs no introduction. Vijay Kumar is the person who has been for long years been responsible for keeping us safe, because he has advised the government of India against left extremism, against all kinds of threats. He has been Director General of CRPF. And earlier, when he was in Tamil Nadu, he led the operation against Veerappan. So he was the one who accounted for the brigand Veerappan. So I'm very proud to be a person who underwent the training at the National Police Academy with him in the same batch. I request you both to please come to the stage. Please, right here. Why don't you sit down, please? Manas will give you his seat. And Pooja may continue sitting. Okay. I am also going to join you, it doesn't matter. Now, the idea to call these two legends here is to tell you that Manas's next book is now going to be out within a couple of months. I am his co-author in that book. So this book is called The Fangs of Death. And the book Fangs of Death has been written by Manas, and the cover has been delivered to us. So I thought, what better than to have these two here on the stage and show the cover to you. So this is the cover. And this is the true story of the Kerala snake bite murder, about which Anirban almost spilled the beans today. He was spreading venom, yes. So wish us good luck, wish Manas good luck, and I am grateful that he allowed me to be his partner in this book. Thank you very much.
Sir, can we have you here for a picture, please?
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Sir, with the book in the backdrop, please.
Suhail Mathur, who is here with us, is our agent, literary agent, and it's thanks to him that our books are finding favor with a lot of important publishers.
Hussain साहब लेफ्ट से हक कर रहे हो. हाँ, wrong angle. Congratulations, Mr. Lal and Manas. It's a fabulous looking cover. Hi everyone awake, tired, sleepy, awake? Okay, I am going to unabashedly welcome you to the most premier session, because I'm sitting with the festival director himself of India's premier crime literature festival. Thank you all for being here. I am absolutely honored, sir, to be in conversation with you, your uber talented, handsome, brilliant co-author's son, Manas, and India's leading literary agent, Sohail. Sir, given the theme of this festival, I think we should rename you as Godfather. I mean, move aside Al Pacino, we should rename you as Al Lal, don't you think?
I didn't get your question.
Have you seen Godfather? It's not a question, it's a statement. The movie Godfather.
Oh, why Godfather?
Because Al Pacino, Al Lal, no? So move aside Al Pacino.
I am fine to be Al Pacino, but not Godfather.
Oh, acha, theek hai. But I want to know what Sarkar. Yeah. How did this idea of having a specific literature festival dedicated to crime come about?
Pooja, a lot of literature is being written on crime.
Correct.
And if sentiments are not offended, may I say that some of our oldest books, including the Ramayana and Mahabharata, have references to crime. Is it not a fact that Ramayana is based on a abduction of a lady by another king of some other country or some other state, somewhere else? So that abduction was a crime. And around that abduction is the entire story built. The other is Mahabharata. Mahabharata is so full of crime that it's difficult to pass through a chapter without coming across one or the other crime. So what I think is that crime has been the grist to the mill of literature. And I'm not surprised that today a lot of literature is being written with crime as the central subject. I thought that when we have these crime festivals, when we have these literature festivals, sufficient emphasis is not paid to this fact that a lot of literature that we like, we call popular literature or whatever literature you like to call it, it is one of those genres of literature which is very, very widely read. And today, a lot of films, a lot of OTT platform products are being based on crime books. So I thought crime should get a projection in literary festivals. This also gives the opportunity for people to know what crime is and how to deal with criminals.
I think it's a fabulous idea, because there are so many writers, as you rightly said, in this specific genre, even thriller, horror, crime, it is all related and it's been coming down ages and ages. So
I
we are very
think,
happy.
I think also he's the best person to, be the festival director, because what's the first color that comes to your mind when you talk about blood and crime?
Yeah.
What's it?
Red.
What's it called in Hindi?
Lal.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So no one better than him to be the festival director, right?
Okay. Good one. But thank you so much. I think it's a brilliant, brilliant idea and it has all of us here together.
I must thank Manas, Suhail, Anirban and some others who are here, who were actively consulted. Actually, the idea came from Manas and his friend Siddhant to begin with. Then we developed on this. People like Pooja joined us. And so it has been a process over a few months. And we are so lucky that after just a few months, we are able to meet all of you in this hall and talk about the Lit Fest, which is actually underway.
So we rock. Basically, we are very good. We're a good team to work with in Dehradun. Thank you. Manas, how did this idea of writing with your father, it's a very distinct, I don't know of anybody, any father-son duo or parent, a couplet that is writing. How did this thing come about? Was it when he was in the forces? Was it after? Was it based on the stories you heard?
So it's very safe to say India's favorite crime writing duo, you mean, because there's only one.
Yeah, there is only one. Like I said, I don't know of any more.
So the idea came about because when I came back from a corporate job, we were discussing what I can do in life, and I had a lot of ideas at that time, but I was unsure of where my life is going to take me. So art was pretty much the central theme in everything. But when he started penning his first book, I became very actively involved in the process, the Barabanki Narcos. And I started feeling like it's my book. And I remember that a lot of the initial conversations which Sohail and I had were about the Barabanki narcos. And so I was so involved in that book that for the second book, the idea came from him. He said, why don't you officially join me as a co-author? And so from that book where my name was in very small print to the third book where the name was
A little bigger,
a little
equal.
bigger, and now to this book where the name is
before his. Yeah.
It's been a very interesting journey.
That's nice.
And it happened very organically. I must say I have a very supportive co-author. We fight a lot. We have a lot of arguments. Criminal things are done.
No, I doubt criminal things are done in your home.
No, no.
But yeah.
But in all seriousness, the idea did not really happen in my head. I think the Chemical Locha was a combination of all these people sitting here. And finally, when he started writing Murder in the Bylanes, and I officially joined him as co-author, I feel like I brought a different set of strengths as a writer to the book in terms of emotions and historical perspective. So that became a running theme through our future books. And now this one is coming out and there'll be more. So very excited about that.
Really looking forward. But before we get into the gory aspects of crime, I want to ask Sohail a quick question on how does this idea turn into a book? Then the book to the agent and agent to a publisher. It's a process, right? But more than agent to publisher, how does the idea convert to the book? Where is it that your role fits in? When somebody just has an idea, or do they come to you with a book?
So it fits in actually both ways.
Okay.
Mostly what happens is that people come with a ready-made book when they come to me for the first time, right? And thereafter, once we've signed up, we have regular interactions, and then we tell them that, look, this is what is working, this is what a particular publisher is asking for, and then we do commissioning. So one of the greatest advantages that we at the Book Bakers bring in is commissioning, which is to say that in a normal parlance, someone would finish writing a book first, and then you pitch it to the publisher, and then the publisher sees whether they want to take it up or not. In a commission process, just on the basis of the idea and a sample chapter, we're able to sell the book to the publisher. So the initial effort put in by the author is lesser. They know who the publisher is going to be, what the timelines are going to be, and what kind of marketing impetus is going to be put in by the publisher. So it becomes great, and the publishers are also happy because they've saved a very interesting concept for themselves, because that is something that is very integral to them. And I think it's a win-win situation. And not only, I'm very happy and proud to say that not only books, in the case of, the two gentlemen sitting to my right, we've also sold film deals just on the basis of the idea itself, because I think everyone needs to understand that we are all in the creative field. So if you are if you're writing books, if you're making movies, you know whether the seed of thought or the germ of an idea has the potential to make it big. Manas, you asked Manas about his participation as a co-author. I think it's very important that any team has, a seamless balance for things to work very well.
That's right.
There are strengths that Alok sir brings in terms of the story, but Manas comes from the present generation. He brings in the commercialization
and the
of
combination.
storytelling to
I'm
it as
sure
well.
have
So
a lot
it
to
becomes
add.
the best of both worlds. And
Correct.
that is why they are the only, father-son duo to write books. There are different fathers and sons who are writing separately, but
not
to
together,
show
yeah.
that they're writing together shows that, there is a seamlessness. But I must also add that my dear friend also is a very good writer by himself, and you will see in future individual books also by him. So it is a creative process. And if I feel that there is an idea, okay, so one of the greatest advantages that I feel journalists and policemen have is the gift of research, because there is a lot of information that they've imbibed across their career, plus
Right.
they know a lot of people who would be in a position to assist them with information. So what happens is that whenever I come up with an idea which I feel can work big time, so the three of us have a WhatsApp group, so I just leave a voice note over there.
So then you all discuss it,
Yeah,
deliberate
I say
it,
that,
and then
"Sir,
it goes
ये
on.
idea है कि आपको लगता है इस पे कुछ हो सकता है." The good thing is 99% of the times they come back to me with a yes. That is what is important, because my
That they want to
ideas-
do it.
Yeah.
So, okay, I'm going to ask Mr. Lal, the crime happens everywhere, right? In India and the world. So what is specific to the Hindi heartland? Because your books are all based around that region, whether it's Barabanki, it's Kanpur, on the trail of thugs, the area is similar. So what makes crime from the Hindi heartland so unique?
Before I answer that, I must tell you the genesis of the first book I wrote.
Yes.
Just in one
Sure,
or two
sure.
sentences.
Please, sir.
Very short. Suhail is known to me since he was as young as this.
Okay.
And his father, Sanjeev, they run this firm. So in one of our family functions, was it 6 years ago, 5 years ago, his father was also attending that. I was there too. And he says, why don't you write about that particular case? He remembered from my life. So I thought about it, and I thought that a lot has already been written about that subject. I was wondering what to write about. So Manas is the one who started working on what subjects will attract readers. And so with the initiative taken by Sanjeev and then Suhail, he said that koi na koi publisher mil jayega. Manas was already contracted to him for his agency. So this is how this first book came up. The subject was suggested by Manas. The idea to write a book came from
But सबसे sweetest चीज बताता हूँ मैं आपको. The deal happened with Hachette, you know, one of India's biggest publishers, and also published Sachin Tendulkar's autobiography. Right. So the deal happened, and I called up Alok uncle and I said that, you know, congratulations, you know, Hachette
You
has
feel
taken it
nice,
up.
yeah.
And he said, thank you so much, and you know, it's nice. Then apparently, I think he had a chat with Manas, and Manas told him that it's a big deal.
Yeah.
So then he called me back. And he said, thank you. I didn't know that it was, you know, that big a publisher. It was so sweet, you know, the whole organic aspect of it was
he's
very
very,
heartening.
very understated. Even when I first met him, you know, I mean, there's nothing. Otherwise, you imagine, ki, oh my God, you're going to meet the Alok Lal. And then you meet him and it's like, Arey, he's like my dad. It's literally like that. Seriously, sir. Not to your
Coming to the Hindi heartland.
Yes.
We are sitting in the Hindi heartland actually.
Right, right.
And this is where I served.
Yes,
UP and then Uttarakhand. So my experiences were primarily limited to the Hindi heartland. And whether you like it or not, this is an area which is known for its crime.
It is, sir. That is true.
And so if you write about crime in the Hindi heartland, doesn't that make a lot of sense? And the devices which were developed in Uttar Pradesh for committing crime, they have traveled not only to Mumbai and other parts of the country,
Hollywood,
but abroad as well.
Yeah, right.
So you know some of the criminals who are active, not limited to the territory of India, that is Bharat. They are also operating beyond it.
Correct.
So the quality of criminals has to match the quality of policemen, and then it has to match the quality of the writers.
And the
So
readers.
I thought that I could not be in the first category. I retired from the second category, so I had to get to the third.
To the third one. Chalo, we are really glad that you are there. Can we please have a round of applause for that?
But just to add to that answer, we have shifted away now from the Hindi heartland. As you saw,
Yeah, this
the
one.
next book is set in Kerala.
That is true. Yeah,
Yes.
for the
And-
next one, I will ask you on Kerala, but I'm going to go back to the Hindi heartland just right now, is to what really happened in Barabanki, because it is known as India's largest drug bust that you kind of spearheaded. So can you in brief, because I know everybody loves a good story, especially if it's true. Manas, you or Mr. Lal, either of you.
Actually, Pooja, in a nutshell, I must tell you that this was a challenge which should have been met by one of my predecessors. When in 1984 I was posted to Barabanki, the government of Uttar Pradesh was very worried about the way things were going on in that district. And the worry was primarily because this opium smuggling was rife. And those who were opium smugglers had huge pockets with them. There was no dearth of money supply with them. So they were in a position to purchase not only the local officers, they could influence decisions at the highest levels. Because as we all know, politics needs a lot of black money. So that black money was in ample supplies with these people. और ये जो काला धन इन लोगों ने पैदा किया था,
Right.
उसकी वजह से ये काला धंधा चल रहा था. But I had specific reasons to
overlook that.
Put it down.
Okay, put it down.
Luckily, I thought that the device which was used earlier by the existing police, the methods were old, and I thought the challenge continued to become greater while we were failing very badly as a police force. So I thought of new ideas to collect intelligence, to understand the tendrils of that particular operation, to get into the bloodstream of those people. And luckily the methods worked. I got specific information at the time when this opium was being moved from one point to another. We could intercept them. We could generate a group of excellent officers who were committed enough, motivated enough to put their life on the line,
yeah.
and also overcome the lure for money. So all told, this was a combined effort which I had the privilege to lead.
Right, but really a big, you require a lot of strength and courage to do that, sir. And I'm glad you did. Manas, coming to you, the Hindi heartland has a very rich cultural and historical backdrop, right? So how do you feature that in your criminal narratives when you start to write?
So I feel like I'm critiquing his first book, but I feel like one thing we could have done slightly...
Please go for it.
One thing we could have done slightly better in the Barabanki Narcos is made the city a character in the book. Made the city a character in the book.
Correct.
Because every place in UP has a very individual character.
Yeah, it has its own, it's very different, very vibrant.
Yeah. So when we were writing about Kanpur, I felt like it's important to explore every part of Kanpur. You know, those lanes where nobody goes, where even the meter readers of the electricity department don't go.
Yeah.
Where gangsters rule. And there are certain other pockets जहाँ बहुत खूबसूरत और शानदार अच्छी भाषा बोली जाती है. तो ये जो एक कॉम्बिनेशन है यूपी के हर शहर में, उसको अगर एक कैरेक्टर बना दिया जाए, if there's a background to the story and that city becomes a character, I think it really brings out the strength in the book a lot. So that is why setting books in the Hindi heartland is a lot of fun, because the dialect changes, the way people talk changes. You know, I can see Jamil Saab in the audience. कल बात हो रही थी उनसे that जो बोलने का तरीका है वो इतना सही बोलते हैं in real life, लेकिन जब कोई character है from the Hindi heartland तो उसकी तरह बोलना पड़ता है.
Right, correct.
And that I think is a very important part of the dialogue in a book also. When a police officer is talking...
Can we please have, can you please mute yourself, children? Excuse me at the back. Can you please talk softer? Thank you. Sorry, Manas.
Sorry, it's okay. When a police officer is talking to a criminal, then that lehja needs to come across.
Right.
And that is something which is very beautiful about the Hindi heartland. And I feel like a lot of Hindi words or Urdu words are retained in our writing of English books.
Right.
Because we want to keep that flavor alive. So the Hindi heartland is very rich in everything, in culture, in history. In fact, even mythology has a lot to do with the Hindi heartland. So it's been an integral part of our books since Murder in the Bylanes. And now when we have written about Kerala, we have tried to do a lot of research about the state and understand how the local population looks at life. What are their beliefs? What are their thoughts?
It's very, very different from the Hindi heartland, the south of India, of course.
It's extremely different.
Yes.
And yet there is this inherent Indianness which does unite us. Yeah. So we are able to kind of write about it. And that's why keeping the Hindi heartland alive, but very distinct in every book, has been something we have worked on.
Yeah. So Sohail, do you think that these true crime stories from the Hindi heartland have the power to raise awareness, make change in our society? Do you think through the power of words, we can create a positive impact?
Absolutely. So, when I
Any case that you know of you can share?
I think these cases themselves. So when I do a true crime book or I do an autobiography, my vision is very simple, and I've done autobiographies with several film personalities also. The logic behind doing an autobiography of a film personality or a true crime book is not to bring out the controversial aspect. It is to inspire. So that if there is somebody who's reading a book about some person from a small town who made it big, will not really read the book because of an affair that person had, but because from the small town he reached to the pinnacle
He
of the
reached
top.
there, yeah, right.
So it gives that person the courage and the, power to dream to reach there.
The hope. I think that hope is very important.
It's very important. Similarly, in this case, we were having a session earlier where we were talking about, how right or wrong it is to glorify criminals. The point is that when we are doing the book, for me, the hero is the police officer. I'm very clear about it. And my books follow that narrative, which is why when you asked why is he writing about the Hindi heartland, he's writing predominantly about it, or he started off with that because he has himself solved those cases. So it gives me, a protagonist that people can feel one with. So it's a journey that the character is taking to eliminate crime. And you hop onto that journey with the protagonist to kill that person or to defeat that person or to ensure victory. Yes, it is also true that in every book on crime, for the hero to emerge heroic, a crime needs to be committed first.
That's true. It's the crime that makes the hero the hero.
It is a crime that needs to be committed. But the point is that with every criminal brought to book, that is a deterrent. That is a deterrent to several others. So when you ask me, can we inspire, can we change the society?
Yes,
the
we
whole
can.
idea of bringing out these books in the market is to create awareness about it. I mean, this case happened in the 80s when there were no mobile phones, there was no internet, and still he was so successful with his team to, achieve that. I want today's generation to know about it. That, there was a team of people who took on the mighty gang lords and were able to
Without
achieve success.
social media.
Without social media, without gadgets and equipment. So I think that is the story that one needs to tell, and that is inspirational in itself. And I think a huge round of applause needs to be given to him, for successfully carrying that out.
Mr. Lal, as a police officer, when you were serving, even now I feel our victims' rights are not really protected. Why is that? Like when we see or hear of crime stories, you will cover the perpetrator's face. But when it comes to the victim, the name, the details, everything comes out. Do you think somewhere as a country we are lacking in giving that kind of support to the victims?
Pooja, the sad fact is that a whole lot is actually lacking. To call this a criminal justice system may be right in one way, because there is all the justice for the criminal. The criminal justice system of India doesn't serve the victim as well as it should. And the law is such, I'm not blaming the sanctity of the law. I have all the respect for the way the law was made. However, the way it's being applied is the problem.
Yeah.
So ultimately, the victim hardly ever finds relief. I know of a case of Uttarakhand, of an incident which happened in the year 2001. The charge sheet was submitted by the CBI in the year 2005-2006. And by the standards of this agency, this was fairly quick. And then one court after the other gave relief to the perpetrators. What about the relief to those who suffered?
To the victim, yeah. That's where
Nothing
we
has
lack.
happened. While in the meanwhile, the perpetrators themselves have been going to the court, crying wolf, and trying to frame the people who are the main witnesses in the case.
So next time we should have judiciary for our crime literature festival.
No,
There's
not
lots
just-
of questions we have to ask
Not
them.
just the judiciary, but what have the successive judicial commissions done about it? When they come up with their recommendations, how many of them are actually implemented?
Not many.
And if they are implemented, are the highest courts of the country willing to let things become different? We hear a lot being said about this, but I'm afraid very little actually happens on the
Like,
ground.
can be done. That's really sad, I know, in our country.
Just to
but-
add to it, because I've graduated from the National Law University in Delhi. So by qualification, I'm a lawyer. One of the things that, we used to always discuss as a major lacuna in our legal system is, the pointers which enforce the rights for witness protection. A lot of times what happens, and in foreign countries, witness protection is very strong.
It's very strong. Yeah, we don't
a
have
lot
it
of
at all.
times witnesses turn hostile because of the fear, and the fear can remain even after, the judgment has been given indicting the criminal, because once the criminal comes out, they can exact revenge. And that has happened so many times, you read in the papers. I think witness protection is a very important thing that needs to be looked into. Yes, of course, with so many cases happening, you can multiply it with X witnesses. So how long do you protect them? But it is something to look into, because that is something that will rid the public of the fear of coming out and speaking the truth.
Right now, the public is too scared. Even when a crime happens on the road and you see it, you don't want to go and help just for that fear. Ki, they'll ask you 100 questions, you will get into trouble. Kaun padega lafde mein? Literally, it's like that. So, Manas, did you never want to join the police force? I mean, at the time that, when your dad was serving, you were a young, impressionable age.
No, I always looked up to him, but it was never necessarily the police force.
Yeah.
I did entertain the idea briefly of certainly joining one or the other civil service. I would be lying if I say I never entertained the idea. But then other things found me, I found other things.
Life just happened and you came right where
a
you
lot
had
of
to
things
come.
happened, but I must say that I have tremendous respect for those of those who serve us in uniform and in other services. And I have had the great fortune of teaching at both the Lal Bahadur Shastri Academy of Administration and the National Police Academy.
So in a way, you're a part of it. You're
in
part
a way,
of the system.
It makes me very happy that I've been able to contribute a little in shaping, I think, the minds which contribute so much to what this country does or where it goes.
So how do you do your book to film deals? How does that process work?
Book to films, okay. So book to films happens in various ways. So there are essentially 3 ways to it. The third one being that once a book is out in the market and it is successful, production houses will, make a beeline for it if they feel that it's something that they'd like to make. And then obviously we decide and see what the terms are like, which is pretty much what happened in the case of the Barabanki Narcos, and also did not happen. I'll tell you, that's the first example. The first example is, the first scenario is when, we have sold the book to the publisher, but the book hasn't come out in the market. That's the first scenario, or the first stage. The second stage could also be where an author has signed up with me, but I haven't sent it out to the publisher as of now. And the third one I already told you about.
So it's first the publishing, then the book deal.
No, it could be even signing up with me and then the book deal. So when, the Barabanki Narcos was being written, we already got a producer to, make something out of it. And that point of time, the OTT space was emerging. A lot of platforms that we see today in the OTT space hadn't even started. I don't think there was a Disney Hotstar at the magnitude it is today, or a Z5 was just emerging. So, it was a fairly nascent market at that point of time. The moment the book came out, we received so many interests, I think more than 30 producers. And the funny thing, in a positive way, is that we still receive interest. Manas will tell me that someone called up asking whether the rights are there.
That is so amazing. Congratulations.
So that is how it happened. But for the other books, we were able to pitch them even before we got a publisher on board. And we signed that up. So when I pitch it to a publisher and I tell them that XYZ producer is making it, it makes the publisher's life simpler, because now they know that it's going to be made on a big scale.
Obviously, then you do both.
The risk that is also happening in the industry, and I'll mention that, with OTTs, thankfully, all the books that we have done have been acquisitions. So in an acquisition, for everyone over here, the difference between an option and an acquisition is that in an option, a producer will say probably, I'll give you 10 rupees. Right now, I'll give you 2 rupees. If within 18 months I'm able to get a deal, I'll pay you the balance 8. In an acquisition, the producer will say that I'll give you 8 rupees because the risk is more, but I'll pay you that 8. Whether I make something or not, the risk is mine. So the thing is that, when we were doing the other books, we were lucky over here. But what happens in books which are optioned is that nowadays publishers are not very keen because the publishers also realize that the major money is in the OTT deal. Publishing
You
se
want
to
it for a book,
299 rupees ki mil rahi hai, 300 rupees ki mil rahi hai, so there's only as much as you can make out of it. But if it's been optioned, 90 to 95% of option deals do not materialize in our country. So then they are like, "Arey yaar, ab nahi karenge." They were at one point of time very enthusiastic because they thought that, it will snowball into something major. But because that hasn't happened in our country, they are more open to books which have been acquired.
But
than
I would
optioned.
also agree with you on that. As a reader, I want to read more than see on screen. I think Manas, you'd also agree.
In the case
We
of
agree with both. I mean, we'd want both the things to happen.
Absolutely. In the case of acquisition, I feel one advantage is that because the producer puts in more money in buying the book, the chances of it getting made are much higher.
Are much higher.
That's the
Okay,
first
I'm
thing.
sorry, but we are
yes.
coming towards the end of our session, but I do have a quick rapid fire. Quick means as soon as I say the word, you have to tell me the first thing that comes to your mind, starting with Mr. Lal, then Manas, then Sohail. Story. Story. You can't take so long, sir. Quick. The first thing that comes to your mind when I say this word. Playing a game. Story. Story.
Always about the Hindi art.
Hindi heartland.
Same.
Yeah, same word.
Life.
Okay.
The soul of a book.
Love.
Love, my wife.
Manas.
Geetanjali.
Kush.
That's the name of my fiance. For those who don't know.
Okay, that's why I'm keeping quiet, not saying anything. Crime.
Crime, the world.
The world. That's a good one.
Blood.
Books.
Moderator.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Pooja.
Terrific.
Thank you. Gunshot. Gunshot.
Gunshot. I wish I am the one pressing the trigger.
Yeah, I would also wish that.
Help.
I'd reverse it. I'd say shotgun and I'll remember Shatrughan Sinha.
Yeah, good one. So screenwriting or book writing?
Book writing.
Manas.
Screenwriting.
You're writing your own scripts as well, right?
I'm working on the process. So
In the
yes.
process. Sohail, what about you?
Whatever gives me more money.
Okay, he's honest. That's a good one. A woman that has your back.
A woman that has your back.
A woman who has my back. It will sound very trite, but the same answer as I gave earlier.
Okay, fair enough.
This is a very difficult question.
I know.
If I don't say mother, the fiance gets
Yeah.
angry. If I
Now
don't
you're
say
stuck, which is
fiancé-
why I had to ask this.
Okay, I'll say mom. Yeah.
My mother as well, though when I sleep, my wife, she has my back.
Come on, that's just being literal. Your greatest fear.
My greatest fear,
I mean, we know that you're very brave, but still, there must be some fear that you have.
I can't think of one. That means I have none.
Wow, that's amazing.
Losing my parents.
Uh-oh.
I just hate flying.
Okay, for me, it's darkness. I'm petrified of the dark somehow. One thing in your life that you will never do.
One thing in life you'll never do.
One thing in life I never do.
You
I
will
don't-
never do.
Will never.
I will not teach. Yeah, I will not cheat.
You will not cheat.
I will not kill.
You may. Depends on the situation. You can't say never for that one.
You asked me the question. I
Okay,
gave you the
fine, fair
answer.
enough. I'll take your answer.
I'll not commit.
Okay, fair enough. One moment that you feel defined your life.
Defined my life. The moment that defined my life was 4th of January 1952.
Okay.
His birthday.
Yeah, that's his birthday.
Leaving my job, leaving my corporate job.
That is a part of your TEDx. I must say, if you haven't heard Manas's TEDx talk, you have to hear it. It's called Mayday and it's there on YouTube, right, Manas? It's really, really heart-wrenching, but you must hear it for all the young kids here.
So there are two things that I'm very proud of. One is when I got admission into the National Law University in Delhi because it's a very competitive exam. And secondly, when I went for my TEDx talk. So I think those two really define me. And we have a couple of TEDx speakers over here. But on a lighter note, I'd just like to say to everyone, so, you know, irrespective of whether you are a TEDx speaker or not, you know, you should be happy, because if somebody asks you, are you a TEDx speaker? And you say, yes, then you are a TED speaker.
Right.
But if somebody asks you, are you a TED speaker? And you say no, in that case, well, you are a noted speaker. So in both scenarios, you tend to
Wordplay
benefit.
and Sohail. So, you know, Manas, you're going to kill me for this one. But since you are India's only father and son duo, there has to be something in when you are writing with Mr. Lal. कुछ तो कहते होंगे, कुछ तो बोलते होंगे आपको. How does that scene go?
Oh, there is a lot said and a lot not said, I feel. It's good that a lot is not said, because we do end up fighting about certain things in books.
I
and
thought
other
you'll get my cue on that to say Papa कहते हैं.
Arre, you want me to sing?
Yeah, why not? Because I'm sure कुछ तो
There
कहते
was,
हैं.
there was one more very cute father-son song, so I'll actually
Okay,
sing.
you can sing whichever one you want.
Because I've never sung this song in my life. Huh?
So this is for you, Mr. Lal. Dedication.
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 तू मेरा दिल, तू मेरी जान, oh I love you daddy. तू मासूम, तू शैतान, do you love me daddy?
Thank you so much. That was so sweet. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Lal, Manas, and Sohail. It has been a fabulous session. Can I have Anupama please come up? Oh, you have a question. Okay, we'll open for questions. I'm sorry. Okay. Anybody? Questions?
No questions.
No, I have. Oh.
You have a question.
Any plans of, you know, just writing a book on elections and the police?
Elections and the police.
I mean, you know, police during elections.
Elections and the police. इस पे कोई आपका किताब का idea?
Elections and the police. None of these two is very fair, I must tell you. And so there's very little conflict there. And a story without a conflict doesn't work. So neither elections are fair nor is the police. So let us say, no book coming on this.
Good evening. Good evening, sir. My
Can
name
we
is
please
Rajiv
have the
Thakur.
next question? Sir.
Good evening, sir. My name is Rajiv Thakur, and I would like to ask you about policing during your times. How was the policeman during your time and between today's time? And in today's time, what is the difference in policing or the policeman?
Policing earlier and policing now.
Luckily, the criminals have been changing the police all through. The way the crime is happening today has changed its color, its character completely. And so you cannot have the police of my time working today with the same efficiency. Though the dedication and the drive to put those perpetrators behind bars continues, but I think the methods have changed a lot. So the policing has also changed.
Can we have the mic there, please?
My question is to sir. Like in the West, because I write crime books as well, and that
A
is
little
something-
louder, please, Nirban.
Yeah.
You know, my ears are no longer as good as they were at the beginning of my service. He asked about the changed.
So that's changed.
Scenario.
Yeah. So will there ever be a centralized system of criminal records across India that all agencies will be able to access across states, like they have in the West, to make it easier?
A very sincere effort has been made. And this started long ago. I was early in my service, I'm sure Vijay would recall. We had a very serious move towards digitization of records, and also to create those channels which would connect not merely one state to another state, one district to another district, and a thana to another thana. All this work has been rather in the works for all this time. I am not aware of the current status, but a degree of success has been achieved. Maybe Vijay can help us with what has happened.
Can we please have the mic there?
I am encroaching into some other territory, if you pardon me. You see, long ago, situation was a set of dacoits were arrested in Tamil Nadu who used to murder people, rape the victims also, some of them. Dangerous people from some part of the heartland. They came from somewhere this side and they used to disappear in containers, huge vehicles, accelerated vehicles hiding inside. And finally, one officer called Jangir, he traced a half smudged fingerprint from a prisoner in Agra. That is not even a full fingerprint. Half fingerprint was traced to the prisoner in Agra. He was the first clue. He was arrested. Whole set of people were arrested subsequently. That was long ago. Now the situation is Central Crime Records is getting updated. I think within a year or two, we are going to be really on good position in this question.
Thank you so much. Any more questions?
All of the people that one has encountered here, and particularly the two of you, the duo here, have been writing on actual crime events which have taken place. I have always been a fan of the crime fiction genre. Crime fiction genre, which in the younger days one really enjoyed. It may not be considered literary enough or literature enough, but one enjoyed Alexander Gardner and Agatha Christie a lot, actually. And the effort that anybody would put in imagining a crime, and also as much detail as Perry Mason is going to be investigating and kind of thing. Has any thought been given to writing crime fiction, actually?
Absolutely. This festival features a lot of authors of crime fiction. Deviru Bhatnagar is sitting in the front row. He has written this wonderful book called The Mussoorie Murders, which is like a mix of the authors you spoke of.
Which features Agatha Christie also.
Yes. And
Prasoon's there, Siddharth.
there are also, we had Kiran Mandal earlier in the day, we had Richa Mukherjee, we had a workshop by Salil Desai. So a lot of crime fiction authors have been here at the festival.
Looking forward to that, because
Yes.
I personally really enjoyed that.
So there's more coming up tomorrow. There's a lot of crime fiction coming up tomorrow.
Devyarup's book is available here.
Yes, it's called the Mussoorie Murders.
Okay. You'll have a lot of authors queuing up to you after this session.
Okay, I have a question, and this is for Manas. Now, the last few books which Alok sir has written has been a lot from personal experiences. But this Fangs of Death, which you've now penned, congratulations to you both for that, must have been a very different turf, in the sense that there must have been a fair amount of secondary research which you've had to do. So can you tell the process, and this is all for people who are interested in writing non-fiction, what is this mix about primary and secondary research which goes into writing a non-fiction?
So Fangs of Death, one thing which was great for us is that this was a case which was tried pretty quickly in a fast track court. And so we had a judgment available which we could rely on. That was our resource in English. But a lot of the statements available were in the local language, Malayalam. And so a lot had to be translated. We had to understand a lot from the local people. And another problem we faced was that the IO in the case, I must credit him, his name is Ashokan, he features as a hero in the book. He's not exactly very expressive and takes a while to open up. So getting facts out of him was a challenge. And then the SP in the district had certain limitations. There were other things. Luckily, thanks to him largely, the police have been very open about a lot of things. And so we have been able to include them in our book in one or the other way. But we had access to the local population. We even spoke to the victim's family. We spoke to the perpetrator's family also, because I think that's extremely important. That perspective also needs to be there. And so there was a lot of research involved, yes, but it's a completely different experience, because a lot of what you have to build in terms of the basic crux of a book used to come from him before this one. And now it's like putting together a whole book, almost like a crime fiction book. That entire exercise begins, and you piece together small elements and imagine what must have or could have happened. Because not everything is written in a court judgment, and a book must never read like an FIR or a judgment. That I can tell you for sure. Particularly because of the grammatical mistakes in judgments and FIRs.
I'd just like to add, something that I disclosed to them also. We had pitched a book which was based on predominantly, cases which weren't part of his experience to some publishers. And of course, we eventually got a deal with a big publisher. But there was this one such publisher who had shown an initial interest in the book. And, the lady got back saying that, we all read it and we all loved it, but we were wondering, why is Sir not writing about his experience on it? And I told them very clearly that, well, look, at the end of the day, when he's submitting a script, he's submitting it in the capacity of a storyteller. So when he's a storyteller, you can't limit him to his own experiences, because if he's unearthing other cases, other stories, and telling it in an equally interesting manner, then you have to give weightage to the story and the storyteller, rather than confine yourselves to prejudiced norms, saying that, oh, it's not his story, so he can't do justice to it. Well, if he can't do justice to it, get me the person who has acted on that case but has still not written the book. So you can't keep people, out of good stories and not circulate those stories simply because you have your own myopic vision. I think that is something that the industry from this side needs to change, because at the end of the day, it's the story and the storyteller, and it doesn't matter whether it is your own personal experience or not if it's being told well.
Thank you, Sohail. Any other question?
I have a question. Can I go ahead with it?
Yes, please.
Okay, so yeah, before I ask my question, genuinely loved the conversation. Thank you so much. Alok sir, idhar aa jati hu. We loved the conversation, and I think it was interesting and intellectually stimulating at the same time, and that's a very good combination to achieve. So congratulations and thank you. My question is from the authors. Since narcotic substances are a central theme of your work, the question, sir, is how do you feel has social media affected the consumption of substances and drugs, especially among our country's youth, from the aspect of being influenced and from the aspect of easier access through social media groups and other channels? Because I think you have a lot of insights to give on this.
So I get the sense that social media being a challenge to
Social media impacting substance abuse, drug consumption. That's it.
Oh yes, actually social media is something that can do both a lot of damage and some benefit. A damage in the sense that when you sort of project all these people who are doing drugs as people who are doing something great, then you are initiating a wrong process in young minds. And drugs are becoming a greater problem by the day. In our own Dehradun also, we are seeing this going from bad to worse. I think one of the contributing factors must be social media. For spreading the word that this is something that you should try, and B, facilitating the movement of the drugs. I think the law has to keep pace with these developments on the dark side of the social media. We should remain on the bright side and see to it that more and more of the dark area becomes brighter. It is a difficult task, I know.
I came across this post the other day where social media statuses were actually encoded drop points for a drug consignment. So there are things which are put out in the public domain, and those who need to know what is going on. So I think in terms of just having access to where what is available, social media is a very difficult thing to crack for the investigating agencies and the police, so I would think.
It's got too much information for people who want to use it in the wrong way. I mean, they tell you how to do everything, literally, even ways to make a bomb, for example. Everything's there on social.
TMI is the
Right,
modern
of course.
version
So,
of it. Yes.
yeah. Do we have any other, one last question, please? Prasoon.
Hello. My question is to Suhail. So, you being a literary agent of this country, you have represented many authors of true crime. So, my question is, what is the USP, I would say, that Alok sir and Manas have as an author duo writing true crime? What is it in your opinion?
I think at the end of the day, the USP, the biggest USP always remains the story. So the story has to be powerful because, all of us have discussions with respect to what should be the genesis or what should be the concept of our next book. I mean, it's a very important thing, deciding what topic to choose. I mean, on a lighter note, still choosing the topic is a big thing. William Shakespeare wrote Hamlet by pen because he was unable to decide which pencil he should use, to be or not to be, right? But that's on a lighter note. But the point is that every idea may not translate into a good book, right? Or there might be a story which may not lend itself to a full-length book. It might be an incident which could be a short story. So in which case we'll accumulate or collect 8, 9, 10 such stories and do, the book that we've done recently with Om, and it's done well on, the trail of thugs and thieves. That is there. So it has to be seamless. It can't be forced, because the moment it's forced, then the readers will get to know about it. Fortunately, what happens is that, the stories that we discuss, and because, as I mentioned, his contacts, we are able to get so much information that we are able to write a full-length book. And in terms of, and when that book actually comes to the market, why it helps in an adaptation is also because, the level of research and the fact that it's something true, helps a producer pitch it to an OTT platform. I mean, I genuinely believe that fiction also needs to be given as much importance. But I was having a conversation with a particular producer, and he told me that, यार सुहेल, मेरे को ना यार नॉन फिक्शन ही दो.
सबको नॉन फिक्शन चाहिए.
मैंने कहा बट इतनी अच्छी है. हाँ अच्छी है ये, लेकिन पता क्या होता है, हम जाते हैं प्लेटफॉर्म के पास, प्लेटफॉर्म बोलता है यार स्टोरी बड़ी अच्छी है, लेकिन ये तो इमेजिनेशन से लिखी है ना, अपने दिमाग से लिखी है.
But imagination is a very powerful tool.
Exactly. बट मैं जाके उनको बोलता हूँ कि ये स्टोरी है और ये असली में हुआ है, तो बोलते हैं ये असली में हुआ है, चलो इसको बनाते हैं. So that is the mindset. That's the mindset. That's also the mindset with the publishers predominantly, which is why non-fiction books are being...
Manoj gets his answer.
Yeah.
The question was about this, why we are not writing fiction. See, fiction right now, as my agent says, doesn't have the market that we are looking for.
So, all those things.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean we are not writing fiction.
They will eventually get into fiction.
There is a book tentatively titled Kahwa, which we are writing. And hopefully someday we'll publish it.
No, you're right when you mentioned about fiction, because, I was having this discussion with someone today, and I said that, when you talk about an author, there are two aspects to a book. 50% is the story, and 50% is the writing.
Of course.
In a non-fiction, the story is already there.
So you just focus on the writing.
So you have to, give equal importance to both. But in India, what happens is, and that's the difference between how they and I think vis-a-vis how a publisher thinks. So when an author and an agent are discussing a concept, it is on the basis of the merit in the book. When a publisher comes to the fore, the matter also changes to a matter of commerce. And that is where these discussions happen. 4 years, 5 years earlier in the industry, editors used to decide whether a book should be selected or not, if it was fiction. Now what has happened is that all these publishing houses have their marketing teams. So if an editor now likes a book, they have to pitch it to the marketing team. The marketing team decides whether a book should be taken up or not. If it should be taken up, what is the print run that should be given?
But in a way, it's
What
really
is the royalty?
sad, because
It
then
is,
you're
of
killing,
course, of course it
you're
is.
killing creativity.
Of course it is.
Yeah.
But then I think as so a lot of literary agents in India do not take up fiction books. Why we continue to take it is because of two reasons. Firstly, what somebody else is doing is no indicator to how I should think. That's one. Secondly, if there are publishers who are not taking up fiction books, then it is part of my job and my responsibility to find out who is and find those people out and then pitch those books. Otherwise, you're sitting and doing a very cozy job that you know X is taking non-fiction, you pitch it. What is your contribution to the entire process? So I think these are
I'm
the
very
things that
happy you're
keep you
taking
fresh.
fiction.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Mr. Lal, Manas, and Sohail. I think it's been a fabulous session. Mr. Lal, can I please ask you to felicitate our agent, Sohail, with a small memento from the Crime Literature Festival?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your time.
थैंक यू सो मच। और अभी उठ के मत जाइए, बस 2-4 मिनट और आपके लेने हैं, और वो 2 बातों के लिए। एक तो ये, इसके बाद का जो सेशन था, बाप का दादा का सबका बदला लेगा, तो आज बदला जो है हम नहीं लेने वाले हैं। आज मूड में नहीं है बदला लेने के, तो बदला लेंगे कल। हाँ, चलेगा? तो वासेपुर वाला जो सेशन है वो कल आप लोगों के लिए हम यहाँ पे ऑर्गेनाइज करेंगे। उसकी टाइमिंग क्या होगी वो आपको हमारे सोशल मीडिया के हैंडल से मालूम चलेगी। लेकिन आज का दिन बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग रहा। जैसा कल हमने आपको दिखाया कि फर्स्ट डे में क्या कुछ हुआ था, वैसे ही सेकेंड डे का एक बहुत ही बढ़िया वीडियो हमारी टीम ने तैयार किया है। आइए सबसे पहले उसको देखते हैं। बनती हैं जोरदार तालियां। सो थैंक यू सो मच। ये आप लोगों के लिए दूसरा दिन था और कल लास्ट डे है, तो जरूर से आप लोग आइएगा। छुट्टी वाला दिन है, अपने दोस्तों को भी लाइएगा, फैमिली वालों को भी लेके आइए। और कल आपके लिए और धमाकेदार सेशंस हम लोगों ने यहाँ पे प्लान किए हुए हैं। सो सी यू टुमारो। गुड नाइट।